Hey guys. Well, I have first things first. We've got Jen, we've got William here. Wait, Jen, where'd Jen go? Oh,
Jen.
there he is. Okay. But I apologize. We don't have Jen twerking in the beginning of this live like we did last weekend. But yeah, I'm back from the land of Kansas. I got a video coming out on that. Probably going to be coming out on Monday, Tuesday, somewhere around there. So what have you guys been doing?
I spent my day rebuilding a Edelbrock carburetor. I'll have that video out sometime tomorrow, probably around lunch.
Uh-oh. Where do we got?
Sorry.
Oh, that was you. Oh, amateurs.
No, I didn't realize the volume was up.
So what do you guys think of this GoPro thing? How wide? I mean, Jesus Christ, you can really see how messy my goddamn shop is now.
I like the wide angle lens.
Makes you look thinner, like you're.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it does. Boy, you should have seen, because I buttoned this coat up in one of the videos, and this thing don't fit me real good, but it's hard to get me anything that fits around the gut. And when I was watching that the footage from last weekend, I'm sitting there and this thing's like bulging open. I look like a fat guy in a little coat. I'm like, well, fuck, it's not like I can refilm that. I guess I'm just going to have to be fat guy in a little coat on that video.
And you wanted me to film.
Yeah, it would have been cool if we both would have put videos out on that weekend, but that's all right. I understand. Where's Ryan? Is Ryan on the road still?
Yeah, he's supposed to be at my place on Monday.
Oh, you just had people. Oh, Jed, next Friday, be expecting us.
Next Friday?
You got something going on. We're going to be swinging back through. I got to drive to, I'm driving out. I'm going to leave out Friday morning and, going to get my son for the holidays. He's going to stay for about a month. And, I can't drive past your house without stopping and saying hi. So,
well, you're always welcome.
Figure if anything was, we might.
Especially if I bring cookies, right?
Yeah, she's got to bring cookies this time.
I was thinking this time around we can definitely wax our chest hair in the shape of like Plymouth Hearts this time.
No,
No, the Mopar M.
no.
And we need matching chest hair.
We do not need matching chest hair. We do
Why
need
not?
matching members, purple and gold members only jackets.
Okay, we'll settle on that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, we need members only jackets. But
Am I audible? I was having trouble with the mic.
Yes.
oh no, you sound great. Yeah, you sound great.
Yeah, you're good.
I spent the past 20 minutes trying to figure out why the volume was low on the StreamYard thing. Wow,
I got the carburetor. You can't see it. I got the carburetor sitting on the car.
Well, move.
Nope. It's gonna be for later when more people show up.
I don't care.
21.
Yes, Bear Rose, it worked. Hi, all the people from Bear Rose. Bear Rose dropped some people on us.
I was gonna say that's a lot of people, a lot of new names. Holy crap!
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, look at all them people. Wow, we can't keep.
I don't know who all. I'm nervous now. I don't know who all these new people are.
Oh shit!
I say we do still have some of our regulars.
I don't know what to do with my hands. There's new people.
Yeah,
Okay.
no.
But yeah, I didn't get to catch Bear Rose's live because we were running late on this one. Oh man. Now the news. Actually, honey.
What?
Email Wilburn and send him an invite to the live.
He is already in chat, so
I didn't see if he was in chat. Chat's going by so fast, and now I can't see it at all.
Yeah, he's in chat.
All I see is Donald Trump on your Yahoo Mail homepage.
We currently have 25 people watching.
How many?
25.
Whoa! What the hell?
And I just put my hand over my eyebrows because I was curious what this would look like. I don't think this looks very cool.
You need to have a light up underneath you to shine on your face.
Oh, that would look creepy. What are those Twinkies bouncers? What?
I'm sorry, all new people.
Oh my God. No. Don't take this off because I have to read this. No, I said don't take. Okay. They're Twinkies bouncers. It looks like they're little round Twinkies. Their logo is Live Your Moistness.
Mostess.
Oh, I thought it looks like moistness. Hold on.
Woo!
The fuck does that look like at first glance? Live your moistness.
It's the heart. The heart's in a bad place.
Yeah.
Someone screwed up on that marketing PR. Holy
Yeah.
crap! You guys know the Dust Devil Garage is live right now? Oh, whoops.
Hey, it's better than last weekend when yours took forever.
Yeah, it's true. I have crappy
Oh,
internet,
you're
I tell you.
You know what? What was it? I was at work Tuesday, and your short came up on my feed for our live that Saturday. I was like, wow.
You're in
I'm
two
glad
places
that's
at
working.
once.
It was like, we're going to be going live here in about an hour. You didn't even say what day it was or nothing. It was like, oh, are we? Shit, I'm at work. Fuck, I got to go.
I'm glad those notifications freaking work.
I noticed something, Jed.
Yeah?
The wheel that you have on the Barracuda
Yeah.
is a tough wheel, right?
But it's a Grant imitation of a tough wheel.
Oh, okay. You know, I
Yeah,
have
no.
one of those that would need spruced up, but it's a wood grain version of that,
Hmm.
hanging
That's
on
what
the
we put on
wall right
Michael's
there.
truck. I'm honestly not a fan of the tough
You don't
wheel.
like wood grains?
Oh, I like wood. Wait, what?
You don't like wood grain steering wheels?
No, I do. They just give you splinters. I've never been a tough wheel guy.
Oh. Do you like a bigger wheel or a smaller wheel?
It depends on the car. I kind of like that 14, 15-inch steering wheel. I could put that little baby red Metal Flake one in.
Oh, I want that one. I want
Everybody
that
gets
one for my wall.
Well, you're like fifth in line to get that little baby Superior.
I like this. For those of you that don't know, I really like collecting steering wheels. I got rid of most of my collection. Actually, got rid of most of my collection to my friend, who's in the. He's got a shop right over here, and he's done some neat stuff with them, painting them up and stuff. But I used to get in trouble. Every swap meet I went to, I would leave with a steering wheel. And she used to yell at me all the time. But I really like steering wheels. I'm starting my collection back up. And there actually is a lot of difference in them. I was going to do a video on it, but I don't know if it's video worthy.
I think it is.
Because I was going to talk about the whole, what?
Big Block 402
What do you say?
has a wood grain Grant wheel and candy cane.
Yeah. Well, she's got a wood grain Grant that's going to go in her truck that we bought off of Rob Z, which I haven't heard from him in.
He's been on.
I haven't heard from him in a couple of weeks. I haven't heard from him. Oh, go scroll back up to what Wilburn said.
Wilburn said he's on the road, and if we're still live when he gets home, he'll hop in.
Oh, okay. But she wants to put that on hers. I got the purple Metal Flake Grant in this one, and I don't like it.
We need
It's
to
not-
start.
It's not thick enough.
We need to start the Steering Wheels Anonymous.
Oh, you have no idea. I was bad. Well, my buddy's got them all now. Sometime I'll take a picture of that and put that up. Or if I do my steering wheel video, I'll go over there and But
It's
the
kind of
one,
neat to show off the differences between like the Grant wheel and then the Superior wheels, because back in the 70s they were real similar, but there were subtle differences. Like some of the Grant wheels that imitated the Superior 500 have like the finger grips on the back.
mhm.
Those are my favorite. That's what that red one was. That's orange now. That used to be in Jezebel.
Well, and like the Grand GT wheel, the one that everybody notoriously puts on upside down,
Yeah.
and it bugs the shit out of me every time I see it. They had a wood grain version of that. I had one, but I don't have it anymore. But they had two versions of the wood grain one. They had one that was wood on the front and the back, and then there was one that was wood on the front and plastic on the back.
Huh, I
And they
never
all
seen
had
that.
the little finger grips.
We bought Michael one of those wood ones for Christmas a couple years ago. That was, I think that's what he had in the 76, and then he sold it to Tall Johnny, took it out and put it in the 84.
Oh, he put it in hookers and blow.
Well, he was supposed to. I don't know if he ever did.
That's somebody I'm missing on here. I wish would come on here. Is Tall John. He's just real busy though. He's got that whole bus thing that he deals with. I think I talked to Chris Albrecht earlier, and he said he might jump in. I think he's doing his paranormal thing tonight,
Mm-hmm. In about 10 minutes.
which I always try to catch afterwards. He's got a really neat. He does. You know how he's got talking Mopars. Well, he's got talking paranormal too, and they talk all kinds of about Bigfoot and shit, and ghosts. But I called him up when I found out that I was going to be driving to go get my son. I was like, Chris, I'm going out next weekend. I'm going out to Kansas. I'm going to need you to put out about 8 hours of content so I have something to listen to on the way. Yeah, he thought that was funny.
Well, we told him 8 hours in talking Mopars.
Yeah, 8
To go
hours
out
in
there.
talking Mopars and then another 8 for the way back in talking paranormal. So I don't know. I think he kind of told me to piss off because that's a lot of work.
Well, you know what? I can just hook up our podcast to it, and we can just start.
Believe me, I wish we could do. I wish someday we'll get it figured out where we could do a live driving down the road. I want to be live driving down the road on one of my road trips and just BS with everybody. We tried it one time; it didn't work out real well.
It'll depend on your signal. You'll just have to use your cell phone signal.
Well, that's what my internet here is. It's 5G.
Yeah,
from
but
thing.
if you
That's
go
why-
through dead zones, it'll
Yeah,
if you
it'll screw
go-
up.
yeah.
I was actually looking at these. I can't remember the name of the company. I think Elon Musk was working on one too. But they're these little houses. They cost about 50 grand. But it's like a tiny house, but they could put it up in like an hour. It's all folded in on itself, and they take it out, they drop it on your foundation, and just boop, 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 boom, you got a house. I was telling her, I was like, when we retire, we're gonna get some land with a huge garage and drop this little tiny house next to it, and I'll be fine. Grant mahogany steering wheel.
Hey, Jed, this one's for you, real quick.
Yeah, I saw that. I was writing a reply in chat.
The 50s and 60s steering wheels. Yeah, I didn't. But the thing is, I don't like, and I guess people like them, but I do not like the 70s, the late 60s, 70s steering wheel. Well, actually, it was the 70s steering wheels. Mopar. They're real skinny. I know my satellite. I had that one because when we were kids, we had steering wheels. We'd be able to find steering wheels like Grants and these Superior wheels. That's where I got my love for collecting them. But I never had the money to buy a kit to put one on my car, so I always had the factory wheel. And who is that? I would like to. I see now. That's something I was looking at too. The barn dominiums. Sorry, I'm jumping all over the place talking. But that would be neat too, where they take like a metal pole barn, a huge metal pole barn, and put living quarters in it, and then you got like more garage space than living quarters.
I thought about getting some land and doing that too. As long as I was in an area that had decent internet, I'd be good.
Well, the thing is now, I don't know how good it is, but it's only going to get better. Fucking Elon sent up all those fucking satellites, and you can supposedly get internet anywhere. But I think it's like $300 a month or something to get it. It's like crazy expensive.
That'd be a little pricey.
Dean Stevenson. Oh, Dean Stevenson's want me to say aluminium.
Aluminum. We're Americans. It's aluminum, not aluminium. It's aluminum.
I was like that for the longest time, but then I actually looked how it was spelled. It's actually spelled aluminium. I don't think I've said that on video yet, though, but I will.
I'll take my part check.
I'm going to start measuring everything in meters and centimeters now, too.
So you're coming out of the closet now.
Huh?
You're coming out of the closet, is what you're saying. Measuring in metric. I'm missing something.
He's not denying it.
I miss it.
Is he still there?
Be an hour a Corvette wheel in a salvage yard. What kind of Corvette? See, I'm not really into stock wheels though, because to me, all stock steering wheels up until just modern ones are too big. They're too big and too skinny. I don't know why they made them like that, but
what's a centimeter? A really angry centipede?
Yeah.
Well, it looks like, according to chat, a lot of people would be interested in your steering wheel video.
Huh. Okay.
The steering wheels that are in I think it's the 66 Dodge pickup actually look pretty decent. One of those years, the Dodge, steering wheels actually looked really good.
Well, Jed, do you have how many of those metal flake steering? Well, you have that white one too.
4 or 5.
Can we, when I come out Friday, shoot some footage on those? Because I think I'll do the steering wheel video.
Yeah, you can take videos of them.
Okay. Can I have them all?
No.
Just give them to me? Because you don't do nothing but hide them away in your closets anyway?
They're in the parts room, actually. Not in the closet. The
You
closet where
got to bring them out of the parts room, though, because I don't think the parts room has ever been filmed, and I don't think it needs to be filmed.
Well, it might blow some people's minds. People.
People would be like, because you're going to see in this next video I put out later this week. I'm just like panning the camera around your garage, like, look at all this shit. Look at all this awesome shit.
The parts room is a shell of its former self. It used to be more spectacular, but I threw a bunch of stuff away.
These came out of it.
They did. I forgot I had 3 boxes of those.
Did you end up buying all those other boxes?
They're being, Jake's going to bring them by. 200 NOS Excel spark plugs.
And then What else? What else came out of the parts room?
Um,
I am making a video on all this stuff too because I got my friend table right here.
what
All my
cool-
stuff that I got from my friends that's going to get this car running. I have, here's what I have. I have these from Jed. Well, most of the stuff's from Jed.
Make Brian big, so he can like
Okay.
make a.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, bigger, right? Ooh, we'll look like Jabba the Hutt.
Look at that.
Oh, oh, oh. All right. Oh,
They just
I'm
don't
actually
do packaging.
cracking open the. Oh, this is when it wasn't open yet.
Look at that packaging. Why can't they do packaging like that?
Did you hear that? Probably not.
Oh, it's painful.
Don't drop it.
Yeah, I know.
Crack the porcelain.
I didn't know Excel made spark plugs.
Yep.
Hmm.
You can still get them, can't you?
They might. I don't know if they still make them or not. At least I don't know if they make them with the yellow porcelain.
This is what we need Rob Z here for.
Yeah.
We need him to come on more lives. Everybody loves him. Okay, so I have a full set of spark plugs. I've got a used I need to clean up super coil. Because I've always wanted one of these because they're awesome. And a new cap and rotor.
Those are worth the money. The Excel brand, real brass terminals, well worth the money.
And then the oil filter relocation thingy kit. Yes, yeah, that's what you call
Where's the rest of it?
it. It's all over here. It's all out of the box.
Okay.
I'm wanting to go with an all Excel because nobody does that anymore. I want to go with an all Excel ignition system. The only thing I don't have right now and probably won't by the time I get this running is the actual Excel ignition box because they make one like it's like, what is that? Something discharge. It's what MSD is.
Oh,
Capacitive, some bullshit. I don't know what they call it, but they make basically it's an Excel MSD box. Let's see, so what I'm going to use is this old. I don't know if it's the good one, but I really don't care. Tall John sent me this. And the wiring. And he curved me a distributor. And that's all going in this car.
Nice.
What else? Oh, and I got this from Jed because when I tried to order one, it's for the oil. Is that backwards? It's backwards, isn't it?
no, it's right.
No, that's right.
Okay, wow. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I got that. But I tried to order one time, and they canceled the order on it. Said it was on back order, and said they didn't know when they were getting any more, so they just canceled the order on it.
And we're still getting emails about that.
Oh, well. Let's see. Oh, and this old
Uh-oh.
used master cylinder.
From the Barracuda.
Oh, yeah, this is the one off the CUDA, isn't it?
Yep.
I'm gonna clean it up and make it work.
Yeah.
'Cause I am not. I will use old shit.
I was going to reuse it. Dad's one is like, just get a new one. So, okay. I'll buy a new one.
I will clean it up and paint it purple.
Oh. Really?
Do it.
No, I'm not
Do
gonna
it.
paint it.
Do
I may
it.
paint it silver though instead of black.
Paint it purple.
I would paint the cap purple, but the way the bar clicks over it, you'd be scratching it off all the time anyway. So
That'd be fine.
Paint it purple.
no, I'm having enough purple stuff on this car.
Who has a purple master cylinder? Nobody.
Not even me.
He's got a point.
Do you know how hard that purple paint is to find? That shit is next to impossible to find, and I still have a lot of stuff I gotta. What I'm gonna end up doing is taking a sample of it to a paint store and being like, "Make me this."
You could always do powder coat.
That's expensive.
Not if you do it yourself.
Have you seen the car? I've gotta earn shit like that. It's like I do plan on painting the car someday, but it's got to earn it. At this point, it's going to earn it. Any other cool shit? It's got enough cool shit on it. Well, the only other thing I really want for it is the Go Wing. It's a Go Wing, right?
Go Wing, yeah.
Not the Go. The Go. That was the Go, the one that went on the
71
okay.
or 70. God, can't remember now.
See, and this is what we need Ryan in here for because he knows that shit.
Yeah.
It's good to have friends. It's just, I don't know how people do this without other people help them out with shit, you know?
Well, I don't think you can. You could do it, but it wouldn't be as fun.
No, it wouldn't be nowhere near as fun. And here, you can shrink me back down now. I don't need to be the center of attention.
I was gonna say, can we make them bigger?
Make Jed the center of attention.
No.
Yes.
No, Sherry, you and I, we're tighter than that. You make William the center of attention.
I think do like you did with me. Make me center of attention. Not click on Jed.
No, don't do that, Sherry. We're tighter than that.
It doesn't work, Jed, so you're good.
I'll make it work. I'll figure it out. I know how to do it.
Tim says O'Reilly has plum crazy purple.
See, what I'm using isn't plum crazy. Let me. Oh God, make it old
It's
man.
way
noise.
better.
It is Rust-Oleum. Oh, it's lacquer. I didn't know it was lacquer. Metallic electric purple.
That's Matt.
Matte electric purple. I don't read good.
I don't either.
You want to see what it looks like? Here, I'll show you guys what it looks like.
No.
No?
Oh, do it. Do it. Do it.
That'd actually be a pretty cool way to end a video, just as long as it was over some plastic or something.
Yeah. Oh God, I gotta cover that up. I don't want Jed to see what that looks like.
Oh, that's right. I can go back through the live. I'll just I'll just rewind the live.
I can't get close enough. I don't think. See, this is where I want to hook up a second webcam. Like they say you can hook up a phone to be a wireless webcam. And then, you can change your cameras in here. If I could hook up a phone to go on Bluetooth and have it on my selfie stick, then whenever I want to show something off on the car, I just have her change the camera. And yeah, we're going to get all high tech like that soon, guys. It's going to happen.
Or being in the StreamYard, just log into a second account. And
I've tried that before,
Wasn't
but
that
I can't
kinda
ever
nice?
get it to work.
it probably have a lot of feedback. You may have problems with feedback if you did that.
I want to address this for people in chat who are curious. Mr. Dust Devil, his name is Brian, and it's spelled with a Y.
Oh God! Now you're bringing that up again. I say it
No.
once.
It was Dean.
I know. Dean never lets anybody live down anything.
I'm just letting people know. Maybe he was curious.
Try that, honey. Grab my phone right there. Oh, we probably need to throw those hamburger buns out. don't we?
Yeah.
Those have been sitting there for a month.
Yeah.
Those the
Because,
same ones from No Name?
No. They're not the ones from No Name.
Oh, and I want to announce in this live that I will be doing a live New Year's Eve. For anybody who's old like me and doesn't do shit on New Year's Eve, or just, you guys aren't old, but you'll probably be here. So,
Okay, your phone's not wanting to come on.
oh, what'd you do to it? Oh, you know what? It's probably fucking dead. Yeah, it's dead. Try on your phone. Try to join the live on your phone, but mute your mic before you join.
Okay.
Anybody trying to call me? My phone's dead. I'm sorry. I know Dennis is probably texting me all kinds of stuff. My buddy Dennis watches this, but for some reason he can't get chat to work on his phone. He watches on his phone. He can't type in chat on his phone. And he'll text me stuff like, I'll look afterwards. I'll be like, oh yeah, you answered that question for us. Oh, there's an answer.
Your
My
phone
phone
is dead.
Dennis, I know you're watching.
Your phone is legitimately dead.
New Year's Eve falls on a Saturday this year.
Yes.
So I'm going to be basically having a live New Year's Eve party. I'm not sure what time it's going to start. But I've got probably going to have my buddy Kevin over, and we are going to.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
What do you muted the microphone? Oh, you got to mute. Yeah, turn the sound down.
That's what I was doing.
Okay. Well, here. Okay, now give me your phone.
And then I'll join. I just stream.
Okay.
There you go.
Wow.
This is fucking weird.
Oh, you're not seeing it from my angle.
Oh, I'm looking at myself. How do you flip your camera around?
This is like when you give your grandpa your cell phone for the first time.
Right.
How do you lift it, Frank? Oh, look.
Oh, you're gone.
Oh, hold on. Oh, it entered the studio. It re-entered the studio. Okay. Okay. All right.
Hey, William, guess what I did?
What?
We're recording a voicemail for Brian's phone right now.
Oh God. I won't get it. Well, here, I can just turn it around.
It's
Oh,
still
there we go.
recording.
There we go. Oh, I can't show that right off the bat, though. I can show our setup.
There.
See our setup? Uh-oh.
You gotta mute it.
Honey, mute me.
It sounds kind of cool, actually. It's kind of like
Like that? Like that
Kinda
right
like
there? It's not
that
working.
goes-
Whoa.
I was gonna say you should start singing "In the Air Tonight" by Phil Collins.
Yeah.
Do the solo. Perfect.
There you go. Now we can't hear him at all.
It's perfect. Oh yeah, the shiny balls look fine.
We can't hear you. You're muted.
There.
There you go.
All right.
Whoa.
Oh, she made it super big. Okay, that works. That works.
I'm okay with the shiny. Don't look that bad.
No, you
Nice.
can't, like I said, this is like we were talking about. You don't really even notice the unshiny underneath there. I mean, maybe if you get in there and look at it, but I mean, Jesus Christ, look at the rest of the car. All right, chat, anything
Dennis.
you want to,
Dennis, you will hear it run. Don't worry.
It's going to be run soon. That's what all this stuff is.
Well, Dennis says, I want to hear it run.
Well, you're not going to hear it run right now. Hold on. There, hey, it started.
Hey, Dennis, just come over and help him and maybe he'll run sooner.
Hey, Hey, I know what we can do. Dennis wants to hear it run. That's my old engine. I have clips of it running. You want to know
That's
what it sounds
right.
like?
Okay, Ethan. Oh, I haven't even put this in a video yet.
Yeah.
Nice.
Attack. What does that look like?
Pretty pimp.
Yeah, it needs a steering column and stuff put in. So in chat, what does anybody want to see on the car now that I'm walking around? All high tech and shit.
True, Dennis. That is true.
Dennis has been seeing the car in its worst. No, Dennis, I'm not going to show the leaf spring hangers because I haven't fixed that yet.
The other thing we did discover is the guy I got the car from, my Duster, which had that 360 in it, he had it double weighted. Not only did he have a weighted flex plate, but a weighted torque converter. So it ought to run better.
Use all the weightedness. I don't think that's good.
No.
Oh, I haven't shown this off yet either. This will be in the next video, me putting this up. Oh,
Don't mind the old man.
I have a chalkboard
Yeah.
because this shop used to be a classroom. So instead of putting up a whiteboard to put everything on, I putting up a chalkboard. Side pipes. Oh, this is fun.
You know what's
Okay.
funny?
Oh, that tire's flat. I can't show that.
Dennis said not with dual quads tunnel ram.
Yeah, he hasn't heard it like that. I gotta figure out, I either gotta hook up or maybe for the first run, block these off.
You know what's
And he
hilarious
also-
to me?
He said it's backwards still.
Shush! About my backwards.
Brian, you know what's hilarious for me?
What?
That used to be my engine. Those side pipes used to be mine.
Uh-huh.
I could just go down the list.
You can. What else? What
So
else was
Jed,
this?
you pretty much helped him build this car.
Oh, I bought that
These
scoop
are
for
all-
you at the swap meet. I remember I was at the Lawrence swap meet over this year, and I'm like, "Ooh, Brian, I want this," and I sent you the picture and picked it up
Oh,
for you.
yeah, you got me the scoop, so technically the scoop used to be yours.
Yeah, I worked on your carburetors. Those float balls are off of my stuff.
Yeah,
You threw away my junky headers that I told you were junk.
they're in the scrap pile. I'm showing off the scrap pile here.
Well, don't throw the headers away because they still got some good tubes. Some.
I don't know. I may actually. I'm cutting the flanges off of those headers. Because remember what Tall John was talking about with a set of fender well headers?
Oh yeah.
I may have to try some of that out.
Find a cheap set, yeah. Keep on the eye out.
All
It's
right.
looking real good, Brian.
Take it back to everybody.
No.
Oh, there you go. Shut this one down for now.
Doug's got a good point. Have you hugged your tunnel ram today?
You can't hug it real good.
Yes, you can. You're not trying hard enough.
I caress it. Oh, I forgot to show the.
Okay, hold on, Brian.
I forgot to show the fuel pressure gauge that you can't really read unless you look really close at it. But,
Dennis has a problem.
Uh-oh. What?
He doesn't know how.
Damn it, if I was on my computer. I could bring up a picture of Dennis's race car, but I can't even. Can you still log into my Facebook?
Should be able to.
I keep getting confused on all your friends. I guess that's what it's like for like Roseman for me or Dad. His was the one that was called Twisted, right? With the engine set way back.
Yes.
Yeah.
That thing was cool. That thing was really neat. I liked how the engine was set back.
I was trying to tell him that car was on my channel. So technically, he could have entered the No Name Nationals under my name in that car.
Technically, yeah.
Okay. I'm going
And
to
we may
mute
be
you.
doing more on that car, too.
I'm getting ready to mute you for a second.
You muting me?
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like we should be quiet. William, say something funny.
Something funny.
Thank you. That's all I wanted out of my brother in that video. Wouldn't even do that.
Oh,
Brian,
I'll
as-
think of a way.
Well,
I'll
hold
think
on.
of a way to get a picture.
Hold
of this.
on. I should be able to get in on mine.
Hey, Brian,
Huh?
do you want me? Do you want everybody to see the thumbnails you asked me to make?
No. Those are going to be special for next week.
Okay.
That last surprise one that I asked you to give a black background to. You know how somebody always put somebody with a giraffe or had a thing where they were putting that in all their thumbnails.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm going to start putting that in all my thumbnails. I'm going to hide it in there.
You know I can erase the background, right? That'll be even better.
Yeah, but can you leave the words?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
am terrified now.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, you used that picture from your.
I
know.
sang the song about it twice in the last video.
I was gonna say I know what's in your thumbnail now.
I was gonna make a video for it, and whenever you said something silly, I was gonna pop it up there on. Don't worry, like I said, we're gonna be getting a lot more technical on these lives. We're gonna be doing some cool shit. I'm gonna get it to where I can fly a drone around with my GoPro attached to it.
Just go visit people with your drone.
Yeah. Man, you know what? Now that I know that works, though, if I ever did a live during the day, I could have Tom. Because Tom, my buddy Tom, who Dennis does most of his work for him, has got his shop right on the other side over here, and he's got some cool shit in there too. And I haven't made a video on his shit, but I think that would be cooler to do on a live. Oh shit! All right, I gotta get to talk amongst yourselves. I gotta go get a soda and charge this thing up. I said, talk amongst yourselves.
I don't know what to talk about.
What do you got going on?
I don't know.
Okay, Dennis said Tom's black car really nice.
Yeah, the black one. See, Tom has the black 70 Duster, 440 Duster. He's got the, well, that's going to be Dennis's, the 65, 66 Barracuda. And then there is a 70 340 4-speed Dart with a numbers matching engine over there. Or it was a 3-speed, but it's 4-speed now. When it was ordered, it was a 340 3-speed Dart bench seat with AC. It's an AC car. So the guy he didn't care about anything except going fast and being cool.
Sorry.
All right, now I'm going to go get a soda.
Dean?
William, say something. Talk about your fans or something.
Okay.
Not your
Okay.
OnlyFans, William. We don't need to know about your OnlyFans.
I was gonna ask Dean real fast. What's he mean by titanium plate?
Yeah.
I don't have a titanium plate. I just have a skin graft. I mean,
You should tell people it's a titanium plate, though.
I couldn't afford titanium. They gave me like a cardboard box from the junk drawer.
Can that camera see me all the way back here at the fridge?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh my God.
It's the beauty of wide angle.
I can't hide from anybody now.
Behind the car, we can't see you.
All right. I touch myself right here.
Dennis says, haven't run numbers on the 70 Dart, but bet it's low production car.
Okay, for my loss of words, we got thrusted right on the spot, and
Sorry.
yeah, it's kind of like my first go-to when I'm thrust on the spot is a dick joke, and it's too early for that.
Yes.
Okay, it's too early for that.
I'm honestly surprised you didn't. I'm honestly surprised you didn't say anything.
Well, I earlier I had to explain the joke that you pulled at No Name to a buddy of mine.
Mm-hmm.
He still doesn't believe me that I had like no like real part in that. It's like, no, man, I had nothing to do with that. Really, like we had an idea, but I didn't buy them.
Yeah, everybody assumed it was you, Jed.
Yeah, I know. It was perfect.
That was
Like-
what? Oh, the.
Yeah. Yes. Where'd it go?
It's too early for baby. Yeah. Oh, and I have plug wires.
They're black. I thought you had yellow.
Setting up the table to start taking parts off the table and magically thrusting them into the engine bay.
If you just take all those parts and you throw them at the car, they will
It should
self-destruct.
work. Yeah, the parts know where they got to go, right?
Yeah. So,
I got to lose this.
Oh.
Nah, fuck it. I'm too old to lose weight. I'll just be the fat guy in a little coat forever. All right. Well, what do we got going on in chat now? Who's talking?
read messages. Everybody wants me to put a quick release steering wheel on the Barracuda, and I'm just not sure how the hell to manage that.
Put the what?
Put a quick release wheel in the Barracuda.
It might help with getting in and out. It probably really helped with working under the dash. That was epic.
I was very close to just saying, "Bring me my dinner here. I'll be here forever."
I was almost in that same position when I was changing the booster on the Charger years ago. Not fun.
You know, though, Jed, there's anybody who's worked underneath the hood of a car or underneath the dash of a car has been in that exact same position that you were in. Zero of them, except for you, have had the guts to fucking film it.
Oh, I thought it'd be
Well, I
hilarious.
applaud you on
Hey,
that.
I'm still mad at you.
Why? Because I dropped the dash on you?
You dropped the dash on me and you still sped through that footage
Yeah, that's all right. I said something about it afterwards. You can see where they would when
where
the
it fell
dash
on me.
fell on it.
Dean, I really like your comment. I'm not quite sure where it came from, but I do appreciate it.
Okay, here's Dennis.
Oh boy.
You know, Dennis, they make Torque Storm makes the superchargers for those, and they make a dual supercharger setup that would fit on your 383. Yeah. Wait, Doug. Next video you see, you're gonna see fat guy in a little coat. It's pretty fucking funny, actually.
It kind of reminds me of the
No,
time
if it
when I
looked like that, I would have said it in the video, but now I'm gonna have to put text in that part of the video. That guy.
it kind of reminds me of the time I stole Anna's jacket and I tried to fit in it.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that didn't go very far.
I can only imagine.
Like when we went to San Antonio, we went to Hot Topic to buy Rammstein t-shirts, and all they had was like smalls and mediums. So I said, "Screw it, I'm buying one anyways." I got back to the motel, tried to put it on. Yeah, it went to about here.
Oh,
There.
you still weren't in it as bad as Jed was.
Well, when
I
you
was
throw
I
that-
was I was a little bit skinnier then, but still, that is not a fun position to be in, especially when there is no room under that dash.
Yeah, you get that console. Like I was gonna say, the roll cage really makes it unbearable in the Barracuda, but when you got like that console that's fragile and everything else going on, oof.
And you feel like you need an extra bend in your arm right here, and your hand to be about half size.
Yeah, I don't know if it quite translated, but I remember at one point, Dad was like, "Turn the other way," and I remember just kind of doing it or something. I mentioned the brake pedal, and I ended up jamming the brake pedal right in my neck.
Oh God! See, and people wonder why I pulled the dash out of this. I'm going to do all the wiring, just have wires hanging.
I don't even have a dash.
You don't have the metal part?
I don't have any
Oh
dashboard.
no,
It's
you
just
don't in that car.
it's just roll cage all the way across.
When you get done, you need to make like a sheet metal dash or something like that, or something.
I thought about it before I started doing all the gauges, and I quickly decided that was too much work.
That I
No.
have to say, that's the only thing I do not like about the Barracuda is the tack placement and the way it's sitting sideways.
I do that just because it bothers me.
Oh God, it bugs
I
the
don't-
shit out of me.
I don't like that either.
I like
I
how all
don't
the
like that
gauges
either.
Well, when you sit in the car, you have to sit physically in that seat, and then you will understand why I did the gauges like that for two reasons. One, it bugs people with bad OCD, and it makes me happy. And two, it's the only way you can actually see the gauges. Because if you I wanted to keep all the gauges like in eyesight, and the steering wheel covers the tack, so you got to tilt it so you can see the RPM range you're going to be in. And I
But
didn't want
you
to put
really
it up.
don't even look at the tack when you're driving. Do you
That's
really
true.
think you're going to look at that tack when you're going down the track?
No, never will. But hence, here comes back to reason number A. It bugs the shit out of you.
Oh yeah, that is almost as bad as when I look in Jezebel and see that Pentastar horn button upside down. Oh my God.
That's fantastic, isn't it?
The first time I went out there and saw that, I was like, dude, you got to have a screwdriver around here somewhere, right? I will fix that for you. I promise.
I tried to actually fix it after Tom Roseman told me he couldn't live with it. And then it's stuck. It won't move now.
Oh, I get it out of there. I get it out.
No, it's fine.
Probably end
But-
up breaking it and buying you a new one.
They're getting kind of hard to get. I got lucky with buying the one for the Barracuda. But it's chrome. I wanted the black one.
There was the one I'd really like to get is, but I've only seen it in chrome. Is the one that actually says Plymouth on it.
Oh, yeah.
Which I think all that is a little sticker on a GT horn button, because the GT horn button has a little recess. See, this is another thing I could cover in my fucking video. The GT horn button has a little dent in it, then they put the GT sticker in there, and you can basically have any sticker you want made and put in there. And it works on all the other steering wheels too.
Thank you, Chris Testa. Red line at 12 o'clock. That's NASCAR kind of stuff. That's another reason why I did the gauges like that, is it's kind of like what NASCAR guys do.
I got mine right where the rearview mirror is supposed to go because that was the coolest place I could see to mount it.
Yeah.
I guess I could have mounted it out with the other gauges out on the cowl, but I wouldn't be able to see in front of me with that. That's a big tack.
Mhm.
That's a big tack. You wouldn't be able to see your tunnel ram.
No, yeah. Why have a tunnel ram on it? I'm still curious how much of that's going to stick out when I put the hood on it.
It'll be interesting.
I'm curious. I'm curious if I'm going to need to put like 1-inch carb spacers under those carbs.
I'm curious because I need to measure my Wyant tunnel ram with my Mopar W2 because then I'll know where my engine's going to sit in my Duster.
That's going to be, I hope that you at least once or twice take the Duster out on the track once it's done.
Nope.
Because I know you're going to dyno it. I did need to just make one run, not even on slicks. It just needs to make one run. I want to see what it'll run. Why are you afraid it's going to be? You're afraid it's going to be slower than your blown big black Barracuda, or faster than your blown big black Barracuda?
No, it won't be faster.
I don't know.
According to the machinist's expectations of the engine, it's not as much as anybody else is hoping. I don't know. I'll probably take it to Mocan once or twice, but it's not my race car.
No, I
That's
understand.
my daily driver. When my Magnum finally just kills over and I'm tired of like pumping blood and money into it, I'm just going to hop in the Duster. I'm going to daily drive around on a dual quad tunnel ram W2 340.
You know that's what the satellite's for, right?
Yeah, but its wiring likes to catch on fire, and I'm happy to just let that car sit.
I guarantee Ron Francis makes a brand new wiring harness for it.
I have 2 new old stock harnesses for it in my house. I just don't want to take the car apart yet. Like you, I want to take the dash out of the car to rewire it.
I just showed in a video how no, because then you got to put you got to put a windshield in it anyway, and you have the windshield.
I do. But that means taking all that trim off, and that trim scares the crap out of me.
Oh no! I did one of my first videos was a how to remove trim video. That's one of the things I actually know how to do. It's easy. I got the tool.
It scares me still.
Dennis showed me how to do it.
You're going to make me run out of excuses on why I don't want to work on the car.
You got the wiring, you got the windshield, you know how to do it. Well, either you'll pull it out and then your dad will do all the wiring.
No,
Yeah.
it's all plug and play.
No.
It's literally
okay.
It's
Okay.
literally take junk harness, throw away, plug new one in.
Exactly.
Oh, Dennis.
Exactly.
Dennis,
It's easy.
Which side? This side. You guys see me?
We're done with the Barracuda. That's that. There you go. That's your next project.
Yes.
I need this trim.
I was aiming at Van actually.
Because mine got hurt in storage.
Dennis says go to the junkyard and practice. Jed.
Good, yeah. Hey, I wouldn't put it past. That's how he learned how to do it.
Right?
So you can watch my wiring videos on my truck to see how I did mine.
You
It
know
wasn't
that-
exactly plug and play, but
you're like, oh, I didn't need that anyway. I don't think you want to go out to Clay's and do that, but
No.
Can you guys just let me enjoy neglecting my high school car?
no.
no.
Oh, damn it. You almost made me say it, Jed. You almost made me fucking say it.
I'll tell you what. When that happens, I will more or less contemplate working on mine.
No, you got to do more than more or less contemplate.
Nope, that's all I'm giving you. That's the most you're going to get out of me.
Yes, I just need to get some money together. Okay, since everybody can see my shop, anything here anybody wants to buy? I need money.
How much for that coat?
For what coat? This one?
Yeah.
No.
More.
I can get you one, Jed.
No.
No, I want that one. He looks
He
warm.
felt this coat. I know he felt the outside of this coat. That's why he wants it. I was
As
gonna
he's-
wear the red and black one, but then I figured you'd be wearing red and black flannel, so I didn't.
I do have a red and black flannel shirt.
I know you always wear red and black flannel. I didn't want us to match when we were on video together. It would have been weird, even though you did.
You'd have been Twinkie.
It's Twinkie.
Twinkie
You'd been
jacket.
Twinkies. Yeah.
We could have
Same
each been
jacket.
holding a Twinkie. Oh, never mind. I'm a Twinkie now.
See, what's messed up is I'm actually supposed to wear red and green flannel because that is the Clan Scott colors.
Can't you get a personal flannel shirt made, a custom flannel shirt made with your
Yes.
Scott family tartan?
Yeah. Actually, I can get a kilt. I can get a suit.
I want a
You
kilt.
can.
I want a kilt.
We've got we got a piece of the tartan for you.
Oh yeah, mine was blue though, wasn't it? Yeah. No, they used to, and I think the company's still in business. If somebody wants to look it up, they're called Utila kilts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that sounds cool.
They're like made of duck cloth, like the Dickies jackets.
Yeah.
They're cool
Utility
as
kilt.
shit. I always wanted one. Because they got like hammer loops on them and stuff.
That's fucking neat.
Okay, question for all of you.
All right.
When was the last time any of you went down the track?
No Name Nationals. Sykeston,
Never.
Missouri.
Not yet.
Never. Did a lot of street racing as a kid. A lot of street racing, but I've never gone down a track.
Yeah, I've done a lot of street racing. That's been a long time. I blew up my transmission in a spectacular fashion.
What, street racing or Sykeston?
Oh, Sykeston.
Oh, okay.
No, I used to street race my satellite.
I was last night, Chris did a live. And he was talking about the 4-speed, the A whatever, because I don't ever want to put a 4-speed anything. I don't know those letters and numbers. He was wanting to talk to you about rebuilding one, Jed. He's like, oh, Jed should know about that. And I wasn't in the live. I was just in chat. And then he said something about he needs to change the tail shaft. And I almost typed, no, don't talk to Jed about tail shaft. That's a sore fucking subject. Because I don't think he knows unless he saw your videos. I don't know.
Wait, which
He
Chris?
wasn't there.
Which Chris?
Chris Albrecht.
Oh, okay.
For the 4-speed, he's wondering if he has to rebuild the 4-speed for his Roadrunner.
I would go through it if he doesn't know anything about it. I would.
That's the
The
whole
thing
thing. He
with
doesn't know anything about it. And like setting up the Hurst competition shifter
That's
and all that stuff, he said he searched all that stuff, and the only thing that really came up on it was your videos on how to do the adjustments and everything.
I wanted to do an in-depth video when Jesse went through my 18 spline, my 833, but our schedules just conflicted bad. I'm hoping when we do this rebuild, because it's going to be very in-depth, we can maybe do it then. The one thing Jesse told me about 833s that suck is all the needle bearings. You got to keep those in place. Or the roller
I just
bearings.
know when you pop that little cover up and there's actually a bunch of fucking gears in there, I'm like, that's some kind of sorcery I don't want to deal with. So I just put the cover back down, and I don't even want to try.
I do love Daniel Maynor's comment down there. That's
Yeah. Please don't work Hilton work under the dash.
That's what we need. That's what we need for No Name Nationals, guys. We were talking about members only jackets. We need kilts.
I'm good with that.
We all need to get a Utila kilt.
Mopar Man 78. Mopar Houndstooth kilt.
That would be cool. That actually would be cool. But no, I just want a black Utila kilt. And we all need to wear them one day to know. Oh, shit. Oh, well, you got to you just pull pants on underneath them when you're gonna race. You have to have long pants on when you race.
We'll just put leggings on. That won't be weird.
No.
Now you got me fucking an image in my head of William
Skin
wearing a
tone
kilt.
leggings.
No,
Skin tone leggings.
with the big furry leg warmers. Yeah, hold on. God damn it.
Good job, Brian.
And according to Ancestry.com estimates, I am 56% Scottish.
Oh, high five.
I'm blaming Jed for this one.
You know, it's only been 20 minutes since I said I'm not going to make a dick joke because it's too early.
It's still kind of early, but who cares?
Yes, Jay.
You put the image of William with a kilt and fuzzy leg warmers in my head.
That was you, sir.
No, you did that.
You
put it
created
there.
that image by yourself. I never said anything.
He put it there.
No, you can't throw.
Now
Don't.
I want to wash. I'm going to fucking take some of that 30% vinegar and just dump it in my ear to cleanse my brain.
Are you saying William wouldn't look good in a kilt with fuzzy leg warmers?
Kilts,
No, we. I still think we should wear kilts though. I'd do it.
Kilts and Duluth Underwear Club. Okay, I think Jay missed part of the live. He says, "Did you say Utilikilt?"
Yes. What the fuck? Look it up. Utilikilt. Everybody who hangs it out in our pits has to have one.
It's the only way you're allowed to enter. And if you want to buy
Wait a
one,
minute.
we'll have some at the gate.
Are you going to require John Cope?
Yes.
That's a picture I didn't want in my head again.
Now, on
John Cope with a Utilikilt and fuzzy leg warmers.
Ryan, after this last year,
Ryan wouldn't wear a kilt. He's our straight man. It used to be William, but William went to the dark side, so we had to bring Ryan in as a straight man.
right now I'm picturing
never.
doing the
Doing
worm.
the worm with a kilt.
Yeah. Sorry, Ryan, when you see this.
That's. Oh, okay. That image is in my head now.
I'll wear whatever member jacket you come up with, Brian, but I'm not wearing a kilt.
All right, fine. We can come up with a jacket.
I'm not wearing a kilt.
Bad idea. It also gets cold that time of year. It's the same time of year at night. It did kind of cold, and I don't wear underwear anyway, so
Okay, moving on now.
we don't need that.
Right.
Moving on.
Yep. Awkward.
What is Jay saying? Oh, he Googled it.
Yeah. And it's a little funky.
100. Yeah, he's a Viking. You need to come up with some good Norse fucking Viking name for your car, Jay.
I was trying to think of something. I failed.
Gunther or something.
Gunther.
Gunther.
How is Gunther Viking?
I don't know. It just popped in my head. They're German, right?
Gunther sounds German.
Or Russian. It could be Russian, couldn't it? Gunther.
I
No.
don't think it's Russian.
What
Yeah,
was
we're
the
gonna
bad guy? The bad guy. Dolph Lundgren.
Okay.
What was his character in Rocky? What was his name?
I fucking love it.
Nice,
Oh, that was good. That was good.
nice.
Yeah, okay, Gunther's German. Is it German? No, I guess not.
Ragnar.
Ragnar.
We could go with that.
There you go.
Gunther Ragnar. I'm
Nope.
so stuck on Gunther, damn it.
Mopar Man 78 says his 68 Valiant or 65 Valiant would be Valiant Thor.
Thor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hang on. How come, Brian, you get to help name Jay's car, but when we called your car the Red Rocket, you got all offended?
He's not calling his car Gunther either, is he?
You don't know.
My car's not red anymore, as you can plainly see. It's black.
I saw
It's
the
right
green
under
in
that
your
paint.
voicemail.
Factory
It's
black.
red under the
TX9
paint.
car.
A little bit of sandpaper solved that
As
problem.
far as anybody knows,
Uh-huh.
it's a factory black TX9 car. I'm gonna get a fucking fender tag. Says it.
Your fender tag will just read "not red."
Not red.
That's pretty cool. Boy's middle name is Odin.
What do we got? Latent welding. Yeah, it's what's on the inside. No, the red does on the inside of mine. That doesn't count.
God, I can't wait to sneak several cans of red spray paint in your garage and just find places on that car you'll never look.
There's still some red you can see on it in certain spots, but it'll be all right.
Could you imagine that grill painted bright lipstick red?
Oh god.
I have an idea, Jed. I'm gonna have to talk to you about.
We can do that.
If she wants me to clone a Little Red Express for her, I will not even complain.
All right, Dennis, we'll be in touch. Quickly, delete your comment. Don't let Brian see it.
What did he say? Dennis,
Nothing.
You can't be friends
I ain't
with my
saying. We're not saying.
Dennis, you can't be friends with my other friends. Dennis painted a really nice red car that I saw not too long ago that got sold. I would have left that one red.
So you're saying is if he painted your car red, you would leave it red.
Dennis does pretty good
That's
paint
what
work.
you
I
said.
think I probably would leave it red. But I'm not letting him paint it red though. He may paint the next two projects. I may have to pay him to paint the next two projects.
I like Tim Mopar's deal. Paint the starter red.
You won't know until you have to change it.
That's another thing. I did find a Dakota starter to go on this. I still got to get those headers to fit. I hope they fit because I really don't want to buy new headers. Then I got to go out to Mark's house and just make a pile of stuff I need that he's got and just say how much.
Kind of like what you did at my place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except I kind of initiated that, I think, because you're like, oh, yeah, I want a whole cell ignition system. I'm like, oh, really?
Jen, I think you'd have a hard time going out to Mark's house without making a pile.
Yeah.
I've seen this place. I've seen the pictures.
Yeah.
You'll just leave me with Mark to distract
You
him.
haven't seen all of it though.
Oh, I can imagine.
Oh my God. And I'm talking about make a pile in your pants by looking at all these fucking parts.
It takes quite a bit to do that to me anymore.
Oh man. Yeah, you do. You have been out to Roseman's.
Yeah.
That's all right. I was with you the one time. I got to go into the vault.
That vault is amazing. I got to sit there and like look at all the little shelves and all the things that are hidden.
Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. After crawling in and out of your car, after crawling in and out of the Barracuda with the cage, what do you think the chances are that you would make it in and out of his Viper with that cage on it?
Never. You'd have to cut that cage out to get me back out of that damn Viper. Thing's got like a 40-point roll cage in it.
It's
Dang.
crazy. Yeah, Dennis Mark's got 35 to 40 years of collecting, and most of it's A-body stuff.
Wow.
Mhm.
I don't have that many years of collecting. I probably got.
You don't have that many years of being alive.
It's also true.
William, you disappeared off into the darkness. I could barely see you.
Yeah, I need to cut my light up a little bit more.
There you go.
Wrong way. There it goes. A little bit too bright.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
well washed out now. It's hard
There we
getting that right balance where you don't look pale as a freaking albino, which is my problem I always run into on this damn thing. Maybe I am.
You know, that's another thing with the GoPro. It doesn't the lights in my ceiling don't wash it out as bad. Remember with the other one, the other camera, the lights wash out. Oh yeah, I need to do that too. I could do that while I'm on a live. What the hell?
Huh.
I got to measure the ceilings in this place. I want to see how high they are.
Okay, well I will answer world's best watcher's question.
Oh, I didn't see.
It's for Jed.
Oh, okay.
3 years ago, clean and clear. Went to a few checkups just to make sure it was healing fine. I can't afford to keep going back every 4 months like they'd like me to. So, should be good. I mean, if you're curious, that's what it looks like. And it's still white, like it's supposed to be. I'm good, I guess. Oh, I mean, as far as that whole thing goes, I mean, I'd rather not know if it came back. Keep living.
Hey, honey, I'm going to ask this question again. The question that gets asked just about every time we come out here. Where's the tape measure?
Do you know why I have 8 tape measures attached to my toolbox?
Well, see, Jed, if someone would learn to put their tools away,
Oh,
Who actually does that?
he's got a point, actually.
Dennis does.
or at least puts them all in the same general area.
Well, see, that's why you put about 20 tape measures in that corner and 20 in that corner and 15 in this corner, and you hardly go to this side, but let's put 10 over there.
And that's why I have a tape measure in my car.
All
You
right.
need to have about 4 because he's going to eventually type it,
Yeah.
and you'll never get it again.
All right. Oh, God. Nothing to like. This isn't going to work.
No, it is not.
It's going to fall. Oh. 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 A little bit more. Okay, about right there.
This is definitely very accurate.
Here, come here. Pull this down to the floor.
This is fantastic.
This is fucking fascinating fucking team. Or here, hold it. Probably 12 foot. Okay.
Precision.
That's not enough for what I wanted to do. Oh well.
Down to the millimeter, right?
Yep.
Yeah. To the millimeter. With my aluminium. Hey, I haven't asked yet where my vape is. I usually lose that 8 or 9 times.
Okay, here.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. I probably just should have gave it one of mine. What? Oh. Anyway,
No, that's the one I was trying to.
old man problems.
No,
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 no.
I can have that contest with this part of the tape measure. Thank you.
Okay, Dennis says more than 10 feet.
It's 12. It should be right at 12. It's not enough. I was hoping they were.
Want to know
14.
it's? I've got a tape measure next to my computer too.
Fucking A. I sit here all the time when I'm sitting here trying to measure things out. It's like an inch is like this big, right? It's like, no, it's like this.
Well, I brought you a damn machinist scale now. You don't even have to have the tape measure. All you have to do is have that machinist scale.
Yeah, I think I put that by the lathe.
Well, yeah, that's kind of where it belongs. So
I think that's where I put it.
So
First
what
joint.
drill bits do you need me to bring you next out of my huge collection of drill bits? I need about 4 empty of the indexes so I can fill them up with all the drill bits I got.
This is right. First joint on your index finger is always 1 inch. And even with my short, stubby fingers, everybody makes fun of
Not.
it.
It is not.
Measure.
He's just doing this to get me to do something stupid on the live.
Mm-hmm.
Works for me.
We're not going to talk about that.
William, it's your turn.
William, check it.
What part of the finger again?
To the
Oh,
first
geez.
joint.
To the first joint, that seam to the tip. Just the tip. Nothing more.
Just the tip.
It's an inch.
Isn't that fucked up? I don't know how to feel
Pretty
about
cool.
that.
You let it hang around, Dennis.
Women showed him that. Hey, that makes a lot of sense now.
Oh, shit. Oh, man. We didn't go pick up the engine stand and the cherry picker. And next week I'm not going to be able to either.
Nope.
God damn it. I could on Sunday. I'll have Sunday off. We may go tomorrow. I don't know. It sucks when people are giving you free shit and you don't even have time to go pick it up. My uncle's giving me an engine stand and a cherry picker, and I haven't had time to go pick it up.
Shame on you.
Is it a folding cherry picker or one of the old school?
It's actually, I think it's folding, but it's bigger. It's more heavy duty than the one I have. I have the Harbor Freight one that everybody else has, the gray one. That if you look on everybody's videos, it's modified in some way, and they're all different. I wanted to check out everybody's video who has one of these and do all the modifications to one.
I've got an AC Delco one.
Oh, you don't have the Harbor Freight one?
No, I went with AC Delco. I did not want Harbor Freight. Not when it comes to a cherry picker.
I've never had a problem picking up anything with it.
Well, it's the holding power. I've heard of the Harbor Freight ones seeping down over time. I haven't heard anything about the AC Delco ones leaking down over time.
Mine never has.
Not that you would keep it up in the air, but
I put in and pulled out
You pull
the
out.
big Ford V10s with mine.
Missed that.
Those are big, heavy, nasty fucking motors that don't make no power and spit spark plugs out for no reason.
I don't think you heard you did.
I don't think you heard me either.
I try to ignore it sometimes.
Ow. I thought we were friends, Brian.
We are, but you say fucked up shit sometimes, Jed.
I'm still friends with you, Jed.
Thank you, Sherry. But it was the perfect
You
time.
gotta ignore the fucked upness sometimes.
Well, I'll say this to William. So you went with AC Delco. AC Delco is also General Motors, more or less. It's what they use.
Well,
And
yeah.
what are General Motors good known for doing? Leaking.
Changing motors, yeah.
I don't know. It's probably I've seen other people use those AC Delco ones and have no issues.
I don't even
I
know.
fold-
That's I'm pretty sure the one I'm getting folds up. I'm not 100% sure. And if it don't fold up, it's going to be kind of a pain in the ass. But
Well, I don't doubt that they're nice. It's just at the time I had the money, and the one at the O'Reilly's was 2 minutes from the house versus 15 or 20 minutes from the house with traffic. And I hate traffic.
I know the engine stand I'm getting from my uncle is pretty heavy duty, and that's what I needed was a good heavy duty engine stand.
Now,
And then the one Macon got from this guy with this 350 here is pretty nice. I'm gonna see if he'll let me buy it off of him whenever he's done.
the engine stand I have is a Harbor Freight stand, but all the hardware has been changed to grade 8 hardware or better.
That's the way to do it.
I actually bought it used off this other Craigslist or Marketplace.
And I will say, if you put a complete 440 on the cheaper engine stand from Harbor Freight, it does tend to sag quite a bit. It gets a little scary. Mine got a little scary with this small block on it for me, so I'm always looking for better.
I'll attest to mine having a 383 on it for over a year, and it never really sagged. I had the heads on it, and it was basically intake to oil pan.
That is true, Dennis. There's a lot of stuff that's made in the same place with just different stickers on it,
That's true in a paint job.
like cams, and they just put them in different boxes and lifters and bunch
I
of
used to
shit
work.
like that.
I used to work for an auto parts warehouse in quality control department. Yeah, a lot of Delphi sensors. Yeah, they're just cheap China stuff.
I was gonna say, the Jake's parts washer, it looks a lot like the one at Harbor Freight.
Just
It's
painted
probably
yellow.
one.
It's just yellow.
I want the big one from Jegs. Jegs has got that big fucking parts washer, and I don't even think I've seen that at Harbor Freight.
I've never seen the 30-gallon one there.
I think I'd like to get the big one. That and the damn gantry crane I keep talking about.
Yeah.
Jegs had a sale on it, and it was like $500. You saved like $200 on it. I really wanted it because I don't know if I've told everybody, but the big gantry crane. If you walk into Harbor Freight and go back where their engine stands and everything are, it's the big fucking A-frame looking thing that goes over it.
Yeah.
I always told my dad I want that, and he's like, "What would you do with it?" And I always think, and I'm like, "Well, if I do her truck, I could pull her truck bed off with it. That'd be really good use for it. Pulling motors when I do, but when you're not using it, what I want to do with it is make a like a porch swing, that you sit on, the porch swings. It's like a little swing couch. I want to make one and put on there. Because I have a welder and I can get metal and I can bend shit.
So you want to turn it into a porch swing?
Yeah, for when I'm not using it for other stuff.
But when you need it for other stuff, have legs that you can fold down and then set it on the ground and then use it for whatever you need.
Well, the thing is, it's fucking 10 feet tall. It's a 10-foot tall, basically A-frame. It's made for pulling motors and stuff. What is Dennis saying?
That's interesting. Rapid transit.
Huh. What we got here?
There was a warn sticker underneath his Badlands deal, which is Michael has one of those Badlands, the big bad winch they have at Harbor Freight, and that thing is a monster. It's fucking well worth the money.
I like your brother's trailer. That's a monster of a trailer.
It's too bad it's only 14,000 pounds rated.
Only 14,000. You can haul 3 Jezebels on that.
If they would fit.
Yeah. That's what I've been thinking about. Is I've got all these fucking projects and going to things like the No Name Nationals. I got to pick one to go. I just want a big, long fucking trailer to haul like 4 cars. Say fuck it, bring them all.
That's kind of where I'm at. Flip a coin. What car are we taking? People
I'm
always
pretty
want me to
much
bring
set
the
in-
car.
Well, if everything works out with No Name, I know what car of yours should be there.
As long as I don't blow it up.
I'm pretty much set in stone with the vehicle I'm taking.
Unless you had somebody drive the Dart. Yeah, okay, William, you know who Dennis is. Dennis is the guy that you were talking to when you got the Dart.
Okay.
Mark is the one you got the Dart from. You've been out there.
Okay.
Remember, didn't I showed you
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
the mountain of parts inside his giant shed?
Oh,
inside
yeah.
the giant building? Yeah.
Went through that entire pile, never found. I think it was a passenger side
Headlight.
headlight trim.
Yeah, but that's like looking at a needle in a haystack.
I still have an extra one from buying a pair of them on eBay.
Oh. Okay, that's nice.
Hi, Jeff.
Jeff, holy shit!
Jeff needs to get into Discord so he can get the link. I'm not big on putting the link up in the chat.
Dennis said a month later they found several, William.
I don't doubt it. When you needed it, you're not going to find it. When you don't need it, you find all of them. It's all good though.
Let's see.
Car's definitely doing good, really good now.
There it is.
Yeah, you're almost to the point where where the only thing you're going to need to do is your paint and body work, right?
Nearly, yeah. But I mean, if he hasn't seen my channel or anything, then I basically saved the motor with rebuilding or cleaning out all of the lifters because all the lifters were stuck. They were not pumping at all. I saved that. It had a miss because the brake booster was leaking. Changed the brake booster. I've got 2.5-inch X pipe dual exhaust all the way out the back now, so it sounds really nice. Pulled the motor out, repainted it, changed all the gaskets, and so the motor's looking nice. I've got some of the aftermarket direct connection chrome valve covers on it, and chrome unsilenced air cleaner on it.
Yeah, you didn't really do any hot rod stuff to that car. You're kind of leaving it.
No,
alone.
it's just a driver.
Yeah.
It's a
I
driver.
told him I'd let him borrow my W2 heads.
If I change the heads, I'm not taking them off.
I want to put.
I'm not taking them back off if I put them on there.
God damn it! I wish I'd win the lottery and be able to do shit like that. Have your own engine dyno and just like that. Oh, what would happen if you put stock W2 heads on a stock 318 and just fucking sent it on the dyno?
I think they called it almost 100 horsepower bolt on. That's what my buddy David always said. I don't know if there's any truth to that.
Seems like a little much. I could see.
That's a lot. But those
I could
heads
see
are-
half that. I could see half that, but 100
Oh, there's a
horsepower.
lot. Well, those heads outflow like X heads by a mile. What does AAR stand for? That's too easy, man.
Yeah, easy. Jed, what does it stand for?
What's it stand for?
I don't know.
I think it's like
I'll be honest, I have no
or something
idea.
like that. Or
Jose
American.
J says All American Racers.
Yeah.
Okay. American racing.
Well, it depends also on what
AMR.
Dennis, it
All
also depends on which variant of W2 because there's several variants. The W2s I have are the ones that most guys seek after because they have the tiny combustion chamber and they have the revised ports and they have the exhaust stanchions that keep the ports from cracking, and they're dual pattern. Also depends on push rods. There's a bunch of stuff that goes into W2 heads. Of course, when you port them out,
buy a set of heads. You can't just buy them and slap them on them.
no. I had Mark hog the everything out so we could run 3/8 push rods because they're set up for 5/16, and I'm not doing that.
God, I'm curious about that motor. That's one of the things on your channel that I'm waiting for. Two things on your channel that I'm waiting for. And one of them I'm probably going to wait till you probably won't do it till I'm dead. One of them is that fucking 340, and then the other one's the satellite. But that satellite, I'll be dead before you drive that thing again.
I don't know.
No
It's
more
great.
crawler.
I would like to do more with the crawler.
I'm waiting
I
on
really-
more crawler videos.
I love the crawler. I think it's cool. Anna wants
You
me to.
should make a separate channel for crawler stuff. Your dad's. I mean, it's not that hard to fucking just whip up another fucking channel. You always say you want a channel with less subscribers. Well, there you go.
Yeah, but then I would just forget about the Scott Speed Shop and I would just focus on it.
Yeah. Hey, Dennis, I also changed the intake to a Edelbrock Performer, and got a 600 Edelbrock carburetor on it.
Oh, well, there, you did some hot rod stuff to it. Then I thought you were just leaving it 2-barrel.
No, just one of the things I wanted to do to it immediately was change the 2-barrel to a 4-barrel, and do the dual exhaust. But that's it.
Hey,
Dennis, I thought you were going to run that dual quad intake on that Barracuda. He's the one's getting that 65 Barracuda. 60. What year is that? I keep forgetting. But yeah, he's got a fresh. Two something, 283. I always get the twos wrong.
Dennis, I think Jed would agree with you on that.
what?
It's a
Oh,
65.
Great,
65.
great.
Okay.
No, the great choice on intake.
Except
Except for the carb.
The carburetor, except for the carburetor. Hey, the 600 Edelbrock that's on there ran like a dream on my 1970 pickup with the big block, so I knew it would run like a dream on the 318, and so far it is. I haven't had any issues with it so far.
I keep trying to talk my my friend Kevin into putting the Holly on his 460, but
Wait, Dennis has a 273 and a 65 Barracuda.
yes.
Does he have headers for said car?
The car has a 340 in it now with headers on it. I think he was just going to run factory exhaust.
You gotta say there's a set of the Spitfire shorty headers that guy Harold in Arkansas used to make them, and they fit beautifully in an early A body, and they're way better in the manifolds. They seal up real good. They're $300 on Marketplace. I've already messaged the guy. They're still there. That's a screaming deal for those.
I'm wondering what carburetors to put because he's got that 273, and I think he said in here that he's going to run the dual quad. It's got a dual quad intake for it. I just don't know what carburetors came out on that.
Well, if it's a 65 273, that would be a D6B, I think, or a D4B. I can't remember what the dual quad designation is for it, but they have that funky intake pattern at 65 and earlier. Unless the heads have been changed, then it'll run 66 and newer. But then you got to work with the 273 style ports on the heads, unless the heads have been. Well, you said 340 engine in the car.
Well, he's got the three that 340 that I keep talking about wanting to get if I had the money is what's in the car right now.
Okay,
Well,
it's not
he's going to take that out. The 340 and the 4-speed's coming out, and Dennis is putting the 273 and an automatic in it.
okay.
273 and a 904 in it. Because I think that's what it had factory was 273 and a 904 automatic.
Yeah, it's all it needs.
Yeah, he's going to turn it into a driver. And the thing is, one side of this whole car has been taken down to bare metal. And you can see that there's no rust in this car. It's pretty amazing car. Yeah, that 340 said the guy said that it ran in the 10s. It's just hard to fucking believe people. I mean, it sounds rowdy as shit. And Tom said he had it running and he drove it. He got on it real hard, and it sounded like the pinion snubber was going to come up through the fucking floor whenever he romped on it. So he just took it back. He was like, "No, I don't want to break this," so he just took it back.
Remember, you and we did the calculations with Tall John on the Barracuda with guessing weight and horsepower, and calculated for saying cars were going to run a 1022 at 134 mile an hour, and that's a little freaking scary if it weighs what we were guessing.
Yeah, but what kind of horsepower you think that
I'm not 100% with Tall John at 500. I don't think it's making near that. I don't know. I'm going to hook the boost gauge up tomorrow when I do all the lights, and we'll see how much boost it's making. We'll finally know. We'll find out.
Everybody says it's not hard to get 500 out of a 440. Just naturally aspirated. And yeah, you put higher compression pistons in it, but what you're doing is taking up the place of the higher compression pistons. You're making your own compression with the big fucking. What is that at the bottom of my screen? I see it coming up every once in a while. It must be something.
I don't know.
I've been seeing it too. It's just a little glitch in the video.
Does it? Okay, have you noticed if it doesn't go over the top of the dust devil garage, it's behind it, right? Because now I'm going to sit here and try to watch for it, and it ain't going to happen. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. My luck, I'm going to find out I've been running 10 PSI to that damn thing. There it was.
I didn't see it, though. Damn it. I know. I would love to get that motor. I really would. I would. The only thing I don't like, and it would be my luck that something's going to happen and I'm going to end up with that motor because it's painted red. I mean, red as shit. And I'll end up with that too.
It's destined, Brian. It's red.
If I had that motor, though, I probably would swap this one out and this motor would go with her truck.
Well, yeah.
That'd probably be a good place for it.
Well, the guy got
where it's at. I'm sure it's not anything weak.
the guy I got the Duster from said it was running in 12s.
Yeah. That's kind of where I'm expecting to be, is high to mid 12s in this car the way it is right now.
I need to weigh the Barracuda, and that'll be that obstacle out, and then figure out what it runs mile an hour, and that'll be kind of a good idea. See what it's making for power.
Now, when you weigh it, do you weigh it full of fuel and you in the car?
Yeah, that'll be how I weigh it.
Okay.
I think we were talking about probably just taking it down to the weigh station on the car trailer, because it's either you take the truck and trailer down there, weigh that, and then go back, get the car, and then weigh it all as a unit, then subtract the weights, or we just take the car trailer down there with the car, unload it off the trailer, drive it across the weigh station, and put it back on the trailer and take it home.
We weighed Tom's old race car. That's how we did it. Ain't nobody gonna give you shit.
Well, see, I gotta drive a little bit of a fair distance to get to the weigh station.
Doesn't that Pilot have a scale?
Well, see, that's where I'd be going to the cat scales at the Love's truck stop outside of town.
Yeah.
Or is that Pilot or Love's right outside of here?
Love's.
It's Love's.
Love's, okay.
And that's enough of a drive that I'm a little freaked out because you understand if I get pulled over, it's game over. Car gets impounded.
Yeah, but I'm just saying nobody do the thing is one thing is when you're at that gas station, you're on private property. So you don't have to so the only way you get in any trouble unloading the car and driving it up on the scale would be as if somebody at the gas station complained.
Oh, I was talking about if we drove it there.
Oh no, I wouldn't drive it there.
Yeah, no. Yeah, if we just unloaded off the trailer and then ran it across there, no, we'd be fine. Because we're not
Okay,
driving on public roads.
Dennis, what does your car run? Because World's Best said I ran low 10s, 134. Oh, and Jeff, the 340 and 4-speeds coming out of his car that my buddy Tom has, Dennis is getting the car and he just wants it to be a driver. And my buddy Tom basically bought this car for the motor because he wanted to resell it, the motor and transmission. It's a whole thing. People do that shit. Yeah,
Primarily
the 340
Tom.
and 4-speed and everything is for sale.
Okay.
Dennis, have you ever had your car on a dyno to see what the wheel horsepower is? I know you're not a dyno guy. You don't really believe in them, but
Who are we talking to? Who are you talking to?
Dennis.
Oh,
No, he hasn't.
No, okay. Because yeah, the 1022. That's what I thought that car ran. Somewhere low 10.
I got to get tea, so I was going to leave you guys with this.
With what? What do you got? Where'd that come from?
NOS never been used.
Nice.
Where did you get that set? Tell me after you get tea.
Huh?
Did you just get that?
No, I've had these. These have been sitting back here for the past like 5 minutes.
All right, because I saw a set on Marketplace.
So I'm just going to, just
There. Dennis said his dyno is the strip.
Well, are you putting another motor together for that car, Dennis, or are you just gonna try to run next season the way it is? I know we got to do some fuel line work to it. I don't know if you've done that yet, but I got a shop here. I can clear an area out. You just bring it out. We'll do the fuel line.
New combo next year.
Oh. So I got to do a video on your car now. Because I know one thing I really want to. Okay, what are you looking at?
I thought I heard
Oh.
the only person pulling in would be.
We got sex box.
Oh God, not again.
Yes, sex box. I don't think we have. Is Aaron or
Aaron's not in here.
Aaron's not in here? What about I forgot his name. Oh my God, who's on something lives? I've got 2 moderators. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh, that fixed it.
Okay, fuel line's done. Not fuel pump yet.
Oh, okay.
And I got rid of her, Dennis.
But no, the one thing I'm wanting to do is I know Dennis, you might be interested in that too down at Mocan. It's going to be like it's supposed to be scheduled for like the first weekend in April. I want that's going to probably be the first place I run this car, and then I just want to run the shit out of it anywhere I can until no name. But I'm probably going to go to the if they do the Mopar Blast here in St. Louis, it'll probably be there again just because it's close.
No. Say hi to people.
Mocan Dragway,
Hi, Pepper.
they do a Mopars Invade Mocan, usually the first weekend in April.
Except when it rains every year.
And then,
Right.
and then they reschedule it for the next weekend, right?
Pretty much, and then it rains that weekend, and they keep pushing it back.
Oh, well, I'll be all right with that. I honestly will.
I would like to gauge the room real fast because when I left, I was thinking about the Barracuda. And Joy, before I hopped in this, I was talking to one of my friends who won't name him. But I mentioned, the shit about the Barracuda going, I don't think it's going to go that fast. But he said at those speeds, at over 100 mile an hour, my doors are going to physically fly off my car because there's no structure left to them.
Okay, did you ask this person why fiberglass doors don't just go flying off?
Well, I brought up another friend's race car that's gutted just about as bad as mine. I was like, well, what about his doors? He's going a hell of a lot faster than I think I ever will. Well, it's because his car's built better.
How does he know how how does anybody who hasn't been there and physically seen your car know how it's built?
Well, he just sees the cabinet hinges and the fact that there's no structure left in the doors or in the inner fenders, and they're not held on with stock hinges.
And does he think that car has never gone down the track before?
I don't think he
In
believes it.
its entire life?
I don't think he believes me when I tell him that I have the screenshots of a guy telling me stories, and he literally he tells the whole he basically describes the car in and out, because that was his very first time ever running against a car, and the car was running mid 11 low 12s in the 80s with a big block. Yeah, that car was no slouch back in the 80s. I mean, that doesn't sound fast today, but
What is it? What did it run?
mid 11s, low 12s in the 80s.
Well, in the 80s, that was fast.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even now that's fast, but it's not like fast.
It's just so easy for these guys with a little bit of money to get a car in the fucking tens now that the tens seems like it's slow, and it's fucking not. 90% of the people out there who have never been in a car that runs 13s don't realize what a fast car is. I've had some cars that I thought were fast, but I know they probably weren't even close to a 13-second.
I need to refill on my drink, so I will be back in a minute.
All right, now we can talk bad about William while he's gone.
Oh, your son wants in the Discord. I guess I never invited him. I feel bad.
Oh yeah, I talked to him the other day.
I gotta remember how to do this.
Today, actually, I talked to him today
Mhm.
about getting in the Discord.
There. He has an invite. Now we're all good with that.
Now we just need Jeff to
Jeff's in.
actually. Huh?
Jeff joined.
Oh, did he? Too
Yeah,
bad,
he's in our
Jeff.
Discord. Yeah.
Well, then why is he not in here then? He just doesn't. People just don't like me. I see how it is.
You're right. I need to get out of here.
Yeah.
But no, it was. Oh, we got Andy. Welcome, Andy. Andy, here's a great question for you. You're kind of a drag racer, sort of, and you kind of know engines and stuff. Do you think my Barracuda, say if we do hit, 1022 in a miracle, and it goes 132 mile an hour down the quarter mile, are my doors going to fly off? I'm trying to. I'm sitting here.
Though, it would make a hell of a video if they did.
It's true. Well, see, I'm just trying to visualize this. So, yeah, there's a bunch of gaps and stuff, but literally the wind is going to travel through the car. It's going to pass through where there would normally be kind of a firewall in between the front fender and the door because it's all open there. And it's going to shoot through that. I think the thing that's most in danger is the back glass because the wind is going to try and escape out the back of that because they can't push the doors. I'm having a hard time visualizing this.
Well, Jeff, I thought you said you never slept. What are you doing in bed?
That's a good point. Why does Jeff even have a bed?
Yeah.
I can add bungee cords. I'm not above that. I mean, I invented daisy chain out of zip ties.
Yeah, zip ties. Yeah, the zip ties are gonna hold the door closed anyway. But
Except for the other day when I flung the door open, the zip ties did break.
you know, when you were talking about that in the video and you said this is the most amazing, only thing I could think is you didn't cut the tails off those zip ties.
I said I would. Clearly, you didn't watch the whole thing through because I said I will snip those later.
Yeah, while you were explaining it, you hadn't said that yet, and that was the first thing that popped into my head is you didn't cut the tails on those zip ties. I didn't cut the tails on the zip ties that's holding my camera, my GoPro to my tripod right now either. But
Yeah, Jed did clip the tails last weekend.
oh, okay. Zip ties are great, but I think every YouTuber out there needs to invest in a good pack of zip ties, just so they can mount their cameras on shit. I don't care if you're doing cooking, YouTube, or ASMR, whatever. You need fucking zip ties. Okay, what's Dennis got to say there?
Actually, it tried to
Put it
push
up
with.
there.
Okay. There.
Windshield and at the top side of the windows.
Luckily, all the windows will kind of give. So
But what I think he's saying is that it'll actually push in everything where your friend is saying it would push out, it's actually pushing in.
I mean, that's how they race the car. Literally, I found a freaking cabinet hinge that was brass.
Well, I did give you a good set of hinges too.
They're a little big. I figured out a way to make your hinges work. I just don't want to put any more holes in the car.
Oh, come on.
I kind of like the car. But no, your hinges are safe back because they will go on there someday.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing too. Before the doors fly off of it, unless you brace all that Lexan is going to go before the doors fly off of it anyway.
As Dennis says, all his windows except the doors are plastic.
Yeah, his car also has power windows in it. His race car has power windows, so he's high class. Dennis is a high class race car guy. He also does the thing you don't like, Jed.
What?
He's got a big Wile E. Coyote in the back of his race car.
I saw that. I'm not a big fan of that.
I know, but so many people do it. I think it's funny.
Yeah, I know. My buddy Ron does that.
Anytime I see one, I try to get it on camera just so you can see it because I know you love it so.
My buddy Ron, I'm pretty sure that's why he bought the giant Roadrunner plushie. I have a little Roadrunner plushie I bought at like a garage sale for Dad. I might put it in the satellite just because it's not even a Roadrunner.
You almost made me say it again, Jed.
So are you saying I should just talk about my 73 all night?
No,
Yes.
don't, because you're gonna make me slip and give shit away on my car.
Well, you
Stop.
can't blame me for it.
There's the back bumper that's going to go on the special project sitting right there.
Dennis.
Or Roadrunner. Oh, and Taz. I thought you had a big. Oh no, the Wile E. Coyote's on the hood, painted on the big hood scoop.
See, even with everybody in here who's vouching for the door staying shut, it still wouldn't matter. I can't win an argument with this guy. I want to talk about 71 to 4B bodies. I think they're fantastic cars.
They are
Yeah.
fantastic cars. They are my favorites, actually.
And you know what sucks is in 71
Holy
they had,
shit!
whoa.
Hey,
Fun.
Hey!
You know
Killer.
what sucks is in 71.
what's up, man?
Out in the house.
What's happening?
I don't know.
How long you been watching?
Just for a few minutes. I'm trying to get stuff figured out here.
You didn't see all the stuff that I got from Jed, did you?
No.
How long has it been since you've seen a box of these?
I almost said what? Crayolas? Yeah, that's been a little while.
Brand new, never been used. They're going in this.
In the knuckle.
Yep, and your distributor's going in there too.
Killer.
You got an Excel cap and rotor to go on your distributor. So there ain't gonna be any red under the hood at all.
Oh, come on now.
Until-
Because you knew you were coming on here because you're wearing a red shirt.
I didn't even think of that. I guess I could change the color. I got to turn the heater off to do it, though. The blue's got to be better for you, right?
So how's Tall John doing?
I'm good. Good. Had to run the kid around a little bit to parties and stuff that he's going to.
How old is
Everybody-
he now?
He's 12.
Oh, okay. He ain't hit teenager stage yet.
Yeah, he ain't there yet. Next year.
Yeah.
And then he's getting so, I mean, he's only 12. And the other day, when do I get my permit? Dude, you got a few weeks to go. Calm down. You'll be all right. So, anyway. So, what's going on?
Not much. We're just talking car
Not much.
stuff. People
Okay.
saying that Jed's doors are going to fly off when he goes down the track. And
What's this Dean saying that said your doors would fall off?
I think he's
no,
trolling you.
it wasn't Tall John that said that. It's another guy.
It's a
And what
guy
I
who
know who it is.
Oh, I know. I'm not going to say the name, but I know I could say it.
don't worry, he doesn't know
Okay.
how to watch a live.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, I was right on who it is.
I think I know who it is too.
Yeah,
The top
Never
one
met
I
him-
went
never-
through.
never met him before, but I hear he's close.
he is close to you.
Yeah.
I rebuilt the Edelbrock today, Tall John, and this
Oh, you
is
did?
the this is what the inside of the carburetor looked like.
Ooh.
It was nasty.
It's a little crusty. Looks like sewage in there.
Would you believe that all the jets came out?
Good.
All of them. I was
Now-
very happy.
John, how many racetracks do you got that are local to you? I know there's a couple in the Nashville area.
Well, as far as drag racing or
yeah.
yeah,
right.
I mean, we got, Bristol's about 3.5, 4 hours away, something like that. But there's Nashville Speedway, which used to be called Union Hill. That's not Nashville. It's called Music City. Bowling Green's an hour away. Hardensburg's maybe 2 hours away.
Well, I was just wondering if anything up in your area, if they have any besides like Bowling Green. I know they have the Mo Party. I was just wondering if anything up around there ever does like a Mopar event, like where they have people bring Mopars out. I'm looking for an excuse to come see you, is what it is.
Well, we need to figure all that out for sure, but I don't know. I don't know of a particular event that they're doing. There is a cruise in night where it's a Mopar deal that's local.
That'd be cool.
I think they call them Mid South Mopars or something like that.
Oh, okay. I've heard of them. Well, I have plates on this. I could cruise it.
I don't have anything with plates that can cruise right now. Wait, no, I have the Dart. I have a Dart.
You could cruise your Magnum. It's a Mopar.
That would
Yeah.
be so lame. All I could do is play thumpy tunes. That's all I could do.
We're trying, Tall John, to get to we're plotting to start talking to you about coming out to Mocan in April.
Oh, it just depends on time. I'll go. I just gotta, like we don't even know what the racing schedule is yet. It's supposed to be announced in the next couple of weeks. Once I get that figured out, I can start putting things in place better.
Well, I don't mean to put pressure on Tall John, but for anybody in the chat who's a regular viewer of mine, we're not starting the 340 build until it comes back to Kansas.
Now that's going to happen as soon as I can get her done. It's probably going to be after the first of the year, but we got so many things. We got the big bus show coming up next weekend. We got all kinds of family in and out, all kinds of crazy stuff going on the next few weeks.
Oh yeah, the holidays are like, it's like me. I don't know how I'm gonna have time to work on this because next weekend I got to drive back out to Kansas.
Yeah, we got one for Thanksgiving. I think we had 16 people over here, and 10 of them were spending the night. It was crazy.
That's too many.
I don't do holidays. I don't really celebrate anything, so I just Christmas Day, you know where you'll find me.
Well, I hope I can do the same thing. It's not me.
Well, you have a little one.
Well, and he knows how I feel. I honestly don't care about the holiday stuff a whole lot.
Well, you got to make it special for him, so that way he doesn't grow up to be a complete Scrooge like the rest of us.
He already is a Scrooge. He gets it already. I told him. I always tell him, or I told him like I think he was maybe 3 years old. Just really starting to figure things out as far as talking is concerned and all that. I told him flat out. I said, don't be alarmed when you find out that Santa Claus is some jerk that somebody made up, basically. I can't remember exactly how I said it, but I spelled him out. I said, Santa Claus ain't no Mopar man either. So
Said Santa Claus drives a Chevy.
I don't know what he's.
Or Ford.
I'll just put it this way, without trying to get too religious, right? Is Satan is the father of the lie? Why are we teaching kids lies right during the most important holiday about Jesus? So, and according to the Bible, God drove a Mopar.
What?
It's in the Bible. It is in the Bible. Have you never heard God in his fury? Hey, Mopar
Nice.
Man, 78.
Dennis.
So anyway, I don't know. It's not necessarily all that. It's,
Yes, Dennis. Santa's not real. We're sorry to break it to you.
now,
I don't know,
Santa-
Brian. You keep growing that beard.
Yeah, I got this part of the Santa ready.
And you just cut your beard.
Yeah, I did. I trimmed my head. That was getting on.
Be careful where you're rubbing, Brian. You were getting close to something else.
I can't even see that anymore. I didn't know he's down there. So
You mean you're like me, no helicopter?
yeah, no. Maybe like those trees that put off the little helicopter seeds. Maybe one of them. That'd be as close as I could do a helicopter.
Yeah.
Ah.
I don't know how I'd ever get that accomplished, to be quite honest.
So you've been able to work on anything but buses lately?
No, a little bit of some carburetor stuff I did. I mean, I've been busy doing just, there has been a little bit of bus stuff. We got this bus show thing that comes up every year. And this year, and it's probably because of COVID, the buses are running late this year. Normally they're done by now, but we got the bus leaving out next week. We got 2 or 3 runs before January. Easy ones, little weekend runs. But anyway, there's a lot more, normally it's parked. So there is some work there, but it's just this year's busy with this bus show deal. It's called Christmas for Kids. And there's a group of people got together and they get all the bus companies to donate their buses for a couple of days. And what they do is they go to the school, figure out what kids need help. They use, they get the counselors and the principals involved, and they get they match the kids up with the chaperone, and they pick them up on a bus at school, on a tour bus, and then they take them to Walmart. They give them like $175 to spend. They give them a jacket and a backpack and all kinds of stuff, and then they feed them dinner, and try to give them a little bit better holiday or something like that. So
That sounds cool.
That is
and
cool.
so what they do, like what's coming up next, not this Monday, but next Monday, all the buses show up to a Walmart, they corral them, and then they put different stars in them, and then you pay $5, you get to go in to see the buses. And we've had there's been last year, gosh, I can't think of the guy's name. I like the guy too. Who's the guy that does that song? Just getting old. Things getting old.
Down with the sickness. Dragula.
It's a whiskey song.
I gotta say this while you're thinking. I was on Facebook with Anna this morning, and I saw someone who did a big display on like their garage with all the lights, and they did Rob Zombie's Dragula, and you could see like the song playing on his garage door, and it had all the lights that interchanged with it. And I was like, "That's what I'm gonna do for Christmas." And he goes, "That's for Halloween." Exactly.
Chris Stapleton's who I'm trying to think of. He was out there last year.
Oh,
38 Special's been out there a few times. The producer Jimmy Bowen, he's out there. He'd probably be out there this year. Mo Pitney, if you've heard of him, he's super cool. I like going to talk with him. He's super easy to hang with. A couple of guys that do the monster trucks, they come out there and they hang on a bus. So you pay your $5, you go to any one of the buses, you get up on the bus, you get your signatures, you get your pictures with them. And then they donate the money towards the Christmas for Kids so that they can take the kids shopping.
that'd be cool.
That
And then-
sounds amazing.
Yeah, then the next day they go pick the kids up and they take them shopping the next day. So that's coming up not this weekend, but the following weekend.
Oh, good. I did say you the right crap.
Yeah, I just need to get the O-ring for it.
I gave you the brand new one. It should. Oh wait, that was the wrong one. That was the other side.
Yeah, I'll see an O-ring.
So
Yeah.
explain. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, go ahead, John.
Well, I was just going to say, explain to me how your doors are getting blown off. What was that about?
So I told my buddy about those calculations you and I and Brian ran in Discord the other night, where the car could potentially run, say, a 1022 at 134 mile an hour
Yeah.
if it makes 500 horsepower and it weighs, say, 2,700 pounds.
Yeah.
So I told one of my buddies about this, you supposedly was a drag racer. I don't know. He seems to know what he's talking about most of the time. And he said, well, doesn't that scare you? And I was like, why? Well, I mean, yeah, it kind of scares me. It's kind of sketchy, but what's so scary? And he started telling me that the doors are going to fly off because there's no structure to them. and that my hinges aren't going to hold up, and my latch system is good, but it's not good enough, and those doors are literally going to be ripped off the car because of the wind is being pulled in where there's no structure, so it's going to like pressurize the cabin, it's going to blow the doors off, and my hinges are going to fail. And I was like, well, what about Daniel Barber's car or anybody else's race car that has no structure and it's, you know, yeah, lots of questions.
Well, I'll just say this: out at Bakersfield, Mesa Marin, I'd hit 156 miles an hour, something in that range, and it's a full fiberglass body, and there's no inner structure in there. There's a couple of half-inch square tubing pieces and some pop rivets holding the fiberglass on. And and the door was separate from the quarter panel. It wasn't just one full body. You climbed through the window, but the door didn't swing open, but it was held on by pop rivets. So I don't know. I mean, it's I don't think so.
Well, we also mentioned this in our Discord. We didn't talk about it in a live, but he also told me those doors are dangerous because they're just sheet metal. And it'd be safer if I had a fiberglass door or a full weight door. And I was like, how's a fiberglass? Like, if say you're on the drag strip and you get in a side impact, would you rather have a fiberglass door protecting you or the door skin? And in reality, that's kind of what the cage is there for. But he was saying some shit like, if the fiberglass gets struck, it's just going to self-destruct and not going to hurt you. Because obviously fiberglass that's, say quarter inch thick isn't going to be like shards of glass flying at you. But if the door gets struck, it's going to turn into like little freaking shrapnel pieces and hunt you down and kill you.
So, geez, seriously. You know why we use a scatter shield on a manual transmission? Because when the pieces fly off, that chunk of steel grabs that stuff and it stretches all over the place. And that's what your door's going to do too. You ever seen these guys take a sledgehammer to a car for fun? You pay $5 and wear yourself out with it.
Yeah.
You don't beat holes in it with a sledgehammer. You beat dents into it. So how's it going to turn into shards unless you froze it first with nitrogen or something,
Maybe that's what he's saying. Maybe.
How many side impacts are you going to get in on a drag strip?
That was my other thing. It's not a roundy round car.
It's just, I don't know. I think anything is possible, including walking down the street and have a penny come off of a big building and smack you in the head. So
Sure.
why worry? I mean, I'm not going to walk around worrying about the 12-year-old kid who stole his mom's car and took it to the drag strip and bumped into mine. It just ain't happening every day. That's like waiting for the next airplane to crash.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think the engine's making 500 horsepower, but you make a lot of good points, John. And tomorrow we'll find out what kind of boost it's really making because I'm going to hook the gauge up finally.
Yeah.
But I've also been saying that for how long?
I think I'm gonna head out, fellas. I've almost passed out a couple of times now.
All right, we'll see you later.
Well,
I'm tired.
before you leave,
Uh-huh.
did you get the carburetor put back together?
Oh yeah, it's already back together. I put it through my ultrasonic cleaner. I actually got a video coming out on it tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
It's
And-
already back together. I want the main gasket between the two halves tore, and so I'm gonna have to get another gasket for that. But everything else is good.
Cool. So you're getting ready.
And re-lubricated with some 3-in-1 oil and basically ready to go.
Nice.
But we'll see you.
Have a good
See you
one.
later, William.
Oh, God, it threw me up
Been on
there.
camera? Yeah, okay, cool.
Nice.
I'm just messing around cleaning some stuff up.
It is just darker in this corner. That's so sucky. Fine, I'll
Hey.
move back over to this side.
Don't you drip on me. Wait, was I looking up right? I can't see. So what is Dean up to these days? We haven't hung out in so long. It's been like kind of forgot everybody.
Well, you've been gone.
It's been
He's
busy.
kind of new. I think
No.
he's from
Hey,
Australia.
Tim's in here. Yeah, Tim, you got the right song, Tennessee Whiskey. Somebody else mentioned it too. I should have, had some sort of a free sticker or something.
That'd been a good idea.
A free sticker.
Wait, what was that?
So when are we going to get Tall John Spun Shop stickers?
Oh, I don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon.
We need
Oh.
like the Mr. Norm's, like the tune, like Dino Tune by Mr. Norm, but tuned by Tall John.
Tuned by Tall John. Tuned by Tall John Spun Shop.
I picked this up the other day when I was at O'Reilly's. I always, I'll walk in there, buy a whole bunch of stuff, and grab a couple of Holly parts. And so I got me, it's a 30cc. But I cracked up when I saw it was made by Edelbrock.
That is funny.
I didn't even notice that when I picked it up.
It's almost like foreshadowing.
Yeah, check that out, baby.
I got one of the little ones. Don't make me break out the sticker collection. Are you gonna
Mine are
check?
all over here on the window
And on my computer.
and on her computer.
Tall John, don't do this.
I got some Hoosier stickers I could bring out.
Hey, I'm gonna do this, man.
God dang it! How dare you?
Is this just stickers or is this cool stuff? Oh, what is that one? Where did that come from? Is that the new direct connection stuff?
No, this is really old. That a buddy of mine gave me like 3 of them. It's a decal actually, so you can put it on the window.
Oh, does it go like on the inside of the window? Is it like sticky
Yeah.
on the inside? Yeah.
Everybody, you know you have stickers when it thuds.
Don't you wish you could trade each one of those for $100 bill?
Actually, yes. I stole most of these from a dead guy.
That's
I didn't
not-
think he needed his sticker collection anymore. And when we bought out his hoard, we said anything car related.
Eat your hearts out.
Hey, that looks familiar.
Yeah.
I think we've got one of those.
What?
Scott Sweet Shop.
Oh, yeah.
Let me
I have my Dust Devil ones, but they're in the truck. I got a little pouch, and they're in the truck. Ain't that dumb?
you know what? How much is a racing sticker worth on a race car?
How many horsepower? I think 10.
Good God, we could make the Barracuda like lift off in orbit.
Are you kidding me? Them things are so heavy it'd slow it down.
Yeah.
Look how
I got
many
some
you
of
got there.
these back when competition cans was actually cool.
Yeah.
I miss those.
I wonder if they box camshafts wrong too. I'm sure they have.
Considering that the Lunati cams are in the same plant as Comp, yes. Let's see, Comp, Edelbrock, and Edelbrock manifold, frame, center line. Of course, the obligatory if you're a Mopar guy.
I don't have
Oh,
one of those.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. I got a few of those in the garage. I like them things.
Let's see. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I found more of my stickers.
Oh, is that how you're making that thing weigh so much?
Yeah.
Nice.
I just like the picture.
Nice.
Man,
Hey,
started
what
that.
were the pictures you were gonna make with the Hemi?
Huh?
The motor. You had that picture of your motor. You're talking about making shirts and stickers.
Oh, yeah, someday. I'd like to get stickers done with the Hemi. I got a shitload of these. These are apparently worth money.
Yeah. Yeah. If it's old school, it is. That one looks like it's old school.
Yeah, they barely stick anymore. Actually, half these stickers I have to glue on. Oh. I don't know who would be bold enough to run a sticker that huge.
Well, come on, Brian. You got to show us stickers, or you got to show us something cool. Anyhow, even if you're
All
working
I
on.
got is a Hoosier sticker.
Well, I want to see it.
Well, I gotta find it.
Well, don't argue. Just go get it.
Okay, well, here, while you're doing that, I'm going to show my computer.
Yeah, you just show the back of your computer.
Oh, wait.
I don't think it's gonna work.
No, I'm going to have to spin it.
Yeah, now.
No, don't you even. That's not fair.
I'd get up off the chair.
That's not fair, Tall John. Wait. Oh, wait. Wait.
Nice.
But mine's empty.
Oh, yeah. I got them.
Those are expensive.
Hey,
I don't know where my stickers went.
this picture's not in good shape anymore, but proof that the doors don't fly off at Bakersfield.
You can't convince him. Don't even try.
Actually, I lied. That's Saugus Speedway.
Oh. What was this? Oh, Performance Specialties, Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Hey, here's the first race car getting sideways on the inside, passing the lap car.
Ooh, I better put
You
these
got
in.
enough charge to hook it up again and do the walk around thing? Tall John was here for the first walk around. I'll do another walk around when Tall John's here.
Oh, sweet.
I forgot some of these. Oh, the good days.
Yeah.
Rock 103, Memphis. I don't know why.
William probably listens to that once in a while.
National Street Association.
I don't have stickers, but do you need a belt?
We can't complete that.
That came in the stuff that my uncle gave me.
Ooh, Brian needs that one.
Grant, I got a sticker somewhere. Oh,
Hold on.
Oh, is this the walk around camera?
yeah.
What is that transmission?
There.
We don't talk about that transmission, Tall John.
That looks very GM-ish.
Well, yeah, but which way am I facing this? Is this right?
It's facing.
Okay. Yeah, that's my buddy's 400 turbo. 10 bolt, 12 bolt rear end, a couple of Oldsmobile motors. I got some aliens hanging out here. But this is what it looks like with the new
Uh-oh. Where'd the sound go?
It done disappeared. Oh, that thing's looking sweet.
after that it floats.
I didn't sell Brian floats. I just sold him the bowls.
And then we can get the look from the inside of the car again.
I like it.
Most excellent.
Got my monster tack. Where's that? There it is.
Ooh.
What else? I haven't done any more to the dash yet.
It looks blue.
It does look.
It looks blue.
Does it look blue? It looks purple through the phone.
It's kind of a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Bunch of
I got big signs that I had to take down.
I love them both.
And Remember what Jed said the other night about a chalkboard?
Yeah.
Chalkboard I gotta hang to.
Yeah. Chalkboard's definitely more classy than a whiteboard. That's for sure.
Well, it's because this used to be a classroom.
Bring it back to its roots.
Oh shit! I got to put that on the Barracuda somewhere. Yep.
Well, oh, I couldn't show this before.
Oh yeah.
Whole bunch of hardware.
Yeah. Well,
Nice.
it was all he just totally got out of building cars.
Nice.
All that.
That comes in handy so often.
Oh yeah.
Now there's a nice tranny.
God, I didn't ever want to hear that.
Well, that's because you actually blew a tranny.
I did.
Little boy blew. He needed the money.
I blew it real good. I was thinking of you, Tall John.
I'm not a tranny. I will be for you though.
Oh
You need a hose clamp?
my God.
Look at him. Needs something that are about 8 inches in diameter.
That's my favorite picture right there.
Of the tire.
I still love that picture you took of it outside that you posted.
Yeah.
That is such a bitchin' looking picture.
I don't know if you heard about that. Go ahead and make it down to normal again. I'm going to walk around. I was on, well, I wasn't on there, but I was watching. Let's see. Yeah, here you go. You're back of her head again. Oh, I was watching. John Wilburn had a live. Oh, here we go. And Steve Mignante. He was doing an interview with Steve Mignante, and they were talking about how TV was kind of going away and YouTube was taking over, and how they only build like the high end cars. So I sent John a picture, that picture of my car sitting outside, and I was like, yeah, they don't build this on TV. And John Wilbur held it up to the thing, and Steve Mignante goes, "Oh, that's cool." I was like, "Steve
Nice.
Mignante said my car was cool."
Nice. Yeah, Mopar man, you nailed that one. Andrew Dice. Hey, do you know that Andrew Dice Clay was in a MASH episode?
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
What?
a MASH episode.
Oh, I'm too young for MASH.
Well, it doesn't matter. Nobody's too. Jacob likes MASH.
I'm too young for it.
He
I'm
was.
gonna mute us for a minute. I gotta turn my heater on. I'm getting cold.
Okay, I'm gonna
Down. I'm getting overheated.
show this sticker. Anybody who knows what this is, you can be my friend in real life. Dudism.
Dudism.
Yeah. If I have to explain it, I'll explain it.
You're so far. I gotta guess that those are the kind of stickers we used to see on people that weren't religious.
You've seen The Big Lebowski, right?
Yeah.
There's a legit religion dedicated to it. I have a certificate hung up on my wall. I am an ordained minister or an ordained priest. I can legally marry people under the Church of the Latter-day Dudes. You know, one of those courses you take online where you just sign your name and make sure you're a real person. I can legally marry people with that. That's going on the Barracuda. Along with reflective strips, so I can't get in trouble.
They're so shiny.
They are shiny. Okay. Yeah, seriously. Anybody needs a sticker, don't call me. They're not for sale. Oh, God, it fell over again.
A sticker. Hey, I got something. What's this?
Oh, you serious?
Brian,
Yeah, it's this, right?
it's for measuring this.
God, I'm actually trying to think what the thing actually does. I know it's a dial indicator. Is that for? That's not for testing valve springs, is it?
No,
No. Which one is that?
it's for rod bolt stretch.
Oh, that's rod bolt stretch. Okay.
Yeah, when you're torquing rod bolts. Why doesn't it stop?
I'm not above asking if I don't actually know.
Neither am I.
I also want to make sure.
It's tough to learn when you act like you know everything.
I would like to be the guy who knows absolutely everything, but I'm not that YouTube channel.
I think I'd be bored because I'm busy trying to figure out something new all the time. And if I knew it already, I'd have to move on to something else. And although maybe I could somehow figure out a way to make more money than I make, I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet.
Hey. I'll be right back. I had a malfunction.
I remember that too, Dean. You had a malfunction? What do you got there? Okay.
Dad said that was too dirty to clean out and reuse.
I'd probably reuse it. They still sell kits for them.
Oh, we just bought a new one. We went the millennial route with the master cylinder. Just throw it out, replace it.
The millennial. Yeah,
I'm
Dean,
a millennial. I'll admit it.
what's that, Jed?
Oh, I'm a millennial. I will happily admit it.
You're not a brand X. What year does X and Z and all that happen?
I think I'm technically at the later portion of the millennials because technically my brother and sister are millennials. See, there's a bunch of like if you go and look at those generational deals, they're all over the place. Some of them start here, some start here. And it's just like whoever wrote it was like, I don't want to be a part of that generation. So he moves it a couple years ahead. Look this up.
Look for that song on YouTube called Millennials. It's freaking hilarious.
Oh God, I can only imagine.
It's a parody on a Beatles song.
It's like my niece Mariah, she is 10 years younger than me and she's a Gen Z. She just turned 20. She's 9 years younger.
Gen Z.
Yeah, they're the scary ones.
Honestly, I think millennials are the last of the generation that still has the ability to figure things out.
Yeah, because when
After
smartphones came out, when these came out, well, my very first phone was about third grade, and it was it wasn't even a flip phone yet. It was like those Nokia phones, those big bricks. The Brookings Institution defines the millennial generation as people born from 1981 to 1996, and the Gallup Federal Reserve Board, American Psychological Association, CBS, and ABC Australia considered 1980 to 1994, which is Generation Y, millennial.
Okay.
So I am part of the last generation of millennials, last of it.
What's the last year of the boomers?
That's like 60,
64?
62, 64, something like that, because Dad was born in 60, and he's always claimed that he was one of the last of the boomers.
Yeah.
Let me look
See,
it
I
up.
was always told I was one of the last of the boomers, and I was 63.
Yeah, you would definitely be on that tail end. This one will be interesting. Let's see. This chart says boomers. Okay, it says there's 2 generations of boomers on this. Boomer 1 was 54 to 40 or 46 to 54. Boomer 2 was 55 to 64.
Okay. Well, I'm boomer too.
Yeah, so is Dad. Dad is a boomer too.
Dennis says I'm older than your dad, Jed.
Well, Dad is 60. He'll be 62 in December. I don't know if I'd brag about that.
Yeah, you know I don't know. It's almost like feeling sorry for ourselves anymore. You know, seeing what's happening. Our generation, I think, is when I think about it, is some of the best ever because of the inventions and how things are going. You know, things are changing for the better, but just not enough good was done because we weren't able to push it far enough out there to make it so new people couldn't accidentally shit on themselves.
Dennis, you're not that much older than Dad. So when you write, I'm older than him, or you're older than someone, typically I think like 7, 8 years. I don't think 2.
Yeah, when you say 2, that's remember how it was in school. I'm 12 years old. I'm 13. We were talking about this the other day. Remember, I don't know if you did this when you're in school, but I had a few of these arguments. You know, I'll kick your butt. Well, if you kick my butt, I'll get my brother and he'll kick your butt. Well, my dad's bigger than your brother and he'll come and kick your brother's butt. Next thing you know, well, my dad knows the president.
I had a whole scheme in elementary school that my dad, because he used to be pretty good football player in high school. I had this scheme that he went to college to play football and he turned down playing for the Kansas City Chiefs so he could be a family man. And I had myself convinced of it. And then I figured out I told myself a lie.
Yeah, you tell it long enough, pretty soon you believe it.
Yep.
There's a problem with that knowledge. It's not applied. That's the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge is something you learn, and wisdom's applied knowledge. And they're not applying it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the term woke.
Okay.
And that's just ridiculous as heck right there.
I'll tell you what, since we're kind of on the subject of generations and stuff, and people hate millennials, and they, of course, hate the next generation, the Gen Z people, the Zoomers, as they are tagged. My niece, Mariah, I just mentioned her. She just turned 20. I don't want to get political or anything, but she is that typical. She's got brightly colored hair, very, very much into, well, I'm different from you, and I'm proud of it. That type, God, there's no way to get into this without getting into a political debate almost. She's basically extremely liberal, and we're not. We're on the opposite end of that spectrum. But I was very proud of her today because she has been working her butt off, and she wanted to go buy a newer model car. She doesn't want anything old. She just wants something that's A to B transportation. So we drove her to Kansas City to go look at a car, this 2019 Ford Fusion. And she test drove it, did real good. She had all her finances in order. She had killer credit, and she still chose to walk away because she wanted to think about it and make sure she could afford it, make it all work. I was pretty proud of that.
Yeah, that's using her noodle.
Yeah. I mean,
Dean says, I love millennials, but I'm just too gay for them.
What?
Yeah. So let's see. So Mopar Man, he said you graduated in 97 and you're 43. So that makes you, I think that's a Z.
No, Z is the newest.
Yeah, Z's newer. So that makes you millennial.
Millennial, you're right on that verge of being a
Millennial was 80 or 81.
yeah. So that puts him on the verge of being a Gen X or a millennial, right on
Yeah.
that verge.
Yeah. So I'm going to say X. I'm going to say Gen X because I think that's too. Yeah, exactly. Gen X. X. Mopar man. X.
Did Brian really just paint that master cylinder?
Just he is.
That's kind of like how I painted my other one. I just flogged it with paint and just left the drips.
It's so shiny.
It was nice and black.
I think everybody probably has a subscription to this channel, but you know that mymopar.com?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I thought I knew how a dual master cylinder worked. I mean, honestly, knew how it worked until about 5 years ago when I ran into that channel and watched the Mopar tech video on dual master cylinders in 1968 or 9 or whenever they came out. And then it explained it, and I'm looking at it going, holy cow, how stupid is that? It's totally obvious after you see it. It completely explains why they bleed the way they do, too. You know, when you're bleeding them out and air bubbles coming up.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I watched that.
I think it's kind of crazy, what you know and what you don't know and when you find out. Shoot, I think it's maybe 5-6 years ago I figured out that when you get a tube of silicone sealer and you unscrew the cap and you flip it over and poke the hole in it, I always used to go get a little screwdriver and jab a hole in it.
Oh no, yeah, it's got the little
Yeah, got the little poker thing in it. And I don't know, one day I saw some guy flip it over. I'm like, well, don't screw on that way. And he goes, I don't want it to screw on. And he squirts it out. And I'm going, oh, dummy me.
Unless you have the big cocking tube. If you don't have like the gun it's in,
The big cock. You're talking about the big cock.
the big cock,
I don't know much
get
about that big cock.
and you get it to squirt out the sealant, the glue.
Jed,
Yeah,
why'd you give me that master cylinder? Ain't a goddamn thing wrong with this master cylinder.
because Dad wanted me to get a new one.
What do you guys think about that color on there?
I think it was fine black. Hey, you're the one who's all about painting big objects black.
I am not. I'm
If you
about-
left it, if you left it red, it wouldn't,
It wasn't red. It was never red. Oh,
It's a
this-
good color. It's
Look
all
at that
aluminium.
That's the same color as that motor over there.
big glue, big.
I got a trivia question for chat and people involved here. Excluding 360, how many small block Chrysler timing chain covers did they make?
Oh,
Besides
boy.
also minus Magnum.
Oh, minus Magnum.
Minus Magnum.
So we're talking like 273 to 340. How many in total did they make? How many different variations are there?
2, isn't it?
I'm going to say there are two main ones, but I think there's three. I've seen at least a third one.
There's 3.
There's three.
So 273 actually has its own timing cover. The early ones, they had a metal bolt-on timing tab. They didn't have it. They didn't
Oh,
have the
that's
timing
right.
marks cast in the cover.
Yep. You're right. Exactly.
And then the most common one we know has the timing marks on the driver's side.
Driver's side.
Yes.
And for a short, brief stint, I think it's like 68, 69, passenger side.
Yep. And the water inlet coming from the radiator was reversed on those.
Yeah, because it used the cast iron water pump off a 273.
Yeah.
So I was digging, trying to find a timing cover for my 340 because I know I had a couple left over. and I found one, and it's a 273 one. Doesn't have timing marks on it. I was like, shit, what am I gonna do? I got timing marks on this thing. So I went digging, and I knew I had one in the house somewhere. Some one I had stashed away that was special. And this is also something my buddy I was talking about earlier said didn't exist. I pulled it out, and it's a passenger side timing cover. So my 340 is now going to get that with a cast iron water pump, and I'm going to dress it 100% as a 69 era motor, turquoise and all.
Nice.
With, and God, I hope the timing marks line up. If not, I'm going to have to get timing tape. That jewel I bought off eBay.
Ah, good one.
So this thing had unfortunately been dropped, and it was damaged on the outside, just on the shell. So I chucked this thing in the lathe, cleaned it up, and polished the outside of it. So now it's not scarred up anymore.
Nice.
This thing's freaking heavy.
Yeah. You know, when I was doing the roundy round, I took my dampener and I cut the metal off the outside, you know, where it's attached by rubber, just hacked it off there and got rid of it, and then kind of made a rigged up timing tab and used it figuring, you know, the reducing rotating mass.
Yeah.
It's like getting a lighter crankshaft or an aluminum flywheel or something. And only to figure out later that one you have in your hand, which is probably a good, probably 10, I don't know what, 6 pounds heavier than the factory one, would have added a good 8-9 horsepower. And you know, it's just kind of weird how that, you know, what you think is logic, and then when you figure out how it all works, you're going, oh, okay. It's crazy because, you know, valve float goes away when you put a harmonic dampener on. Not all of it, but if you have it, there's a good chance if you change the dampener, it'll go away. And, you know, how does that have anything to do with a valve, you know?
I guess it has something to do with the harmonics of the engine. If I had to guess. That's all I can do is guess.
Yeah, it sends it up through the timing chain and into the cam and destabilizes the valve train.
Yeah.
Now,
And
what
the
about the band timing cover? Is the band timing cover different? Because
No, it still has the timing tab.
okay.
It still has it driver's side. They
That's
still
what
do.
Dennis was saying.
Yeah, but like the 440, the transmission that was on your 440,
Yeah.
it had the hole in it, and you know, and you timed it through the hole. They still had the timing tabs on them.
Okay.
You just didn't use them. You timed it off the bell housing on the transmission.
Yeah, it was impossible to get your eye down in there. I do have a bolt-on tab that came on those later, somewhere in the middle, like around, I want to say 75 till probably 79 or 80. They put a metal tab that bolted onto the cover, and you got this magnetic pickup thing that you stuck down into that hole, and they put a big notch on the dampener, and that thing would sense that notch going by and show your timing on something like an oscilloscope.
Oh.
And I doubt anybody's got that piece of equipment around anymore, but
No, but I've seen those. My dad was telling me about how that was something, you know, big and new back when he was doing all
Yeah.
that.
Yep. I never ever used one before. I've seen them on a bunch of cars. They were out.
He said he didn't either. None of the shops he worked at would put out the money for the actual scope. So he just he said he just had time them the right way. He said.
Have you seen that oscilloscope I have in my garage?
That big. I'd like to get something like that.
It has that timing thing on it.
Oh.
I'll probably show it someday in a video. I want to get it. I want to do, put a car and run it and show it on a video or something someday. But you know, that thing's useless anymore.
Yeah, but it's still cool to have, though. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, the scope itself is actually not useless, but that timing piece I'm talking about, that
Yeah.
magnetic pickup thing, that's useless.
I did a trivia thing when Brian and Sherry were out at my place. I held up a chunk of aluminum, and it's a flying magnet pickup from Chrysler for their crank trigger setup for the dual distributors in the 70s.
Yeah.
And I was educating the chat there that Chrysler basically invented what we consider modern day ignition systems with crank trigger.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else did it before, but it'd be hard to believe.
Chrysler's electronics were amazing. Like, you know, what year was it? 59, 58 when they did that fuel injected car?
Oh yeah.
And they were completely unsuccessful. But then there's one of the guys that owns one of the cars that still has the injection. He bought the car and it had the dual quad carbureted Hemi in it. But it had the injection sitting in the trunk still. And the routine was it went back, they put the dual quads on and they took the injection away. But for some reason, they'd thrown it in the trunk of the car and he went and purchased it and it was there. So he happened to be an electronics engineer. So he put it all back on and he made it work. And he noticed when he would drive under high tension wires, it would screw up. And that's the problem that they were having with the system. And so he got to looking at it, and they were capacitors and things that were leaking. And you remember, in the old days with the AM radio, you would drive under power lines and your radio go when you went under it. That interference would mess with that injection system. So he changed the electronics around on the Chrysler computer so that it could not pick up that interference. And he says the car gets 20-something miles a gallon and runs really good.
I think wasn't that on a video or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. It was really cool.
Yeah, and so the electronics themselves were sold to Bosch, and then Bosch used them on, I want to say, Volkswagens, and they used that system in there, and it was electronically fuel injected. The Chevy stuff was all mechanically injected.
Now, what was the lean burn supposed to do? Was that just for emissions?
Yeah, it was all emissions.
It didn't have any
computer controlled. You and me couldn't get in there and mess with it. And that's what they wanted. Because we would take, as the lean burn came on, the carburetors, they would start plugging up the idle mixture screws, so you couldn't mess with them. Well, I'd get the carburetor and I'd drill a little hole and a punch and knock the thing out and adjust the carburetor and make it work perfect again. And so they started. At first, they put stickers saying you have to have the screws turned to this limit. Then they made the screws so they only could turn out so far. They put a stop on it, so you turned it out and it would get blocked. You couldn't get it too rich. Well, even then, people figured out how to fix that. So the lean burn eliminated all that stuff and kept control. It was like an early, if you go to the mountains, you're jetted right. If you go to the beach, you're still jetted right. Kind of like an early version of that. Computer controlled ignition timing, computer controlled air bleeds on the carburetors. And it meant exactly that. It meant, lean burn. Lean was clean.
Well, that's like I found out when I had my first Dakota. I bought it not running. I ended up having to buy a computer box for it. But that box controls the timing. You can take that distributor and turn it like this, and it don't matter.
Yeah. The lean burns, they still had a pickup in the distributor, so you could change the ignition timing. And you had to, I can't remember exactly, but you had to unplug a wire. Then you set your timing to something like 10 degrees. Then you plugged the wire in, and then the computer took over after that. Or it had a vacuum line you pulled off, or there was something you had to do. And all you basically, once you set that, it knew the timing was at 10, and then it would advance it when it was, thought it was necessary or whatever. I never did. everybody hates them. I personally think that they were pretty decent. I worked on a bunch of them, and I always had success with them. They always worked good. So I don't really know. I know that as time went on, like now you can't find replacement parts for them. So that part sucks.
For what, the lead bird stuff?
The lean burn, like the computers and stuff. And the computer was attached to the air cleaner, and it was set up so that the air coming into the air cleaner had to pass by it to keep it cool, to cool the electronic parts. And you had a vacuum line and transducer on the side of it. And well, if you left that off, it ran like crap. But I never really had any problem with them. I diagnosed several of them and got them working good.
It's like I always wanted to try just for a driver because I've owned a bunch of those square body Dakotas, and I only had the one that needed the computer. But those things run good and they run forever.
Yeah.
I was really wondering how hard it would be to transplant that into something old, like the whole fuel injection, everything into something. I would trust that before I trust like a Holly Sniper or something like that,
Yeah. Yeah, that's still, I guess they've made some big improvements the last few years on that Sniper, but it still ain't. They still don't have it good, real good. See, Dean's obviously got some experience with these things too. See, ELB went through 3 generations of compensation systems. You can still tune them. The pop mix box is dead easy to fix. It was just a few basic match sensor lines. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I don't know what the emission requirements and stuff are in Australia. He's from Australia, I'm pretty sure. Dean.
New Zealand.
Oh, New Zealand.
Don't mix those two up.
Yeah, to us, I was getting ready to say to us Americans, same shit, but no, no.
That's like calling an AMC guy a Mopar guy. Don't ever do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, don't ever make the mistake of going to a big car show and there being a guy with a perfectly restored AMC anything. Just don't talk to that guy.
Yeah.
Unless you really want to know every nut and bolt of an AMC, don't talk to that guy because he will tell you the whole story.
Mm-hmm.
AMC guys are like some of the truest diehard car guys you'll ever meet.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool.
They know every little thing about every little car that was ever made by AMC, which is not a bad thing.
I think there are advantages to AMC that you don't get with Chevys and Fords. And so I get the loyalty.
Well, they were the little
I
guys.
want a 79 AMX. If Dennis is here, he's going to hate me for saying that.
I think he's still here.
But my friend Tom had one. I had friends. I actually owned one. It sat in my backyard forever. I never got it. I never got it going. But I think those 79 AMXs are cool as shit. Those
I do too.
had
The
that
Eagle version.
yeah, they had that big flame AMX thing on the hood, and I thought they were cool as hell.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, I kind of call them like they're the toilet paper or stepchild version. They were meant to sell cars, and they, you wiped your butt and threw them away with them.
Yeah, well,
I
I
think
think the biggest engine you could get in one was all the AMXs had the 304 in it, which it ain't a powerful motor by any means, but I'm
You know
sure
the nice thing about an AMC? That 304 is the same size dimensionally as a 401.
yeah. So you drop a 401 in there and nobody'd ever know the difference. Dennis, actually, the one that Tom had, I wish I had pictures of it to show you guys.
I've got pictures.
Oh, I hate that, Dennis. Don't you dare ever say that.
AMC use all manufacturers' parts and motors.
Yeah.
No.
Go ahead and throw it if you got that picture of that AMX, because Dennis actually did most of the body work on this
Let me
car,
just
and
go
it
in.
came out fucking beautiful.
Facebook.
I know a lot of AMX cars came with Motorcraft carburetors, and I can't remember, they had GM alternators and Chrysler transmissions, and
The transmission they used was their case with Chrysler guts.
yeah,
Depending on what era you're from, they used a Ford starter, which who's to say Ford actually created that starter? No one says that. The alternators are General Motors in style, but they are not the same in the slightest. The engines, there is not a part on that engine that comes from another make. It's a
Yeah,
completely AMC engine.
yeah.
That they had their own rear ends too.
Well, I know because we had to get parts from the steering column, and it was all Chevy stuff on the steering column. But that's all right, because companies have been doing that forever.
So the 290 is the Generation 1 V8, and the 304 is its later counterpart. It is a slight deck height difference. We're not talking about much. Where it's less than a 383 versus a 440. And the bolt heads on the threaded holes in the deck surface for the heads to bolt down to is a different size between the two generations. And the intake pattern is slightly different, but it's nothing you can't adapt. They make a special stud to put the later heads on, the dogleg heads on the earlier motors to get a little better flow out of them. Adapter studs, and then the intakes, you can buy them either way, and you just slot the hole and they work.
Just go to my profile. I know there's pictures of it on there.
You know what you sound like, Jed?
An AMC guy.
One of them crazy AMC guys.
Go down. I want to show that there's a different picture.
AMC uses the same diameter lifter, and they are technically interchangeable. The AMC lifter is a little bit taller.
Now,
I got very well versed in AMC with my 68.
present.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Mopar Man just said,
Great.
Mm-hmm.
or something like that.
Yeah.
And they go to
When-
Microsoft Edge tab. And Facebook.
The AMC didn't have smaller big block. It was just their V8.
Now go back to StreamYard
So I can,
and there, add the stream. That car was freaking beautiful.
Yeah, those are cool.
And I know when my buddy Tom got it, it had rust holes and shit in it. Well, Dennis here is the guy that did the body work on this car. And that body was laser straight when he was done with it. He did an excellent job on that car, especially since you can't buy any patch panels for it. He had to make everything for it.
Jeff Dunham's got a collection of AMCs.
Yeah.
Oh, does
That thing is cool.
Dennis said, neat car.
I'm sure he remembers it. I think it was one of those he begged Tom not to buy.
Is that dry already?
Pretty much. Dry enough.
I'm pretty sure Dad just took the cap off of that, and it was full of crap, and he said, "Just get a new one."
It had a little bit of rust in the fluid in this front reservoir.
That was it.
Yeah, that was it. And like I said, it came out with the fluid. The back reservoir looks like a brand new.
Well, all the brake lines on the car were basically brand new. In fact, I didn't change only but one brake line, I think. They were all basically brand new. All the rubber was in fantastic shape. It's like they had just redone that whole car. And then someone...
Well, brake fluid will actually mix with water, right?
Yeah, it will a little bit.
What's wrong with that? Huh?
Yeah, it absorbs water, so it'll mix a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently Dennis told Tom to leave it sit right where it was.
I'm going to listen a lot. I think that car. Now I don't know how much money he had in that car. He had a lot of money in that car, but that was one that I'm glad he didn't listen because I helped Tom put that car. That's when I first started hanging out with Tom. I helped him put that one together.
Yep.
That was a neat car.
At his old house.
Yep. Now, some of the other ones that Dennis has told him to not touch, yeah. We drove out to somewhere in Indiana, and this guy had a big block Duster. And I mean, it was a nice looking car. But the frame rails, right where the A-frame is bolted on, was all rusted out there. Dennis was afraid to turn the wheels on it because he thought they was all going to pop off and break. You would have to put new frame rails on the front of that car. So basically, and what had happened is the guy bought the car and then found out it had that, so he tried to pass his fucking on to somebody else. And I'm sure
Yeah,
somebody gave him 10 grand for that car and didn't even look at that.
Dennis says, no, I wouldn't have.
You're gonna do it. Sherry, I'm putting a picture in Discord. I think this put up in the live.
Okay.
Just for Tall John.
You know, John, that little bitty car.
Oh, yeah.
You think those are light? That little car weighed 3,000 pounds with nobody in it.
Pretty heavy.
Okay, here, you know the best way to do that? Click on the picture. Okay, now it says open original. Go to open original. And then do the same thing with the Microsoft Edge tab that you just did with that other one.
Tall John needs this in his life right now.
Oh, you're being mean to Tall John.
He's going to make me wait until next year to put this engine together. God dang it. I forgot he's in our Discord.
Right?
I still think those air cleaners look better on there than
The frying pans?
look cool.
You're going to make me wait to put that together, aren't you? I can't promise nothing. I can't promise I'll wait.
You gotta wait because I gotta be there too. We gotta do the three guy hangout thing again. I had more fun on that weekend than I had that whole summer.
It was a blast, man. I just watched all three of our videos just a couple of weeks ago, or a week ago or so.
I just wish I had something cool out there because when you guys all lined those cars up, your truck, Jezebel, and Dad's van, and took that one picture. Remember when we went out to eat?
Yeah.
That picture was
Yeah.
cool as shit. Made me want to have something there.
All right. I will be back.
Where you gotta go pee?
No, I need to get me a coffee.
Oh, okay.
Do you need anything?
No, I'm good. If I need to put anything up in Discord, I'll just go over there and do it.
Utility kilts.
Utility kills. What do you say? Oh, Dennis said the decals on that AMX.
Yeah.
125 pieces.
Jesus.
Yeah, I like that. I like that chrome color. I want to paint an engine that color.
What chrome color? You painted silver.
It's
Everybody
more of that
was going beep, beep, and phones are going ring,
silver
ring.
chrome. I was just like, oh hell, I'll paint it. And hold on.
Good God, the door never ends.
Color and if it turns out looking stupid, I just spray black over it, you know. But I like it.
It looks silver.
It's good. It's got a shine to it. It's almost like I wouldn't say chrome, but it's got a sheen to it.
You should paint your spark plugs too.
No, I'm not gonna paint the spark plugs.
Paint them red.
No,
Yeah.
I got black wires. See,
Hey,
black wires.
that was one of the things I remember on the video is how you talked Jed into making my spark plug wires red with that tape.
Ho 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 ho!
So if it's good enough for me, it's good enough for you. Get busy, boy.
I got brand new spark plug wires though. I
Yeah.
don't need
Wait,
to tape them.
did you ever pay Tall John for that distributor job?
What distributor job? This distributor job? Yeah, I did. I traded him a set of header sport.
I got them sitting in my shed.
I was gonna say, maybe
I
that's
want to
not.
know what he's gonna build.
I'll tell you
I
what,
know
though,
you're talking
Brian,
about a gasser.
9/10 of the law, Brian almost didn't end up with an engine.
That's fair.
I still remember when the controller went crazy when we were loading that thing. I
Oh
thought
yeah.
the back glass.
Luckily, Dad got a brand new controller with the new truck.
Now is that new truck more heavy duty?
No,
Oh, I was gonna say
it's
well,
the same
well,
bed and everything on the back. It's the same bed, same crane, but the truck is more powerful and it's a better truck technically.
Do they know what your dad does with that truck?
Yeah, a lot of those guys actually watch our channel. It was funny. Dad got pulled in the office. He goes, "So, Mike, I was watching your son's channel, and now I know where all of our brake clean goes," in a joking manner. Because you can't really just go buy the Imperial brand brake clean. No postal anywhere carries it.
Remember, I used to bring you a gallon of brake clean every time I came out.
Yeah.
Now
We used to have the little squirt bottle that you put compressed air in, but then the seals went bad. And whenever you pushed the button, it was like an old man trying to pee. It just went,
Oh, mine still works great.
God, we don't want to start doing that again. Like the 4 people left in this live, we need to entertain them.
How many people are there? There's 19 people in here still. What
I
is
wanna
wrong
see
with you people? Go to bed.
I only see like 3 people commenting.
Yeah, there's 3 people commenting. There's still 19 people watching. Yeah, why aren't they commenting?
All right, the next person. Oh, there's Daniel.
Hey, check it out.
I was about to say, the next person who comments, Brian's going to kiss on the lips.
No, I'm not kissing Daniel on the lips.
Brother Barber. I need a barber, by the way.
Oh, really?
No, not you, Jed. Oh, yeah, you do.
Jed. Really?
I know, Brian. Your hair's a lot longer.
So what now are we working on making plans for we're gonna come out and help you put your 340 together. You guys gonna help me come out here and help me tune this one weekend?
Fuck
Oh,
yeah.
for sure. For sure.
I won't. Okay, I don't want to say it. Tall John, if you come out to work on my car, I'll have it all together. That's all I need to say.
Get it together. Get it together so we can tune some carbs and get some stuff ready to go and get you fired up, ready for the racetrack.
I just want to help put the car together. I don't want to do any tuning.
Well, the car's already going to be together. You can
No.
weld up my passenger seat brackets.
I don't want to weld. I just want to like bolt stuff on. I want to do all the finish work. I want to put like the valve covers on.
Oh, I'm asking everybody that comes in. Tall John, do you have any plans for New Year's Eve?
We got family.
So you won't be able to be on here?
What's that?
You won't be able to be on here?
Well, I think I might be able to make it after everybody goes to bed.
Oh, okay.
You know, and I don't know how long everybody's going to stay up, other midnight, obviously. But
Well, it depends. It depends on like Chris Albrecht was talking about it. So I got to wait an extra 2 hours for him. So
Well,
Oh.
Daniel, we Brian and I are talking about bringing both of our cars to Mocan.
Yeah. And that's why we need Tall John there. Because Daniel's got to teach us how to drive, and Tall John's got to teach us how to get our cars running right. See, that's why you have friends with different,
Mocan is what, March?
April.
April.
I don't know, Daniel. When is Mopars invade Mocan? Exactly, you know. I think Daniel's on his way to work technically right now.
Yeah.
I don't think he works Sunday.
Oh, yeah. 'Cause, yeah, this would be his Sunday. He probably just up because he's used to that schedule.
He needs to bring me that bug catcher before I decide not to buy it. I'm too broke.
Now, at some point, springtime, at some time, I don't know how it's all going to work, but I'm hoping that I'm going to be free to go hit the spring fling in Van Nuys, California. Remember we talked about that, trying to get out there last year, Jed?
Yeah.
And I got my Little Red Express out there, so I want to try to pick it up. And
You went all the
go-
way to Vegas
go
and
to
didn't
spring
go out and
fling.
finish picking that up?
What's that?
I said, you went all the way to Vegas and didn't just drive the extra few miles to go pick that up?
I flew out to Vegas.
Oh, yeah, see? Well, you could have drove. You could have rode with Johnny Mopar back to get your truck.
Yeah, I'm going to tow the truck. I got to put it on the trailer.
Oh, I thought you were going to drive it back.
No, it runs, and I drove it from Virginia to California. I think it could make it back, but I'm not going to take the chance. I'm just going to go out there and tow it home.
Okay.
I think
But
this is
I was hoping that I was going to get out there and take it out to duct tape, and then that all got confused with the no name, and then all that got confused with ended up there duct tape anyway, so didn't quite work out.
I think that'll work, Daniel. Daniel, did I ever send you I need to teach Daniel how to join our Discord.
Yeah.
I sent him the link to the live.
Mocan is quarter mile.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I think it's quarter and eighth, depends on the day, I think, what they're running. I don't know. I think I've heard them run it both.
Well,
I'm glad we
that's
did those.
up here. Everybody's running eighth. I think there's only one class up here at Gateway that runs quarter.
Well, I'm glad we did the calculations with the Barracuda because at least now I know the 456 gears with the 32 tall tire will be perfect for a quarter.
Well, what about a 488 gear with a 31-inch tall tire?
It'll be kind of the same. You'll probably be able to wind that 360 a little bit higher than I can. My 440 safely.
I don't know. I don't want to break shit. There he is. Whoa, you're not wearing a hat.
Really?
Go put a hat on. What's wrong with you?
God damn it, Brian. I was laying in bed and I saw this was going on. I'm like, oh, I'll just start talking. Then when I do, I can't stand texting. So I figured, fuck it.
Oh, you're in the new house.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Slowly but surely. So,
Nice.
what's going on, gentlemen?
We're just talking car shit and race shit now. Stuff
Doing
we
the normal.
know a whole lot about.
I'm just good about cars. No about
We have
that's how to break them. So, Tall John, got a little stronger tonight.
That's okay. That works.
Dennis up at Gateway, they're all running
Yeah.
8 miles now.
What flavor you got there?
What?
What flavor you got, Daniel?
Caramel with caramel, salted caramel.
That is awesome stuff.
Have you ever
That's
mixed it?
what my wife drinks right there.
You ever mix it with Dr. Pepper?
Yes.
Oh my God, it's like a.
It's dangerous.
It is.
It's
Well, that's why I drink a whole bottle at a time when I do it. It's retarded. It's
Yeah.
just you don't. It's one of those drinks you don't know you're drinking until you drink.
I might run into the house and go get me a sip of it.
Yeah, I'm about to give you a Dr.
Do
Pepper. That. And dude, I'm not gonna do it straight. I'm gonna do Dr. Pepper with it.
I can see that with the golf cart being dangerous at the lake.
Doing that stuff straight is easy though. I mean, that
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm even gonna go mason jar. No, I go to work in 24 hours, Brian.
Yeah, I figured you just this is like your schedule. You're used to being awake right now.
24 hours. So, what's new in the? Okay, Brian, what's new with your world?
Oh fuck! I did a walk around a little bit ago, but she left. I can't do it again. I was out of Jed's last weekend. We put some center hung float bowls on my cars. I still need to get the floats, but they look good on. I got everything sitting on there. It looks really good.
Oh shit, wrong button. Sorry, I'm trying to remember. I've been a while since I've done a live. So to the people on here that do follow me, I'm probably gonna cave here for long, but I haven't posted a video for about a month now, or 2 months. Cause I told my dad I wasn't gonna post a video till he created his own channel, and he's being stubborn. So I think I'm just gonna have Jed build a channel and just send him the password.
It ain't hard.
Stop.
Oh, Jed's on the phone with somebody. Oh, okay. I wonder why we couldn't. His lips were moving. We couldn't hear him.
Dr. Pepper. 23 flavors, and this makes it 24. Makes it even better.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I think I'm going to run to the house and go grab me a little bit.
There you go.
I'll be right back. Unless I can't find it. She might have it in a hiding spot.
She hides it from
Yeah. Well, I don't drink it that much, but
Once you start, it's hard to stop on this one, man.
it is. I just pour me like a little shot glass and sip it, you know?
That's what I do with, and people think I'm weird, but that's what I do with tequila. Is I'll pour me a little bit in the bottom of a glass and I just sit there and sip it because I like the flavor of tequila.
You lost me. You lost me at tequila, dude.
Oh, I
Hey,
love it.
the nickname is Tequila.
I've had one hangover in my life. One hangover in my entire life. And it's because my wife's grandma got me so fucked up on tequila at her house. My wife's grandma. So
The one thing I can't drink anymore is Jim Beam because I got fucked up on Jim Beam one night. I woke up. That car I showed, that AMX, my friend had one, and I woke up with no shirt on in the back seat of that car. They just left me there to sleep it off. Yeah, I can't drink Jim Beam anymore. But tequila, yeah, I can drink the hell out of that.
I can barely hear you. I don't know. Like where I work now, I think I'm back to working with metal and steel, and I'm pretty sure it's all getting into my speaker magnet. So my speaker's starting to be horrible.
I get that really bad.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, my phone, I got to take it out of the case and clean it out because it gets aluminum dust in it.
I can see that.
Aluminum. And, when you're milling that stuff, then you're grinding to deburr it and just get dust all over the place. And you can't get rid of that shit.
Hey, Jed, I'm on my phone, so if you see anyone comment anything to me, just tell me what they say, because I can't see the comments and see you guys at the same time. So you're gonna be my message bitch. He's got his speaker off. I don't know if he can hear me or not.
Yeah, probably not. What is Dennis talking about? Top secret. Oh, Jed's talking top secret. Yeah, he does that.
Oh.
I still give him shit because he said it was because one week he was talking about that Pro Stock Hemi and saying that no, we can't put it in a car. And he's like, plus I'd have to buy another car, a race car for it, and I don't need a race car. And then the next week's video, he's like, I bought a race car.
Yeah, he said that for years. He's never going to buy a race car, this and that, and he doesn't need one. And actually, he told me the same thing. I'm like, okay. The thing about the Barracuda, though, it's never ending. Like, you can change whatever you want to. Honestly, his 340 makes more power than that blower motor does.
Well, yeah. But And the thing is, though, it's like you know, he took Jezebel out and had that thing break. Well, with Barely Cuda, if you break something on that, it's like, okay, that's what it was supposed to do. Now go back, and it ain't like you're missing out, because now he's having to fix that transmission, have a car to drive around and have fun with. You know what I mean?
You're missing out, Brian.
Oh, I don't need to be drinking right now.
I know it is early in the morning. Probably shouldn't drink this early.
Nah. Well, when I worked that shift, that was the one thing I loved about working that shift, because I was younger, and I'd go out partying and everybody'd be passed out, and I'd just be like, "Hey, let's go," you know.
Well, what's weird is though when you get off work at 8 a.m. and you pop a bottle open, people look at you like you're nuts. It's like, yeah, no, you never know. So, John, it's been a minute, brother. Haven't seen you or talked to you in a long time. Like I've seen Brian at No Name Nationals. I didn't see you. And after No Name Nationals, I don't think I've talked to you.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Been a long time. Busy, working, lots of stuff going on. Work related, family, all kinds of, you know.
Yeah, just the typical bullshit that goes on in life.
Yeah. And you were talking about how you hadn't done a video in a month. I think this is the first one I put out in 3.
Really? I haven't seen your video yet, so I've just been.
I went a month before No Name Nationals and a month after without putting a video out. It was just.
So this is I'm gonna try to put my phone in here, see if it makes my speaker louder. So that's why I'm doing my wife's coffee cup.
I've heard about that working.
Well, that's the stuff I used to do in high school. You know, we didn't have a speaker. Yep, it's working. Does it echo at all to you guys?
Not real bad. You sound a little different, but we still understand you.
Yeah, it's a lot louder for me, so I'm gonna keep it that way. So, what's your guys' videos about? I haven't watched any, haven't seen anything. I've been so busy, and this night shift thing is just I don't know. It's so fucked up. So,
Mine's just a continuation with distributor stuff, ignition timing, curve.
Oh, cool. So, tell me something here. So, I'm kind of I don't. So, you guys, I want Jed to be on here to help give me his opinion and stuff. So, I'm debating because I'm not. This is not being cocky or anything, but I feel like I kind of got a target on my back now since I won the small tire race, and hearsay, there says faster guys, not faster, blah, blah, blah. And so I'm, as everyone else is doing, so am I. I got some upgrades going on, and I haven't decided if I'm going to post them or try to surprise people with it all as I go.
I'd say post them.
I'd say post them too, because of the people that are after you, if you post them, they're gonna be like, "Oh shit."
Well, I'm looking forward to it and stuff. Like, John, I'm telling you right now, like, you and I had our own private conversations, this and that and stuff. I would regret not going.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna be straight up with you and stuff. It was a absolute blast of a time. Like honestly, I could have used your help. Like, people don't, a lot of guys that don't race, like you race this, that, the maintenance and these things on the cars. I got blessed. Like, some people I never knew in my life. Like, I was parked all the way at the end, right there by the time shack, and I got blessed. And when people came down, like, I would not have made one of the calls of the race, but this one guy showed up as a mechanic, just talked to me. He just jumped in and started helping. Like, I was trying to run my valves on my engine, and my dad, he's disabled. He's working his tail off and helping me. And next thing I know, I looked down and I got a big snap-on ratchet on the crank, and to turn it over, I don't have a push button. I turn the engine over, by hand, and it's 16-to-1 compression with spark plugs in it, trying to turn that thing, and try to run the valves and forget which one you're on, which one's open, which one's closing. Son of a, custom this and that. And this guy just jumped in and started pulling the wrench, so I didn't have to do it. And my dad was trying to get the fuel in the car because they were running us ragged. I mean, they weren't messing around. And so I made it to that pass. I didn't have my front clip on the car. I didn't have time to put my front clip back on the car and stuff. It was just like,
I think a lot of people didn't enter that 10-5 race, so there wasn't a whole lot of cars, and they didn't.
No, they only had one less than it was supposed to be. There's supposed to be 16 cars, and they had 15 in it.
Yeah, still. Usually you go to a 10-5 race like that, it's usually a 32-car field.
Yeah, well, and And so I haven't been keeping up. Like I said, I'm gonna start trying to get on here more and stuff. But I haven't heard. Have they made the new what they're going to do next year? Like what the rules
Well,
are?
we haven't announced anything yet.
Okay. Well, I want you guys' help because I hear two different sides to this. Some of the guys that had fast cars were having trouble spinning, like I did too. I couldn't leave off my trans brake or anything and stuff. But I think it'd be open for the people that are at this race. The majority are, we're all fit. There's nothing that extreme. There's only like 4 or 5 cars there that were needed good prep. I want us to run a show on the other end of the track. You leave at the starting line, at the finish line, where it's not prepped at all, and it'd give equal power to people with smaller motors.
You want to do like a no prep thing. I don't know there's a lot of guys, there's a lot of track owners that their insurance gives them a lot of shit. I keep up with a lot of the no prep racing, and there's a lot of there's a lot of those back of the track races happening now.
Well,
guys give so much shit about it.
Only reason I say that is it would take like me and some other guys that we'd have to work a lot harder at our tunes, and the other guys that wouldn't. That just you have a 500 cubic inch big. I'm just using big block Mopar and a 300 shot of nitrous, and they could actually compete still. I mean, because I wasn't the fastest guy there. Luckily, not luckily, but the guy that was racing those turbo guys, they had transmission problems and they were spinning. I would not have kept up and stuff. But isn't it? So
I don't know that last race. Like I said, you remember after that last race when I walked up to you and I said, "Did you get pitted before he crossed the finish line?"
I had a good time though.
Oh,
I didn't care if that's the thing. I didn't care if I won or not. It was nice. It actually, believe it or not, it helped pay some of my bills that I was behind on a little bit.
Well, and the thing is, the way I see, and this might just be me, I don't know, but the way I see the No Name Nationals is nobody's really out there taking shit that serious. Like you go to some of these no prep races, these guys are hardcore serious. I don't think that, I don't know how much they're wanting to switch things up. You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying, but there's a difference. So once you get to the caliber of, I'm not even that high caliber. I got some nice stuff, but once I run my valves every pass. Okay?
Yeah. No, I'm not you did anything wrong.
No, I'm saying I do anything wrong, but that caliber is what's in. I never been that guy. I've always was a bracket racer, just through, race my car, put in the trailer. On an open trailer, leave it open, put a tarp over if it rains, and get back in it. And then they get on to me because there's water in the chassis and this and that when I take off the first pass time trial. I've never really, and now that I'm at this more of a higher level, it's like you got to be more into it. You got to be more dedicated. So even like you're trying to say, like I wasn't taking it serious, like I wasn't, but you got to take your car serious or you're going to break shit that you can't afford to.
Yeah. Oh no, I understand that. But what I'm saying is about them doing a race to make the stuff more fair. I just think that they were happy you were there. Well, I guess there was 14 other guys that weren't happy you were there, but that shit happens.
Yeah, but
if anything, it'd be in the first one, hopefully. And I've seen a lot of videos and people are talking a lot about it. It's just like William with the burnout contest. Next year, you're going to see some people go fucking ape shit. You're going to see people hurting shit and not caring just because somebody else, there's somebody there that they can, okay, I can dethrone that guy.
I can tell you right now.
Come out there.
That's what I started. My very first thing I ever did was a burnout competition. Okay, in my life when I started getting into motorsports. So what my deal is, I saw that if we'd already had the 10-5 race done, you guys would have seen me got Venom out and I would have won the damn burnout contest like an idiot and stuff. Like I would have entered it like an idiot. Like it would. It just now. So sorry, I got off subject, guys. But Tall John, you were talking about your timing and distributors and this and that. Well, one of my upgrades, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I'm going coil on plugs and stuff. And I don't know a damn thing about it, but it just seems really good. I'm not going electronic fuel injection or anything. I can't afford that and stuff. But I've been watching these videos of guys changing their timing on individual cylinders with these things, and they can change the dome pressure and they change one cylinder. But instead of doing it with just fuel to lean or rich and their engines out there, using spark timing to change the EGTs and stuff or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like that sounds like something I'm hoping. I'm doing baby steps, one step at a time. I'm gonna learn the ignition part, and then I'm gonna go to later on in life because I am going to go to a boosted application. I'm not saying which one eventually, and I want to learn one step at a time because trying to jump into all that at once would just be a headache and stuff. So
You ain't go with a big roots blower, aren't you?
nope, no comment. I can tell you right now what I was buying. The guy backed out on me. Okay, I'm not going to say what it was. He backed out on the deal because something went bad on something he ordered, and he wanted to make sure he had the stuff to race and next year. And so I ended up buying. I got a hell of a deal on a sheet metal ton ram with 2.4 like style with 2 foggers on it. And I was going nitrous because I couldn't get this other application. Well, then after I buy this $3,000 intake with a fogger set up on it, this guy sells me. The guy calls me about less than a week later. Hey, I got my stuff. I'll sell you this thing now. It's like, gosh, dang it. So now I'm gonna have to. I just bought this intake. I'm going to put it for sale. It's pretty, John. It's a billet top, billet runners. This fogger intake. I mean, it's sexy, and it's like, oh man. But now I got to find a way to sell it so I can finish my car project. So.
Have you done a lot of nitrous stuff, Tall John?
Just the basic, single, I don't know, 40 horse, 40, 40 to 100, nothing major.
Yeah.
And it's been a long time ago since I touched it too. Everything I've done is all normally aspirated, started with roundy round and then doing drag racing. It's all normally aspirated, I don't have any experience even with any kind of special fuel, alcohol, or anything like that. I couldn't read a plug. I'd have to, that's going to be a whole new learning experience if I get into it, which is exciting as hell because, you get to a point where things get stale. That's what keeps me working on things. I figured out a few new things. I was telling Jed about it. I was taking a shower and I thought of a couple things about some carburetor stuff. And went into the garage when I was done taking a shower and took carburetor apart, double checked my thinking process, put it in the car and tested it. And it worked. So I don't think I know anybody that knows anything about it. And I'll show eventually. I just can't do it yet. That's a spoiler alert kind of sort of situation there. So anyway, you get with a different fuel and you start working with the different fuels and it's a whole different ball game. And that's part of the excitement of it, is getting the learning curve and trying to get yourself to the peak of it instead of sitting at the bottom all day long.
So,
Oh,
go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, well, that's like I was on John Wilburn's live a couple weeks ago, and he had one of the I can't remember the guy's name, but John Wilburn did a video and a live with him. This guy's just got tons of Mopar parts. And he watches everybody's stuff. We were all everybody that came on there. He knew about my car and stuff. And he was like, well, you're just now putting that car together, and how
That wasn't sipping tall.
he's like, how are you gonna know about the carburetor tuning and stuff like that? He goes, you don't have the experience. I'm like, well, no, but nobody was born with the experience on how to do this stuff. You just learn it,
Mm-hmm.
And I get because he was talking about how so many people are putting the fuel injection on there.
Well,
and we got into a big fuel injection debate, and I was like, well.
No, electronic fuel injection is the best thing in the world for a boosted application. If you're not running a boosted application, you can make more power with any mechanical injection or carbureted. Like the only reason to run electronic fuel injection is if you want to change your fuels real quick and easy, an individual port injection, I mean, naturally aspirated, there really isn't that much. I mean, it's come from a tongue ram guy as well. Okay, we've had this conversation 1,000 times. It just like I don't see why anyone spends money on a electronic fuel injection if you're going to run a naturally aspirated motor ever. Okay, it makes there's no reason besides streetable and tunable, I guess. And I mean, I guess if you're like one of the guys that run computers and this and that, you're not going to make any more power, but you can get better fuel economy and stuff, I guess, if you wanted to. But if you're got a race engine that's naturally aspirated, there's no reason to go electronic fuel injection at all. Like none.
I wouldn't think so. No.
There's, I mean, there's no more power ever added from doing that. It actually loses power. So, but that's a sore thing.
I don't agree with you.
So what about? I mean, I know Jed's all about electronic fuel injection, and he loves. He's the LS guy, and it's that. So, Carl John, you're from California, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so my buddy, I became friends with. He's an asphalt sprint car racer, okay, and stuff. And he and I became pretty good friends over a Twinkie. Anyways, he and I became pretty good friends over. I had a sprint car engine. I sold him and stuff, and he builds race cars for a living. Anyways, he's in California right now for some big, like, they're not sprint cars. The engines they're like injected engines, but they sit sideways out the car over there and stuff. Forgot what it's called, but he's down there working on a guy's W2 8-stack injection and a W5. He's got like 4 cars. He's down there helping. I think the guy might have put in one of his cars. I haven't talked to him today. But my car is actually going to Colorado to him. He's coming to pick it up hopefully after Christmas, and he's going to do some of my stuff for me, get my car lined out better and help me. Anyway, long story short, I just kind of curious if you might have known, because you're an asphalt guy, right? You ran asphalt.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just kind of, I mean, I didn't know if you knew. Actually, I think he's in Vegas today, not California, but the guy's from California. He's working on his cars. So, do you know of any big races in Vegas this weekend?
No, I don't. I don't pay attention to it anymore.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I know they got what they call the winter heat. I think that's. I don't think that's Vegas though. I think that's Phoenix. But I don't pay much attention to it anymore. So he's running asphalt sprint?
Yeah. And I told him I had an all aluminum 410 sprint car engine, Mopar. And he's actually a Ford guy. But about 15 years ago, he likes being different. But he's a Ford guy, but he knows Chevys and everything. And he's a lot smarter than me. And you two have a really fun conversation. He said, the small block Mopar is the best the Ford and the Chevy put in one and stuff. And I ended up getting ended up being a 340 block that's, whatever, 60 over. It'd be like 360 cubic inches. He went by the rules, had to be all cast iron, blah, blah. Anyways, his 360 flat tabby cam, no roller, on a 2-barrel. He had to run 2-barrel. He dynoed it, ended up making like 645 horsepower.
Nice.
Yeah. And he waxed everyone with it. And because he told him before he said, this is the rules. They said yes. And he built a Mopar, first time he ever built a Mopar. And he waxed everyone with it, and they changed the rules after that year.
That's happened a few times.
Yeah. It was a W2 340 stock block, but it had 8 sleeves in it to make it stronger.
Yeah.
It's to be a stock block type of deal. But the worst thing, in my opinion, about a small block Mopar is, I don't know, you've seen them. Jed's going to see it. I don't think Jed's noticed it yet. The push rod angle on a W2 motor on a stock 59-degree lifter valley is something that looks horrible.
It does. It's but you deal with it.
Well, it doesn't make sense how they actually stay on the push rod. I never had a bit of trouble with it. But you look at it, it's like this. You can look at a small block Mopar and tell that was supposed to be designed for a Hemi head.
Yeah.
Like,
well, when you talk about push rod lifter angle, that was because of the Hemi head.
Yeah.
But you look at like a W2 with a diagonal push rod.
Mm-hmm. It even looks worse.
That it's you just have to control your valve train.
But
And
so we end up losing 100,000 lift on the intake and 70,000 on the exhaust on my W2 setup. And I think I found out later on why. I think my heads were actually for a 48 degree.
Mhm.
Is a 48 degree, and so we end up, to get the push rod rating any better, we end up putting 125,000 shims under each of my because I had the race version, so the stands, and we put 125,000 under there, and it made it perfect on the rocker, on the valves, the rocker arms, the roll, and like that's all we had to do. And I turned that thing on accident 9,000 RPMs a few times,
Yeah.
and I didn't run my valves ever, maybe twice a year.
Yeah.
And they never had anything. Just cheap crane rocker arms too. Like
That's the. I mean, you just have to deal with the issues, and it's not a big deal. There's what's a guy? I want to say it was Hamburger, but I'm not sure if it was him or not. They did in the mid 70s somewhere.
Mhm.
They ran a 340 at 14,000 RPMs.
Yep.
And you can't get that kind of RPM unless you have cylinder head flow. Well, it was because of the W2 heads. So you got the funny push rod angle on the W2 head, but they also modified the block to stand the lifters up and do some other things.
So
I don't know all the work that was done to the engine to get it to happen, but you have to deal with your issues, and that's one of them. And it's chump change to take care of.
Well, I'm sure he's run like an R block with a 48 degree lifter valley.
Yeah.
So that 48 degree lifter valley gets pretty much away, besides the offset one on the intake. It gets rid of all of it and stuff. Honestly, in my opinion, there's not a better cast iron head, Chevy, Ford, or any of them, than the W2 cast iron head.
There is no.
There isn't.
I have ported W2s with 205 valves and gotten 330 CFM out of them.
Mhm.
That is full race aluminum small block Chevy stuff that cost you thousands of dollars.
Yep.
And I wouldn't trust them on a long, a circle track run. That cast iron, it'll go lap after lap and never come apart.
They don't. And
heads made for drag racing, and you're done. So
yeah, I loved it.
real quick, Dutch Guy's Garage. Kidding.
I think video on that a while back. It's called "Dealing with Your Bullshit." You do what you like, and then after that, you got to deal with your bullshit. Chevy's just got to deal with being slow.
Now, Chevy's got a lot of unique issues, and that's why the aftermarket's so strong with them. There's really, literally nothing factory on a Chevrolet that's
no, the deck's too short. I mean, it's like a Ford. The deck's too short on them. The rods aren't long enough. There's no piston. I mean,
on a small block Chevy, they have one advantage that is stupid, and that is they've got a really good oiling system. But for $50, the Mopar and the Ford oiling systems are fixed. So whoop-de-doo, right?
Well, and
but
also
they got. Here's the biggest thing. Okay, you're talking about the short rods and the short deck. That's true. That's a big problem. But there's even bigger problems. One of them is the small base circle on the camshaft, and you can't make it bigger because you run into water jackets. The other problem is when you start going with aftermarket rods and you start doing different things, pretty soon those rods start hitting the cam because the camshaft is too close to the crankshaft.
Exactly.
These are hurdles that, yes, there are modifications that can get you by, but again, I thought Chevys were cheaper, right? When you're modifying the shit out of everything, you're not cheaper. Now, here's the other thing.
Supply and
this is
demand.
More critical when it comes to making power. The bigger the diameter of the lifter, the better you have for lifter or valve speed, moving the valve open. The better the camshaft is for you can have a more aggressive ramp. You can have a flat tappet cam more similar to a roller the bigger the diameter lifter is.
Yep.
The Chevrolet has the smallest lifter of all the American V8s, So you can mushroom lifter a small block Chevy, but now you've got to put hundreds of dollars into machine work because you can't put them in from the top like you do everybody else. They got to come in from the bottom. You have to clearance the engine block so the mushroom don't run into it. You clearance it too far, you run into oil issues. These things, they're just garbage. And then one of the big brags about Chevys, they got 5 bolts around each cylinder on the cylinder head. The head bolts are so small, if you over torque them by 5 pounds, or if you put too high a compression, you pull the freaking head bolt out of the block.
Mhm.
You know, and then you crack it. And then here's the other beautiful thing. If you don't put sealer on your head bolts,
Get
you
water.
run the risk of oiling down or putting coolant in your
Yep.
oiling system. What a great engine it is.
That's like
we
the
haven't
big
even
block.
we haven't even gotten to the part that makes power, the cylinder heads. There is no bigger abomination than a 23-degree angled cylinder head that flows a whopping almost 200 CFM. W2 comes out of the box at 245, 250. Then
See-
you port the W2, and that's the whole point. I've gotten them up to 200 or 330. That
That's
is race aluminum head shit.
That's where that little Jed Scott guy, the girl with the girly hair, he's got longer hair than me do. So I'm just saying that. That's where Jed and I went rounds and rounds and rounds for a while back. It's big block's the only way to go. Big block, big block, big block. Now, see, when he gets small block, he starts getting a little man fro going on. He starts getting there. You realize he's the black sheep now. He's starting to realize. So an old guy told me, he's like, big block's the only way to go. That's not just other guy. And I said, well, I'm building a W2. Oh, well, never mind. A W2 basically turns your small block into a big block in a way. And it does. And I don't think, I think Jed's about to be, his eyes are about to be open wide when he actually puts this, he realizes that 340 is going to whoop his 500 cubic inch big block Chevy in the A block. Not Chevy. I'm sorry. You did tell me. I'm sorry. I was going to go off your Hemi because Jed gives me crap about my Chevy. Oh, my Mopar. It looks like a Chevy big block heads and this and that, but he's got Chevy rods in his Hemi, and he's got.
I didn't build that Hemi. Thank
I
you.
know, but you talk. I'm just saying. I love you, Jed.
Who the fuck got called John on a rant?
Yeah, no, he's right. But that's the thing is, the only reason small block Chevys is the thing is, the small block Chevy is smart enough to buy NASCAR a long time ago out to keep Mopar out of the world of NASCAR. If it wasn't for that, Mopar would have took over. Even if they made the Hemi illegal, it would have took them out of the game completely. And that's there's too many doggone parts out there for small block Chevys. Dodge is fucking ignorant. Dodge is
NASCAR.
Dodge is
You know,
ignorant. The 340. The 340 and 360 should have the same freaking crank journal, period. That's stupid. Let's change the size of the crank journal. Stupid. Bell housing difference between a big block and small block should be the same damn design. There's absolutely no reason to have I mean, we could be Ford guys and have everything fucking different. I mean, it could be that and stuff.
You could be Ford and every year change it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not honestly. I think Ford actually has some badass motors if you put a little money into it and stuff. But honestly, if I wasn't, like I told you guys on here before, if I wasn't a Mopar guy, I'd be a Pontiac guy. Because a Pontiac's actually, in my opinion, a better engine than a small block Mopar.
I don't think so.
Oh,
I disagree with that.
No,
They
the
don't
reason,
have
the only reason,
the ratio of a Mopar.
number one
They
reason,
don't have the cylinder head flow of a Mopar.
they can.
They still got the little beaker lifters in there, and that's a gigantic failure.
Now, I agree with the
You
lifter
cannot
part.
put a big enough spring on a Pontiac head to control valves when you get up to say 65 and plus. You can't. You have to modify the head to handle it.
Mopar, small block,
Can I have a
small
second?
block.
It's still
I'm not
got
talking about. I'm not
stud-mounted rocker arms.
I'm not
jump.
talking about. I'm taking. Do you take the W2 and I'm talking about stock head, small block Mopar to stock head Pontiac? That's what I was going off of. Like I'm talking about, like even the X head.
Well, they never made a 400 small block Dodge.
Well, my point though is, if you made a small block 400 cubic inch Dodge, okay, just take 408 Mopar stock heads. A Pontiac 400 makes more power than a small block 400 LA head. So I'm not talking W2s. I'm talking about standard stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking. What's the easiest way to go fast? cubic inches. What's the next?
Mhm.
Cylinder heads.
Yes, sir. 100.
And so-
Well, and I mean,
If you're talking that route, well, okay, fine. You got your 400, you got your
the
389.
reason I hate
You
small
take a
block-
360, 326 Pontiac
Mhm.
and a 340, destroy the shit out of it.
Agreed. Here's my deal: is the number one default about a small block Mopar without not W2s. Okay, W2, W5s, all those like standard X head, J head, 202 valves, blah blah blah. You have a restriction in your exhaust. The exhaust on a small block Mopar LA is horrible. And the reason I know that is my buddy that runs dirt track is a Mopar guy. He runs dirt track with it. And he's had the RSH heads, the Indy heads, because he had to run a B mod, had to run it. He can't run a W2 style head. And so now he went to late model, so he's running a W9 headed motor and blah 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 blah. But that if you look at the small block Mopar exhaust, Ford and Pontiac had it figured out on the exhaust, having it separated. And big block Mopar, same thing. That's when you get into big power, that exhaust being so close together is a stupid concept. The Hemi's not. That's just a great flowing exhaust. The big block Chevys are not, and Ford's not. I wish Dodge would have made a small block Mopar with the exhaust not so close together in the center.
I want to say
I don't
this.
think that's that big of a deal, to be honest.
Well, in drag racing it is because you start blowing out head gaskets in there, and you get killed. Smile,
I'm
say it.
I'm trying to find something.
Tim Satori asked me a question about a slipper clutch in Jezebel. I want to clarify this. Jezebel was never intended to be a race car. I put a cage in it to be safe if I raced it, but I'm not putting a slipper clutch in the car. No way. I built a dedicated race car for racing because I like racing now.
It's an addiction, ain't it, Jed?
So I have a race car. Jezebel, when it gets put back together, will go back to being a street machine like it was always intended to be. And if it goes to the track, it will go to the track, but it is not my race car. That thing is too damn expensive to keep replacing parts on.
Really?
Well, not really with the friends I have. It just sucks having it apart.
No, it's just anything's expensive now.
Well, I hardly spend any money thanks to the friends I have and the businesses I have.
Well, ain't that nice? You want to throw me some sponsors, Jed? Throw my name out there.
You say
Dan
Brewer, Brewers Performance? Hell of a deal.
Yeah, Chris is in here. You see that?
I have no. You guys, if somebody says something, tell me. 'Cause I can't really see you all and talk. I see the writing. I can't.
By the way, Tom Roseman says hi to everybody.
What's up?
Hello, Tom.
He's not actually here.
Oh yeah, he's on the phone. Man, I so right now want his short deck Hemi block so bad.
It's not a Hemi block. It's a 3-3.
Oh, I thought he said his Hemi. Wasn't he want? Okay, he wanted to build a short deck Hemi.
Yeah, he wanted to have the block converted.
Yeah, he could have just simply by having the machine because they have the bongs there on the top for the Hemi bolt pattern. Just correct me if I'm wrong, real quick, Jed. The only thing different between a Hemi head and a wedge head is the bolts that go into the valley, correct? Bolt pattern wise?
Technically, yes.
Okay.
But you also have push rod angles to deal with and all the other stuff.
Well, you can still run just the push rod angles would be wrong, but it still would work just fine, would it not? With a
You have
standard,
to grind the block to clearance it for the Hemi push rods.
you had to grind the block or where in the block?
Right along the bead, the head bead.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
So
got
that was one of the
out
problems
there
that
just a little.
Roseman ran into with that block is asshole at fucking Indy, that main engine builder, Ken Wazier.
Yeah.
He's the one who talked Roseman. Like Roseman was ready to write him a blank check, make it work. And Ken told him it's not possible. You can't do low deck Hemi because the push rod angles will be all screwed up. They'll never work. Dean, if you want 18 spline parts, Dan at Brewers Performance, the only place you're going to find good stuff. He's up in Laura, Ohio. He's really cool dude. Look him up.
All right, Jed, you're talking some shit on here before I got in there, by the way. The injection, I can bring it to you anytime you want to. I'm just trying to wait so I can just drive it in my buddy's trailer that's picking it up so I don't gotta push it.
Lazy.
Yeah. Because, I was not expecting to go this boosted application wise that nobody knows about besides you, Jed, so don't tell anyone.
I don't even remember what you told me.
So now I got this ton ram, I got this other ton ram, and now I got this whole nother Ron's Terminator set up that I'm not going to use. It's like, so let's put it this way. I'm growing boosted application. So the carburetor I had to buy, I'm not going electronic injection, is pretty sick. Let's put it that way and stuff. I'm trying to tease people on here that follow me a little bit because not all the parts came in yet. So until they all are here and I actually have it in my possession, I'm not telling anyone what I'm doing. But I do have a billet top tunnel ram with billet intake runners. The only thing not billet is the valley tray that's on it and the the welds to the intake ports. So the intake ports are even billet, but just the flange. That's probably billet too, just welded on. It's fogger intake that could always go nitrous though.
I saw the intake. I remember seeing that. That thing was beautiful.
Yeah.
That looked expensive.
Yeah, it was. And then the guy that I was supposed to buy this boosted application from calls me after I buy it, a week after I buy that thing, said, "Hey, I can sell it to you now." That hurt. But I really didn't want to run nitrous. Nitrous is, I want something that I don't have to fill up. I had to check this and make sure. I wanted something that's always there. Kind of like your blower, it's there.
It's there.
Yeah, and after you get it, you're done.
It sounds cool.
It does. I thought you were going to drive in your last video, and I was just sad when I saw it wasn't drive. I didn't read that. I just saw it like, for some reason, I've subscribed to you, but YouTube knows as soon as you post it 1 second later, it shows me on my notification. So I automatically, the first thing I do is write a comment and share it on my Facebook page. And it's like, I can't wait I need to come see Jed. That's all I was thinking.
So you didn't watch the whole video then?
Yeah, I watched it all the way through. I was watching on my phone. I stopped because Hudson ended up coming home from school. Literally, then I turned it off on the phone. I put it on the big TV, and he and I both watched it in our kitchen.
All the way?
Yep, all the way. When your brother's ass crack, you're talking about your dad bitching about you painting, your brake booster. The only thing I did fast forward just a little bit through is when you were doing wiring or something under the dash.
That was the funny part where I got stuck underneath the dash.
Yeah, well, we all get stuck under them. Wait till you get a race car like mine someday, because it's an addiction. It's going to happen. You'll have a funny car cage before long, and you're like, oh my god, it can't fit under anything.
You're still disappointed you never saw the car run down the street.
Yes.
See, I know now you didn't watch the whole fucking video because at the very end of it, I inserted a teaser clip of the car running down the street.
No, I want to see you drive it in the video talking about it. I want to see a tack video. I want to see the thing. I want to see how it wraps when you actually get on it.
Well, you also got to remember my cameraman, that video is already filmed and just got to edit it because it was filmed directly after.
Excellent.
My cameraman is almost 62 years old, barely knows how to use a smartphone. So there's hardly any really awesome footage. And shortly after that video was filmed, since we're 4 hours into this,
I saw that.
I fell out of the car.
Oh, guess what I found, Jed, today? I was moving. I found that your fake GoPro camera that you took to me the first time we went to MoCamp. I wanted to put the charger on and see what videos it showed.
The one that went flying in your car?
Yeah, the one we couldn't find.
Yeah.
I found it today when I was moving.
Oh, shit. It's okay. You can keep it.
I mean, it's probably better than GoPro 11. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that was a pile of shit. That is so infuriating. Don't get me started. But no, we got done driving the car, and I was going to pull it in the backyard. And I got up into the yard, and I went to go put it in reverse. And I heard this. It clunked real hard into reverse. And I was like, what the fuck? And I started hearing this bang, 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 bang. And I gave it a little bit of gas. And the next thing I know, I heard a bang. And then it, boom, on the ground. Car stopped moving.
Drive shaft?
I looked down beside me, and the tunnel has now got a big, nice crack running down it. And the freaking brand new U-joints. And I put them in. They were clipped in securely. One of the cabs must have flown out at some point. And the only thing holding the drive shaft in was one of the U-joint caps from the conversion deal, because I just threw a drive shaft in it that was the right length. It's not the one I'm keeping there. And as I went to go in reverse, it just dropped the fucking drive shaft on the ground. So that was the end of the driving. And plus, we didn't want to keep testing our chances.
With the cops, yeah.
Yeah.
So, are you happy with the transmission?
It was low on fluid. It was considerably low, but yeah. After I filled it up, I put more fluid in it, and it shifts a whole lot better with some fluid in it.
It must have been all the shit that drained down back to my back to my truck bed. I told you I carried it. Next thing I know, I carried it to my truck when I was going to your house that night. And next thing I know, I looked down my leg. It was pitch black, and I got inside. I had this trail of freaking transmission fluid down my pants. I absorbed all the way down. Yeah, I just threw those pants away.
Between what leaked out on you and what leaked out of me when I took the dipstick out to reseal it, because the O-rings in your dipstick tube, ain't no wonder why I had so much silicone. They were completely shot. So I put no O-rings in, and I also siliconed around it to make sure it didn't blow out.
That wasn't the dipstick I was running. The dipstick I ran stayed in Venom.
Okay.
So that wasn't. So that silicone just was something to keep the dirt and stuff out of it. So I never ran that dipstick.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I got.
That'd be good to know. Because if I would have just stuck it in there, it would have leaked like a sieve.
Well, I'd assumed you'd run something different because normally they don't fit. It didn't fit in my firewall at all. That would never work.
Oh, it fit on mine just fine.
Okay, see that. I mean, I should have told you then. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good to know.
You know.
And then your torque converter that was full of metal flake. Goodness.
That's the one that came out. I let you have that for free. Didn't know anything about it. And we're not going to throw a guy's name under the bus on here, but yes.
But hey, it all worked out actually, Daniel, because I went up to Jesse's and we got one of the factory. He called it a high stall. It's a 3,000 stall factory style converter.
Mm-hmm.
Put that in the car, and the car, it's like the perfect converter.
Good. Well, see, I want to hear the thing in person because in the video, I don't think it does it justice.
No.
And stuff. And I mean, it still is a stock 400 block with the compression with the thing. I mean, and that blower is nothing special. I mean, but I still think you just added by literally at least 80 horsepower by bolting that blower on top of that thing.
Yeah, you talked to Tall John. He's pretty optimistic.
I think the torque level is probably 150 more, 80 horsepower, 150. I mean, what pulley's on it? What did you go?
It's got a.
Oh, is it overdrive at all?
55 on the crank and a 50 on the.
So
no.
What did that equal up? Underdrive, under 8%?
It's overdriven
Checking
by.
out Rakers here.
I think it's overdriven by 10%.
10%. Okay, that should be putting a pretty good little thumper to it.
You can definitely. You can hear the difference.
What's up, guys?
Look at that fucker right there.
How's it going?
1 second.
Hey, I got a trivia question for everybody.
Okay.
All right. What or who is this?
Tall John and I
Who
slept
do you
together.
say that is?
Tall John and I slept together in a cheap hotel.
Yes, we did.
How cheap?
Pretty fucking cheap.
Well, it was good enough that they give us coffee in the morning.
Yeah. This is how tall John is. His feet were hanging off the bed. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I woke up at like 3 o'clock in the morning and he was over there at the end of the bed like a little midget tickling my feet.
Was it cockroaches or was it?
I said, "What are you doing?" He says, "I'm getting something out of my bag."
Did somebody say cock? I thought I heard somebody just say cock. What?
I say cockroach. You say cheap hotel. You say cockroach or bed bug. All right. So Jed and I have been acquaintances for a while. I'm not going to say friends, but we're friends now. But at that time, that was like Jed was he's a good guy because he and I were sleeping in one bed or he's sleeping on the floor.
Oh, that was the time at Indy when we brought my buddy David, And
Yeah.
I let you and David share a bed because you guys love to spoon other men.
No. No, David had his own bed, period, because he played us like a fiddle. David's a cool guy, but he said, I'm going to pay for this. This night he ended up not paying for it, but he slept in his own bed. You and I were going to sleep in, and Jed's like, yeah, I'm going to sleep on the floor. I said, damn it. I really wanted that long, luscious hair he's got going on right now.
It's funny. I gave you so much shit over your long, girly
Yeah, I
hair.
know you did, dude. I saw a picture the other day. I had a picture pop up from my Facebook. So the best thing about Facebook is Marketplace, some friends, but mostly is the memories that pop up, like from 10 years ago, 4 years ago, like that shit. And I popped up a picture a year ago when I had my long, luscious, blonde hair, curly hair, and I like, oh man, like I don't know if I can do it again because my new career, where I work, I don't think I can grow it out, but I want to just so I can donate it to the kids again. But
see, if you would have told me it was for that reason, I wouldn't have given you so much hell.
no, that makes it fun. Like, see,
I thought you were doing it because you liked it when guys yanked on it.
you know, or my wife with her dildo strap on or whatever.
Hey,
you know, so.
that's called a steering wheel. Grab on that lock and twist that son. But you're going this way. You're going this way.
That's what this is.
He's got dual exhaust.
Such things.
You know you like it, Dust Devil over there.
Hey, hey, Brian.
Yeah.
It's officially weird, isn't it?
Oh, it's been weird, Howard. Jed did that earlier.
No, you did that earlier, fuck nut.
Oh, I missed it.
Fuck nut.
I did not. I chose not to say it earlier.
Okay.
For Tall John.
Tall John.
I hadn't seen him in a while.
Or anyone else?
Hang on,
All right. I want to say something on here. Can you imagine how weird Weird Al would be, Tall John, if they actually drank with us?
Oh, shit.
Holy cow!
I'll tell you what, if I finish this bottle out, it's gonna be weird.
Jed, Jed's always pulling out car parts, showing them off like this and this, that. He'd be pulling out his big black dildo if he's drinking.
You want me to?
No.
Hey, don't you pull out that cat?
Chris. Guys, give me just a second. Dennis, if you're still in here, I need one of these clips for the throttle.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
Hey, you guys know you don't have to run stock parts. You can make your own throttle linkage. You can run a solid thing.
No,
This
stock
one's
parts.
in my hand.
Dennis says, yeah.
Daniel, stock parts.
I made all my
It's-
own
it's
custom shit
about-
for them.
It's about, the Mopar guys, they're constantly accused of spending more money to have a good time. And that just simply ain't the truth. And part of the reason is because we use stock parts.
No, that's because we drink $20 bottle of whiskey instead of fucking $80 bottle of whiskey.
I still haven't hit $7,000 on this car. I had not spent $7,000 on this car.
How much you got in that car?
Glitch.
I have under
Ah, damn, he
$7,000.
glitched.
All right, let me tell you something, Brian. The intake I bought from this guy, he had $10,000 in the intake.
That's what I'm saying, though. But still,
Roadrunner?
Yeah, where's it at?
oh yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, be still my heart.
He left.
He left.
He tried
That
to.
Roadrunner,
He's
that
on his phone.
Roadrunner gobbled up all the bandwidth.
Hey, if you're on your phone and you try to click the back button, but it actually X's you out. I've learned
Oh
that.
yeah, it did that to us earlier.
Yeah, this phone.
There.
Sorry,
Yeah.
guys.
Oh, be still my heart.
There you go.
Oh,
Ooh, look at that blue.
oh.
It's got
Look
some
at-
fender covers on it right now.
Dude, you know what? That looks like a Boise State engine, blue and orange. I like it.
I miss the cuteness of the Chris right now.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's right.
Damn, and green. I like that.
Hey,
It's
show
actually
me the little
tawny
Roadrunner head
gold.
in the grill. I want to see the Roadrunner head in the grill.
It does. It's a 72. Doesn't have one.
Oh, they didn't have it. I
All
thought
right.
that was.
So I'm going to go and say this. My dad and I get arguing. The Roadrunner is
Oh,
such
okay.
a better looking car than the Charger in those years. Like
Thank
that-
you.
I'll give you that.
It's a they're sexy cars. I'll give it that. I like the way the rear quarters pop out, and it's got nice hips to grab onto. You know.
Yeah.
To me, it's just the Chargers that just had, they put the ugliest grill in the 72 and 71 Chargers like that, and that something about the Roadrunner looks so much better. There you go. Now see so you're it looks like you're ready to start putting your roll cage in.
Yeah. There's certain things that I'm not willing to try to do to this car. Like I was really considering tackling the glass and the headliner myself. And one thing that annoys me with, like, if this was a ratty fucking car, I wouldn't worry about it too much. But I hate seeing really nice Mopars at shows, and then you look up and the headliner looks like complete shit.
Yeah, me too.
So I'm probably gonna have that done, to be honest.
Hey, does that have the trapdoor air cleaner on it, Chris?
No, it's just got the just the standard hood.
No, the air cleaner. It's got the trapdoor air cleaner.
The air cleaner.
Yeah. Yes, it does. I can tell.
Hey, you're missing the distributor up front for a 440.
Oh, he's stuck again.
Damn it.
Hey, that looks like me back in the Mapleton days. Hey, all right, guys. I just want to let you all know.
There it is. There's the trapdoor. What a beautiful air cleaner that is. Chevrolet never had the balls to invent something that cool.
Here goes the rant. Let's go, Dot. Let's go. We need to have a Tall John segment. Like Tall John can just push his rant button. He goes straight to his face, and he like a lecture.
Hey, Daniel, let me say something. The only General Motors car when I was cruising, as you know, out of high school and racing and having fun, the only General Motors car that I had any fear of was a Pontiac.
Yep.
If a guy knew what he was doing with a Pontiac, you better have your shit together.
Did I say that, Tall? I mean, that's why I.
But I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it this way: when I raced him with my 340 Swinger, I spanked their asses. Now, I didn't beat the 455s.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about 400 GTOs, 400 Firebirds.
The 396 was a bad bitch, though.
The 396?
Yeah, the 396.
I cleaned every one of them's clock. I never lost to a 396 unless they were well modified.
Yeah.
I mean, my Dart had cast iron exhaust manifolds, cast iron intake, magnets stuck to my car all over the place, right? But I run up against every LT1. I run up every 396. I shoved them into the dirt with that pile.
So my question for you, Tall John.
So, wait a second, Jay. Let me throw this something in before you get there. So that's why I told you, my very first car ever ran down a drag strip was a 34 Pontiac, okay, with a 400 Pontiac with a 2.4 setup. But the coolest thing about a Pontiac is you could build a set of Hemi valve covers and make it look like a Gen 1 Hemi almost. And Jed's seen it. Haven't you, Jed? I've showed you pictures of it. You've seen it. I mean, it's not. I mean, to the unknowledge person, you could argue. I mean, you tell by the water pump first thing, by the way, or the intake. It's not. But my buddy's he built a set of valve covers for that 400 Pontiac. That's what got me into drag racing. And after seeing what a 400 Pontiac, after seeing the torque it had, and it took off, man, it was so much fun. There you go. Oh, there it is. There it is.
Hey, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
My
Why
connection
did you
sucks.
mute yourself, dude? We love you.
My connection, I keep going in and out. So, but yeah, Tall John, I don't know if you caught that or not, but it does have the trap door.
Yes, it does. I do see it. Yeah. That is such a cool air cleaner.
It is cool.
General Motors couldn't get that accomplished for some reason. And it's so fun. I mean, I don't know how many times. I'm going to tell you a quickie little story here about a buddy of mine that had a 396 66 Impala. Every time we would race each other, he needed to tune his carburetor. We couldn't get the air cleaner off because the wing nut was too tight. So one day I was out there playing with it, and the air cleaner's on it, and I've got my hand under the air cleaner, and I'm throttling it up. And as I throttle it up, the lid came down, and the wing nut started tightening up. Because literally, it had a snorkel on it that was this big. And that was factory 396 4-barrel hot rod, 66 Impala. I was like, what the heck? Now you know why it's so famous on a Chevy to go fast if you flip the lid over. Because they didn't have trap doors.
Daniel, put your son's toys away.
No, I just went in there. He's like, I woke my son up to get his freaking Hot Wheels out because y'all are doing this. Here, y'all, all your cool cars. You ain't got no 57 Plymouth Belvedere, I bet.
I know where a real 58 Fury sitting.
I know where a real 57 Plymouth Belvedere is at, too.
Fury's a little different. Okay, so John, I got to ask you this.
This is the best one, though. It's not Rod.
Did you get pleasure out of spanking all those dudes' asses?
What?
Take
He was
that.
talking about
Take that,
spanking all those.
Pontiac.
Hey,
Take that, Pontiac.
hey, like I said, I'm not a Pontiac guy, but if I wasn't a Mopar guy, I would be a Pontiac guy. Let's get this straight. You don't see a Pontiac in my property, but if I wasn't if there was no Mopars ever made, I'd been a Pontiac guy. I have one of those. I have that same tag and everything.
I need to clip that of Tall John spanking his hands and put that behind
There
some
was no Mopars ever made. If there was no Mopars ever made, Pontiacs would be fast.
The Pontiacs would be that we'd all be. You cannot tell me if you're a Mopar guy. If there's no Mopars, I bet 67%. I'm just going 67, just weird. Would be Pontiac guys.
I'd be an
Pontiac.
AMC guy. AMC
Well,
made.
no, okay. Well, you know what? I'd be actually.
Pontiac.
I'd be a Hudson guy. I'd be honest with you, but
I'd be a Ford guy before I was a Pontiac guy. I'd be broke trying to make them run, but I'd be a Ford guy.
dude, I
I'd
just
have
can't.
a Cougar with a Boss 351 or something like that.
Let's be realistic.
Say what I do because you guys will make fun of me.
Say it.
No,
Honda guy.
He's an Oldsmobile queer.
Honda.
I would be a Chevy guy and have a C3 Corvette.
Oh, gross.
Damn.
Oh my gosh, that's the
You're gay.
if I ever seen it.
Me
All
too,
right.
Brian. I'd have crossfire injection. Like an 82.
Oh, that's the Ford. That's the C4 Corvette.
Can
I
you
want
just
one of
call
those because
John?
my door keeps closing. I need a wedge to keep the door from closing.
So are you hiding in the Mopar world because you're gay and because you're a
I'm
Chevy
not.
guy? Like, is that like your
I
closet?
don't own one. It's one of those cars when I was a kid. If you see one of those C3 Corvettes drive down the road, it's one of my earliest car memories ever. It's
You're not that old.
And I'm sorry, I'm 50 fucking years old.
Dude, so like I'm old enough, like mine would be a Dodge Viper. The first time you see a Dodge Viper when I was that age, you would get a hard on.
Yeah,
Like that,
well,
like-
when in the early 80s, it was the old C3 Corvettes.
No, those are the.
Like, when I was a kid, that car looked like a spaceship driving down.
They haven't had a good looking Corvette since the 50s. Or no, 60s. Sorry.
Those cars look like shit.
The 60s.
Hey, I'm going to tell you something. I think Camaros are good looking. I think Corvettes are good looking, but I'd never own one because let me put it this way. Some people like skinny girls and some people like girls with big butts. Some guys can't stand little boobies and some guys only want little boobies. Well, I don't care what you like the way it looks. If any of those girls you like have AIDS, what the hell are you going to do with that? You're a loser. You're not going to take care of nothing.
Oh, John, you just threw me for a loop, dude. Because an old man told me
I
that.
thought you were going to go into a whole.
Dude.
Everybody's different. Everybody's
No,
got opinions and all. No, it goes AIDS.
You just threw me for a loop, Tall John. I was just thinking, old guy about your age. Okay, you're older than me, so I'm gonna call you old guy. He told me cars are like women, and I believe since the day I've said it, I love all cars. Like I love all women. There's just a certain woman / car that I like better. Okay, and a Mopar is a blonde, big-titted, big-ass woman. That's what I see when I see a Mopar. Okay. But let's get this real. If you don't like a Tri-Fi Chevy, I mean, that's a pretty good brunette looking girl right there with the same package, just wrong hair color. I mean, A high boy 55 is sexy to me.
A high boy
like
55 is a
blonde.
beautiful
I
woman
like a
with a
brunette.
12-inch dick.
Hey, let me tell you something. I don't know if there's a better looking. This is gonna sound really weird from a Mopar guy. I don't think there's a better looking high boy than a 55 Chevy with 8-stack injection out the hood. There's not a Mopar, to my knowledge, that's a high boy that looks as good as a 55 Chevy with 8-stack.
Okay, fine. But what are
This
you
is why
going to
we
do
can't
with
get
it?
Johnny
It's got
Mopar.
AIDS. It's going to die.
Hey,
And
you know what? Hey,
it's-
you know what? Hey, you know
I mean,
what?
look,
Hey, when you Tall John, when you're your age,
only
when
run
you're
the
your
8
age,
mile
hey, Tall
because
John,
most of them have stock high performance parts and
Hey,
they're going to break.
you can
It's
have
got AIDS.
you can have.
It's going
All right,
to
so
break.
fine. All right, a 55 Chevy with a 426 8-stack injection Hemi in it for speed.
Well, first off,
With a
nobody
Dana
builds a
60
high
rear
boy.
end and a Chrysler
Hey,
transmission.
have you ever
left
seen
of a
Blasphemy?
Chevy, but you're rolling around advertising.
Hey.
it. I got a Chevy.
Hey,
Yay.
hey, I actually like Blasphemy when he first had the 8-stack injection on that thing. I like that car. That was
Oh,
a
and
manual.
don't get me started on the fact when Finnegan blew up yet another Hemi, everybody said it was the Hemi's fault.
No, it's his fault. He said it too. He that's the thing is he's always that's one thing I like about Finnegan. He's always taking the blame. Like say I'm an idiot. It's my fault. I'm not gonna say I like Finnegan because he's kind of arrogant in my opinion, but he's always said when the shit blew up, he blamed it on himself. What is that? I can't see it. Holy shit, 8-track.
Most excellent. You know,
right,
Finnegan actually, so
anyway.
Finnegan's friends with Ryan Brutt. And
Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy.
Yeah. I've got my own opinions for him. But
We just
he
threatened
gave Finnegan
everybody off tonight.
So when Finnegan blew up Blasphemy, it was at Gateway. And Finnegan was in a front trying to find another Hemi. So he got a hold of Ryan Brutt, say, you know anybody with Hemis? And fucking Roseman calls me. He goes, what do you know about Mike Finnegan? Because I'm supposed to get a call from him any minute. He's looking for a Hemi. Because Roseman's got 40 of the fucking engines. And I told him kind of my personal opinions. Like, I have nothing against him, but he's going to want something for nothing more than likely. And it's kind of how that conversation went.
Well, and you heard what happened to that thing, right?
I never got the full story. It
leaned out on him and stuff because he had the new system, and because that's the thing about Finnegan and their diehards. They wait to the last moment to get their shit done and stuff. But he actually finally that new Hemi he's got is finally a Keith Black Hemi block, so it's better. It's not the other one. What's that? The brand?
He had a Bill Mitchell in there.
Yeah, he had Bill Mitchell, and the Bill Mitchell is not near as good as a Keith Black and stuff. And I watched the video of him comparing the two side by side, and they're not the same block. And Bill Mitchell is a great block, but when you go over, it's like the Indy block. Indy block, in my opinion, is good max 1,500 horsepower. Bill Mitchell 18, Keith Black 2,500. And it's crazy. You look at it. My Keith Black block weighed over Dale Gilbart. We weighed it compared to his Indy block to my Keith Black block was 45 pounds difference in aluminum.
All I know is I ain't got the money for any of it. So
hey, you say that you're looking at a guy that had a drag car running 10s that maybe had $7,000 in the thing, and I've always said, oh man, I remember guys talking about they spent $10,000 on a transmission and this and that. Let me tell you something. You ever get into racing like I did as addiction? It just over time becomes.
I'm not down at anybody. I love your fucking car.
It's fucking stupid. Fucking stupid.
My buddy Dennis, I love his car. He's in here. I just don't know if I may end up having that kind of money sooner or later, but
so
if not, I'm gonna have fun with shit like this.
So Brian, I have after refreshing my motor one time, just putting rings and turning polishing the crank, I have $13,500 in my engine. With Indy block, that's not near as good as my block. To build my engine the way it sits would cost around 65 grand.
Yeah.
Do I have 65 grand? Like no. So Venom, before I bought this transmission, if I put my hard-earned money in it, and I've done a lot to Venom, you can ask Jed since I bought it. Different 4-link strut front end, small tires. I mean, fuck, the wheels and tires of my car alone. Like, I bought them used, okay, and I got great deals and stuff. But like, if I would have bought the wheels, just the wheels, front wheels and back wheels for my car, brand new, that's awesome. I love that paint scheme. All the time. But if I bought just the wheels on my car, brand new, if I paid full like retail price, there's $5,000 in the wheels on my car.
Yeah, I know. And
It's
you're doing basically what all of us are doing.
It's stupid. That's what I'm trying to say. And you know what? You look at your car. Why would anyone? You say you have $7,000 in your car. If I had these wheels for $5,000
Actually,
in here, or your car,
standing it
okay,
up.
with wheels and tires, okay, my wheels and tires retail $7,000, or I have these wheels and tires, or I can have your car. What do you think you're gonna pick? You put them side by side. There you go. I love those.
That's from me.
Yeah.
The thing is, I respect guys that do that like you, that want to just go all out, go fast. I love that shit. I love watching it. I might love to do it one day, but I don't know because I'm getting older. I probably won't ever get to that point.
You
but
know,
I have a blast with what I got.
There's about to be a passenger seat in my car when it comes. So like I said, you see all the money I spend in my car, but I will not buy a brand new seat for my car. I'm waiting to find. What does it say? What's it say? You can just. Never mind.
But you're talking the same thing as me. It's just my shit's even cheaper because I'm not at your level. Well, I got $300 in the wheels and tires on this car.
So what I'm trying to say is like honestly, your engine, you went small block, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. In my opinion, like right now, all winter, go work some overtime, save it, take those heads and turn them off, sell that shit, get you a W-2, throw it on there, and you'll be a lot happier.
Now the thing is, though, here's the thing: I would do shit like that because now I got time and shit. But it's the whole thing of I want to hear the damn thing run first. I want to take it down the track a couple times. It's just the way I've built it so far. But I do want to go faster in this. I don't advertise how fast I want to go because people tell me I'm crazy. But I do want to go fast in this car.
Let me tell you something. It's easy to get a 10-second car now.
Yeah.
And anything after 10s, you just add $10,000 each time. Each second one goes $10,000.
Well, I'm glad you stopped right where I'm about wanting to be.
You see what Dennis says?
Oh, and the off-brand.
Yeah, and there's a lot of it. Like I know Dennis's motor. There's a lot of it is knowing the right people, getting the right deals. You know, that's like I was talking to Jen. I don't know how guys who do this and don't have a friend circle like we got, or don't, there's guys that just throw money at shit. There's guys that would have $20,000 in this car the way it's sitting.
Yep.
Everything would be brand fucking new on it, but I ain't that guy. I ain't that guy even if I had the money. I think it's more fun to get a used fucking master cylinder from Jed, paint it up and put it on there, and it looks pretty fucking good right now.
Well, here's a great example. Tom Rosman, who I took a break to talk to. And
lending money.
Yeah, he's got money and he could just blow it. He could buy whatever the hell he wants. But that's what I admire about Tom. He bottom feeds on eBay, and he's been bottom feeding on eBay for years. Just because he has the money doesn't mean he won't blow it.
Yeah, he's got you to buy a few things.
Oh yeah. We've done a lot of horse trading, and he had that quadruple black Hemi 4-speed CUDA up at McCacken, and he won an award, and people were wanting to know what he wanted for it, and he said $250,000. That's a steal for that car. And he's not asking the moon on any of his shit, but I mean, it just goes to show that, I mean, bottom feeding, search and hunt for parts. It's what I've done for a long time. It's how I got all the shit I do is you buy it one piece at a time.
It's like the engine I got in my car. I traded something for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I drove to Virginia. I pulled the motherfucker out and I traded for it. Don't get me wrong. It was that's different from Jed and I. I don't have a problem driving across country to go get something.
Oh, I will too. I honestly think if you'll drive to get the parts, you meet people when you do that.
Yeah,
That's part of the fun.
that's the worst part about my new job is I'm used to having 5 weeks off a year. I have 1 week off a year, so my whole little time off is a lot less. Like I've been sick. I worked 1 day last week. I got this influenza A and stuff, and I finally got over it and stuff. But I was supposed to go to the PRI show next week.
We were supposed to go too. I wanted to go really bad, but I gotta drive to Kansas to get my son.
I was supposed to go to the PRI show because I don't give a shit about SEMA, but PRI. See what happens when we give whiskey to John?
What you doing?
Tall John.
Tall John is the best.
I needed you at No Name Nationals for that right there.
You got him on that whiskey, and now he's getting crazy.
That's what I was saying. It's about to get weird hour. I mean, we are almost 5 hours into this thing. I'm only about
This
an
is the
hour.
longest one I've had in a while, but I'm having fun. You know.
Holy shit!
There's still 16 people watching. What are you guys doing? Go to bed. Fuck.
I'd say you know how gay I feel right now.
Dennis is still on.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if Dennis knows how to stay awake this late.
You know what? You know why I feel gay? I could have had sex about 45 minutes ago, but now I got here with you guys, and now my wife's fucking sleeping. It's like, damn it.
Okay, Daniel.
Now I'm gonna go try to wake. Let's see. I can try to wake her up and face death, or maybe get some. There you go. Wait, let me stop.
That's just normal life, though. It's either okay, you're facing death, or you're getting some.
I knew at Indy I felt something trying to poke me when I was sleeping on that floor.
Just because I'm that big, don't mean you gotta tell everyone.
Felt something fucking poking me, fucking weirdo. And here you blame David.
Who's going to Indy this year? I know I talk about it a lot, but I love Indy. Who's going to Indy this year? You going, Daniel?
Yes and no. We'll just see. Like I said, I'm just going to put this out here. This is not bragging any way or any form because people for some reason think when you spend money that means you're bragging. And that's not what I'm doing at all. I want you, fuck you, Jed. You know I want that hat.
You know what? It's the weird hour. You know what, Daniel? I'm going to do this.
That's
lost Chris again.
Here's the deal. I'm about to spend about.
Whoa, Tall John. What are you backing up with that?
I want that.
It's those balls up.
Jack on, jack off.
So I want to go to Indy, but I'm pretty sure everything I need I've already found on Facebook Marketplace for my car, and I'm trying to see it. I used to be Jed and I never got anything done on my cars. I always was buying parts I didn't need to resell to make money, and that's what I need to get back to. But I'm trying to dedicate myself now to just focus on buying what I need instead of just all the things I want. There you go, GTX.
It's hard. It's hard to go to Indy and just have a fucking focus.
I want to go just hang out, but like now I used to have 1 week vacation for a whole year, so I got to watch what I use it for. And then so here's the deal: I have already spent today alone. I spent around $6,000 on Venom today on parts. Okay. And
okay, just to update, I said I had under 7 in that car. She
I know.
just everything up because she keeps a total. I've got under $5,000 in this.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. See, and this is yes, mine.
No, that's mine. You gave that to me.
Yeah, okay, I know.
Clear spark plug wire.
And porcelain spark plug. That's porcelain.
I want that clear cap that you got, Jed.
Fuck off! You can't have it.
Oh, I was like, you showed me that. I was like, oh, that would be so cool on my fucking car. Now
Oh,
I
yeah.
gotta try to hunt one down.
This is why Dennis goes for the tree practice.
Yeah, because you can win. They have like some prize if you win it too.
I just like going. I mean, like you said though, it's hard to go to Indy and just be like, okay, I'm only looking for this because it's like, okay, I only need this. Ooh, what's that? Oh, what's that? I might need that later.
The,
What's that?
the thing there is for like guys like Dad and I that's how we that's how we used to support our hobby was go to things like that, find good deals like a ton. I was there and I bought a ton ram, a 383 ton ram with two 660 Swerts carburetors. I paid I think I paid $450 for it. I sold the carburetors for $650, sold the ton ram for $450. But guess what? Until I got that money back, I could never finish my projects.
Yeah.
There.
My problem
Well, that's
anymore is my handler, who is supposed to be my security guy, sucks.
Yeah, I suck at that. I suck being Jed's handler. We need a new handler. But no, well, that's like that. Did you see that tunnel ram when I was going to go big block on this car?
Yeah, I remember with the nitrous lines on it.
That's $250.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like
that's underneath my parts washer.
You spend so much money on stuff you can make money on, or just too good of a deal to pass up. But when you have a project you're working on, you can only afford one project. Not like Jed that has 7 of them.
Well,
I mean, you like me. Like, okay, I could afford like what Jed does, not to his extent, but I could if I had different. If I wasn't trying to go.
For YouTube star.
Yeah, no, but I'm trying to go.
Afford to be that if we were super YouTube stars.
Like, I have a goal to go.
Right there.
I have a goal to go 470s this year in the 8th mile. That's my goal.
Now, what is that in a quarter mile, roughly?
And so roughly it's a 770 or so, 7 or so. But that's the thing.
You guys heard it here. Anybody who thinks that he has a target on his back at Next No Name Nationals, you better be ready to go fucking 4s, buddy.
Now, this goes way. My fastest pass with the combination I have a naturally aspirated, no power adder, and fastest pass was a 528. Okay. And with boost and this transmission, the converter I already have, everything should start working out magically and get some tuning on it. Like, so here's the like that's the thing is like I'm doing my stuff for street racing and no prep. So like on a track I could go faster, but like I'm putting the boost application I'm putting on is actually a little small for my engine. It's not big enough and stuff, like what Jed says when he's getting fucked in the ass. But what's going to do is what I'm doing right now, like it's going to leave off the line like it has always, maybe a little faster, but it's going to pull more on the top end. Like the boost application I'm putting on there is not actually big enough for what I'm wanting, what it would be for a track. But for street racing, you can't put that much power to the ground on these small tires and stuff. So what I'm trying to do is get out of the whole soft and have a ton of power on the top end. Like
you'll never make it soft. She don't like it.
No, Jed likes the soft when I first go in. If I don't spit on, he bitches. But so you
got a car that you could go out to some of these no preparations and win. And there's money in them fucking races.
Well, shit, you guys see that last video I did? Like, it ended up being in my hometown. That is that an old airstrip and like gravel road for like a quarter mile gravel road. Had to get to it. My car looks dusty as hell. Like,
what did that pay out?
$3,800.
There's some of them don't. There's a couple they do down here. Or used to do down at Bonterre here. No preparations. They were $10,000. $10,000.
This is just money that people just threw in the pot.
Yeah.
Like this had nothing. This wasn't spectator. This was like literally not one ambulance, not one safety thing, not one piece of paper you signed. You just showed up to this thing like it's a street race, and like we're throwing asphalt at each other, and they called me for a red lit that I did a red light. And it's the first time I ever done this stuff too. Like the night before I'm at my uncle's, I'll show you my trunk. I'll try to get a picture. Like I got a steel plate in here, and I got a freaking I got a master cylinder, not master cylinder, but a semi caliper or whatever you want to call the damn, not caliper. What's the damn? Anyways, a big semi rotor in there, put on there. I just throwing weight in the back of the damn thing and hoping it doesn't fly out. It's just to put weight in my car. But long story short, they said I red lit, I didn't, but I raced the guy that won in a grudge race after he won it, and I beat him by a car and a half and stuff. And it was like, okay, this is some fun stuff. Like, and the thing was, it was sketchy. Like, so like, I've never understood this point of it until I did it. So like I'm not a drag racer, okay? I drag race because that's what my marriage can support, and the maintenance is a lot less. I should be doing some circle track or off road thing. That's what I enjoy. Well, when you get to a non-prep surface like this, I mean, we're blowing like they hay the field beside it right before it, like it's part of the field, and there's still hay on the damn track, like and stuff where they mowed. Like you're sliding around, and my car is going a foot each direction all the way down the track.
Jesus.
It sounds sketchy, but let me tell you, it was one of the funnest things I ever did. Like you actually had to drive. And Tall John racing circle track, he would know what I'm kind of saying. Like it's not just going in a straight line.
Oh hell yeah! Oh hell yeah!
Watching those guys, I went to No Prep Kings when it came to Gateway, and them cars, man, you'd see them. They take off and they'd be laser straight, but then all of a sudden the whole car is going like this.
Yep. And
like, oh shit!
And you would,
Every time.
I would like say you don't know it until you do it and stuff. That's why I think it'd be fun to have that no press at the No Name Nationals on small tires.
The thing is doing it takes that level to, you know what I mean? You have to be at that level to understand it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can have a car that gets out of the hole straight, but when the load comes off of that rear, that ass end, it still has to balance. You still putting enough power down to make it slip. And that's when the car starts to go sideways. And the chassis guy is important there, but the driver, man, it becomes important. And it's amazing the feel behind the wheel, man.
It is. And that's why I tell like because you're looking at the guy beside you do the same damn thing. He come right across and fucking nail your ass.
Yeah.
I mean, it's stupid. I mean, like actually what happened the second race, my buddy Rick Kuda, I called him, they let him in the race, and this guy with a C3 Corvette, okay, but his master cylinder ended up blowing up somehow in the middle of the race.
What, a C3 Corvette?
And it got if Rick wouldn't have been in front of him, he would have got side swapped because it went right into where he was at.
8-year-old me would hate you guys right now.
Hey, a C3 Corvette is cool when it's painted bright
pink.
Red.
No, not red.
Red, yep, red. Red like blood red. Like
the tip of my dog.
Blood red.
Like PMS.
You guys are really going to see how long I've hated certain colors. The red's been one of them. The other one's gold. Pretty soon, people
dog dick red.
17.
You don't like gold either?
No, man.
Hey,
that's gold.
A couple of months.
Please show us your car again, please. Come on. Gold either? You don't like that thing?
That's tawny gold with a little bit of pearl.
That's not the same gold I'm talking about.
Wow, Brian, you're hating on Chris's new car.
I can't believe it.
Oh, let me
You're
see.
hating on my 15-second Roadrunner. How dare you, Brian? How dare you?
You've hated both of Chris's cars because one was red and one's gold now.
If it's not quicker than 15 seconds, you gotta let me drive it before you
I
sell
was
it.
about to say, Tall John's not going to take that well. If it's 15
You ain't watched my damn videos.
I knew that was coming as soon as he said it, Tall John. I was like, this ain't going to end well.
I'm saving up money for a plane ticket because I may have to have Tall John fucking fly out and help me with this fucking thing for Vegas.
Hey, we're coming out to Vegas. I'm going to try.
Are you? Fuck yeah.
Here's the problem. There's so many things to do. Last year was just incredibly packed with things to do.
Yeah.
Next year's packing up again already, and I ain't even got off the ground yet.
Yeah.
I mean,
And we're trying
to fall back on the ground if you get my drift.
Yeah.
And Tall John, we're trying to talk you into doing more shit. We're trying to talk you into coming out to Mocan and.
Well, Mocan's good. I got to get the Jeds. Because
And up here.
he's never going to let me have that intake manifold
You don't know that.
if I don't get up there.
Oh,
That's true.
There's no way you can steal it unless you get up there.
Jed, it is weird hour, right? It's
Oh
weird.
yeah.
So
We
weird.
see how one of our main accounts has
Jed,
changed.
when I get there, I'm going to make a bet with you.
Mm-hmm.
And that intake manifold is the bet.
What bet? I missed something. I got kicked off here. What happened?
No, you didn't miss nothing. The bet is both of us in the middle of the Kansas sun or moonlight.
Is that what Jed?
I don't want to see. Here's what I'm trying to say. I don't want to see your shadow because I ain't got one. And to prove it, in the middle of that whole moonlight, I'm going boop, and I get that manifold. And
I got a better one for you.
Yeah.
Whoever's dick hangs closest to the earth keeps the tunnel ram.
Whoa! You're talking about the tunnel ram intake?
I can get on my knees. I can get on my knees.
Hey,
I can get on my knees because I'm guaranteeing I lost that bet, and I'm not taking that bet. That bet is not happening.
Hey,
Well,
Tall
if you got
John.
No chance
get on
to
my
win
knees,
that.
too.
If you said whose nose is higher, I can say the nose on my dick is higher than yours.
But your hair hangs lower.
I might cut my hair. We're just talking about. I'm just saying, Tall John's a hell of a lot taller than me.
Hold on, Tall John. Jed has a W2 tunnel ram. It looks sexy, but I'm gonna go ahead and throw my 2 cents in here. Mine's sexier.
Oh yeah, the Holly Dominator fucking W2 intake is much sexier.
I don't
Yours
think I have a
doesn't say
chance
low
to get in yours, though.
Well, yeah, you do, because the next time you're down here, you're gonna let me know, and I'm gonna go the fuck down there. I'm gonna see y'all, and I didn't know. I found out you're there.
I was there. I couldn't get you to show up just to put
It
a
was the
smile on my
day. We're talking about 10:30 at night. I found out you were there, and I was in the middle of moving.
No, it was a week ahead of time.
And nobody.
And I know about
So,
week.
so,
I've been
so
weak
Tall
my whole
John,
life.
you just wait, Tall John. You need to go down there with Jed and I go dyno, because we're going to dyno at least 3 intakes on that engine. We're going to dyno. We're going to dyno his tunnel ram, my tunnel ram, and I don't have my other one. Do you still have it a Singapore Jet, or did you give it?
I have my Strip Dominator still because that's
Okay.
still
Well,
my
I
favorite.
also have a dual plane one.
You want me to bring one? I got one.
I got a dual plane one that we put on there.
Well, I don't have a dual plane one. I'd like to do a dual. Do you have a dual plane W2? You got a dual plane W2?
I just sold a cast iron one I had. I had a cast iron one, and I have it's a W5 that's converted to W2.
Oh, okay.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
Daniel's like,
all you gotta have is
there. I'm going to be there. I was there last weekend. Where the hell were you?
I didn't know you were there.
We'll be there Friday.
So here's the deal. So here's the deal. I'm gonna be straight up. Next week I should be completely moved out of my house. My garage is almost completely done. All I got to do is
And then
move
a
my
week
welder.
after that, you're giving me the tunnel ram.
I ain't gonna give you the tunnel ram, but so my dad's not using it.
Okay, you're gonna sell me the tunnel ram.
No. That's when they're leaving. But I'll let anyone in my friends use it. But like my dad, yes, Jed, I want to give it to my dad.
I've never been called a user in my life.
The only reason why you wouldn't give it to your dad because he wouldn't let you have his W2 valve covers.
No, it has nothing to do with it. The reason is I told him he could use it, but I wouldn't sell it to him. I said you can use it for free, but I will not sell it to you because I have because my very first race Mopar engine was a W2 motor, and I will always have a W2 engine someday. And like whenever you guys see me at the burnout contest someday at No Day Nationals, it's gonna be a W2 something motor in some truck, dart, something.
Why? You're holding a grudge against your dad because he has those W2 wide valve covers and he wouldn't even price them.
Hey,
nobody.
Jed, I could get
your dad
could nothing to do
about
with it.
ready to lose his house, his truck, and everything, and he still wouldn't sell those damn valve covers.
No, those valve, he tried to trade you for them. You should have traded them. But no, so my dad decided.
About it.
So my dad, I'm proud of my dad. He's going to do it. He's stuck to his guns. My dad's got a blower W2 intake, and he's building a blower. Either going to be a 416 or 426 W2 motor with a blower.
Talking him out of his dream.
I wanted him out of it because I don't think he can do it. But then I stopped and thought about it. So here's the deal: the reason I didn't want him to do it because he's going to make it like 9-to-1 compression, and when he can't afford it, he's going to have a W2 9-to-1 motor with a tunnel rim because he's going to use my tunnel eventually. I didn't like that idea of it. Okay. Because you can't afford to drive it, it's going to be too expensive. Blah 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 blah. You know my dad, and he's disabled. But I said, no, Dad, you live one time in your life. Do your dream. Do what you want. I wanted him to, if he's going, build 11-to-1 motor. He could put the blower on EA5, and when he couldn't afford to run it no more, he could put a ton of ram or a single 4, and he still have a pretty badass motor at 11-to-1 and stuff.
The blower thing isn't that. I mean, I know your dad was scared of the blower stuff, but hell, I'm not having any issue with it.
No, but you said there's a different category. Like he's got a 700, a 600 lift roller cam, and he's got it's a little different animal too. He's got it and stuff. You
That's
got
no different than my W2 motor. If I wanted to put a blower on it, I'd treat it just the same.
All right, this came off the bus the other day. Anybody know what this is?
Sargasm?
Yeah.
It looks like a promo disc somebody gave somebody to listen to.
Yeah, it is. I'm sure it is. But
I haven't heard of them. No, I think it's cool. That's how everyone started at one day, at one of the lives. See, the band like Hellstorm. You guys ever heard of Hellstorm?
Yeah.
Okay, so Hellstorm, they're at this way cool thing. I like Seven Dust. Okay, Seven Dust is a band I like a lot, and they were at like 10 years ago or 15 years ago, way before Hellstorm was even really popular. They went to a Seven Dust concert, and Seven Dust, they saw them, and they just ended up letting them in. They're talking, and they said, "Here's our promo disc," just like that. What he had right there. But I think it was actually a tape. That's how long ago it was. But it's like a disc like he had, and they. Next thing you know, those guys, they left and this and that. And while people were walking into the stadium, Seven Dust put their promo disc as people walked in so they could hear them and stuff.
That's
cool. So like that little disc right there is the same story of that's how most people got found is by they give it to a famous artist and they like and they let someone else hear it and they say it and stuff.
Who's the lead singer of Hailstorm?
Lizzie Hell.
Yeah, have you heard that song she did with the Who band?
Probably. I'm bad with
what is that? Song of a Woman.
Yes.
Yes.
That is fucking awesome ass fucking song.
So I stopped liking Seether a long, long time ago when I was in high school, and then I started liking it because Lizzie Hell from Hellstorm did that song that Amy Lee and Seether did together and stuff. And let me tell you something, Lizzie Hell did it better than Amy Lee. And I was at Rockfest 2010. And they did that song together, and it was freaking amazing. And so, if you like a band, first thing you need to do before you start liking them more, go watch them live. Because one of my favorite bands in high school was Soil, and I listened to them live. They were the worst band I've ever heard in my life live.
Rammstein is the best fucking band I ever heard live. I've always watched their live performances. Going. That was the most amazing fucking show I've ever been to.
When the devil is singing. Literally, he can sound really good. Okay, that band is fucked up. Okay, I like them, but if you actually know what they're saying, you got issues.
I love what they say. By the way, I paid $40 fucking for this hat. Fuck you, Daniel.
How gay are you? Listen, $40 for a hat? That's like a Gucci thing, like $100 for a T-shirt. Bullshit.
I spent $120 in that merch booth buying 2 T-shirts. One.
And you wouldn't do that for a Mopar shirt. How? Okay. That hair is making more sense now.
I have been a lifelong Rammstein fan my entire life.
There ain't nothing wrong.
One reason why I went through cancer and actually just chose not to die was to go to this fucking concert.
That's bullshit. You know
it's actually true.
I love it.
It's actually true. You want to know? Okay, fine. Shut the fuck up. So on my way for my first surgery, they had the announcement they were touring the U.S.
Yep.
And Anna bought both me and her tickets to the Chicago show.
I remember that.
Very next year, COVID hit. They rescheduled everything. And that's mostly one of my main reasons. I was like, fuck it. I got to go see Rammstein. And it was fucking worth it.
You know what? I don't want to hear anymore because when you say cancer, it just ends the whole argument. You can't argue with somebody who says I do. I just like Jez telling a story about he's sucking dick and this and that, but they said, well, I had cancer, and it's like, oh, it's okay then. It's like,
you know what? Daniel, I got one up on you on that because one time you said that shit to me, and I was like, oh, you had pussy cancer. It didn't even kill you.
I mean, Jed's head in that spot that's bald, that around top of his head. It looks like jizz got stuck to it, and he ripped it off. And
Really?
Hey, Jed, you know how you can tell your roommate's gay? His dick tastes like shit.
oh, weird hour. Go.
Is that true, Chris? Is that true?
Oh, God.
It is. It is.
This is why I'm never going to do
Holy fuck. This is why John doesn't drink whiskey on the show.
I just give up on getting monetized because this shit's fucking worth it.
Oh, Jesus. John, just to you, buddy. Whiskey.
I got the beer. I got the whiskey, but I've been trying to be careful. I'm supposed to go do a Christmas parade tomorrow in the Barracuda. I'm not quite sure that's going to happen at this point.
I'm supposed to be up here in 4 hours to start moving. I have a buddy that's got to wake up early and do some stuff. He's supposed to help me start moving that, but it's, I don't know. And then, yeah, I got to get moved as fast as I can tomorrow, get stuff done, and then unload and get to sleep before I have some sleep before I go to work tomorrow at midnight.
Tim says that's an old school joke. Hey, Tim, you know how a one-armed guy counts his change?
No, Tall John, you need to regale us. How does a one-armed man count his change? Because Daniel's never seen this.
Well, I'm not sure Chris has either. Has Chris seen this either?
I think on a Weird Hour once we covered this. But...
Oh, okay. Yeah, you might have known. All right. Well, let me show you how a one-hand guy counts his change.
Yeah, I definitely see this. I knew it was going to be bad the first time I saw it when Jed turned away.
What the fuck am I about to see? Holy fuck. Okay. It's not even 2:00. The bar's still open. We're good.
The guy that told me that joke the first time, I swear to God, his finger was longer and bigger than my dick. And I thought, God damn, his dick's got a fingernail on it.
I didn't know they made them that big.
Hey, Bill Torrum, by the way.
Well, see, Jed is a dickhead because he's got such a big cock. That's where they graft the hair. They grafted from there to go to his head from his dick.
That's how I know I'm going to win that W2 manifold.
Oh, really? Well, where'd that hair come from, Daniel?
Hey, I was giving you a compliment. You just took it all away by proving me wrong.
No, that's always been an ongoing joke. They couldn't take the skin from my dick because there ain't enough dick there.
Yeah, that's why you got a short girlfriend like I got a short wife. In theory, you think the shorter they are, the shorter the vagina would be, but I'm wrong. I still can't get to the bottom of it.
I'll tell you what, that guy after me, that first inch is going to be rough for him. But after that, it's all virgin.
So, Jed, you got the same problem I got, right? So you can tear the shit out of a tuna can, but just can't reach the bottom?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, it ain't long, but it's big around.
Like a tree stump.
He can't touch the bottom, but he hits the sides all over.
Yeah, that shit's like, man, it's just enough not to get her wet, so it don't hurt the Phil wheel.
God, I'm sorry, people.
All right, so that reminds me of a joke now. This little kid going to school. Every day he goes to school, he walks by this house, and this lady looks out and says, "Hey, little boy." So every day he goes by, same thing coming home from school. "Hey, little boy." He says, "Hey, lady, why is it every time I walk by here, you say, 'Hey, little boy'?" She says, "Well, isn't that how big it is?" He says, "Yeah, but lady, do I walk by here and say, 'Hey, lady'?"
Shit.
Well, all right. So I got a question for you, Dust Devil.
Yeah, what's up?
You're not doing lies. Are you at 146 working on that car?
Yeah.
Sit the fuck down and talk with us.
I'm talking.
Because my phone's such a my phone screen, it looks like Jed's dick, and it's barely small, and I can't really see everyone in it, and I can't tell if you're there or not sometimes.
Hey,
I mean,
if I had
Jed-
good internet in my garage, I'd be out
Doesn't
there.
it look like Brian's wearing camouflage? He looks like the cabinets in the background. He looks like
Yeah,
all
it look
kinds-
like all the trash in my shop.
What engine is that?
Oh,
Go
God.
back.
Show those.
No, it's
Go
a race
back.
car engine.
No, go
It's-
back. Go
it
back.
fits
No,
a
no,
C3
no. Over one more. Over
C4
one more.
Corvette.
To the right. Is that a Ford?
No,
That's
God.
Oldsmobile. Oldsmobile, isn't it?
You're so uneducated.
I can't see the blue engine. I'm looking at my phone. I'm trying to zoom in as best I can. It gets blurry. Okay,
First
Jed.
thing
It's
he
like
was
you trying to
looking-
find your dick. Okay,
It's like,
let's
I
get
don't
real.
give a shit
See my
about
hand,
one of
Jed?
them
This is what I'm
junkies.
doing, and it's what you do. Okay, so you know the struggle.
I got a joke about it.
I couldn't see it.
I knew someone was touching
No,
my
that's
phone.
two Olds motors. My buddy's building two Oldsmobiles.
I was right, Jed. Fuck you.
Does that make it better, Daniel?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Oh man,
Is that-
It gets
So-
to see me do this wrong.
That's not a bad looking. I mean, that's not a bad looking intake either. So you were telling me that car was ready for no names, you just needed a trailer?
No, it was just going to be there, not running.
Oh, okay. Because let me tell you something, your car looks a lot more ready than my first race car did when I took it. I had no windshields in it, I had no front clip on it, and it still went like my very first pass like 1160 something. And that
I had people telling me to run it without a windshield, and I had to say it in a video. I didn't name any names.
No,
I
but
was
they knew
like,
who you
"Mike,"
were talking about.
I said, I can't do that. My gene pool runs deeper than that. I got to have a windshield if I go down the track.
So have you ever seen pictures of my 50 business coupe I used to have?
I think I have. I actually love those cars.
Yeah. And that thing, the first time I had no windshield, I didn't have the front clip on it or nothing. It was a fun. It was like, let me tell you something. It was a blast. People looked at you like you're fucking retarded and this and that, but guess what? They underestimate you in bracket racing. So
You want to know my theories on bracket racing?
I'll say
Bracket-
it for you. Bracket racing is gay.
no bracket racing.
Oh, and we lost
I
him.
lost it, see?
that's so gay. It lost his connection.
That flare will be fine.
You need to shut the hell up. You never done it, so you don't know. Okay, so bracket racing is for you, like for example, like where you are at now, bracket racing is the funnest thing in the world because it makes the race close. It makes you feel like you're racing. You never done it. There's nothing like
I don't want to be. I don't want to be.
No.
To me, bracket racing is like a fucking participation trophy.
no, it's not.
If I
No.
wanted to be a great bracket racer, I'd get a fucking minivan.
No, I'm talking about real bracket. I'm not talking people about sandbag and this and that. It makes it. There ain't nothing funner than having a close race at the end of the finish line, not knowing who won.
Here's
stuff.
why I agree with Daniel. Here's why I agree. You know how many races I would race against most people and just fucking kick their ass if we were class racing? When
What?
it's bracket racing, I have to get the tree. It's up to the driver to get that tree.
Mhm.
And man, I'm telling you, only so many times you can take first place over and over because you know how to tune it or tweak it or do your little trick or whatever it is that you do. And you're going, damn, this is getting boring. But when you bracket race, it's down to the light.
Index racing better than bracket
Well,
racing.
If you're close, that's the thing though, Brian. Like I've indexed people. Like I have people that index like they're not anywhere close where they have like a 550 and you run a 570, but you're still that's close when you get into it. But the other guy run a 550. The funnest races out there, heads up or not heads up, bracket or not, are when you get to the finish line and you don't know who won.
Yeah,
It's like it is an adrenaline rush. I mean, if you let's rephrase it.
I'm going to give that to you, Daniel, all the way.
Heads up racing is the funnest you can do if you have the same car beside you almost. like side by side. You shift, you pass them, they shift, they get in front of you. I've had 2 of those races in my life that was this like all the way down the track. We left his heads up. We were side by side. It was actually my TRX versus Mustang. It was the funnest thing in the world. Okay, this shift, I pulled on him. He shifted, he pulled on me, and it was fun. But bracket racing, the reason it makes it fun. It makes a guy that has a 15-second Roadrunner and a 9-second Barracuda, and it makes it at the finish line. It makes it the same amount of fun and stuff.
I was gonna bracket race. I just get a fucking minivan because then you're always dead consistent.
Well, that's where bracket racing becomes boring in a way because you're in a minivan. Like my TRX, yeah, it was fun. I could win with it because I knew how to cut a light still and blah 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 blah, and I know how to play the big end game, stand back. But if you're actually in a race car and you're shifting the gears actually with your hand, you're hitting the shift points, you're making it consistent, and the guy's right there beside you, and you don't know what you just run it all the way out. You don't sandbag, hit the brakes, make them break out. That when you start playing the games to actually bracket race, besides cutting the light, I'm sandbagging numbers, this, that. That's where it becomes boring to me. That's just a game. But when you're actually right there side by side with somebody and you both are running it out, just hope you don't break out, it is the funnest thing in the world.
It is.
My main problem with bracket racing is that you will get guys that will build a car, okay, say to run this certain class. This class runs up to, say, 12s, okay?
Yep.
I'm not exactly sure.
11 seconds.
Well, they'll be like, okay, my car will consistently run 12.0, so I can be in that class, and it's all about this. And then they're like, oh, that's as far as I want to go.
Well,
Like once you hit a point, a lot of bracket racers, they lose any ambition to actually go faster.
No, so that's the thing is like my buddy that first got me into drag racing, he lost all ambition to race anymore because the IMCA, they made anything faster than 1 seconds to go 8th mile. Like, so Noe and Super Pro were all 8th mile because insurance reason. Sportsman was 11 flat. And so so that's why he stopped building big blocks, started building small blocks. So he tried to he had to push that small block as fast as he could go to go 11-second flat. And my point though is bracket racing is for the poor guy that can cut a light, play the top end game, and still have a chance to beat me. Let me tell you something. It's hard. I raced an 84 Dodge 3/4 ton 2-wheel drive truck in 8th mile, and he had a 9-second 8th mile Dodge pickup truck, and I had a 528 dial. In the 8th mile, okay, he leaves 4 seconds before I do in the 8th mile. You know how hard it is to sit there because I'm foot braking it, it's trying to stall and hold it in the lanes for 4 seconds in the 8th mile and take off to catch him and not red lit. It is an adrenaline rush at the very end. I don't care what you say. Everybody, let me rephrase this, Brian. Have you ever bracket raced?
No.
Okay, so until you do this, that's one of the situations. Until you do it, I wouldn't say anything. That's all I'm going to say.
Daniel, they've never done it. If you don't like it, go ahead, Chris.
I have bracket raced, and breaking out is the gayest shit ever. I don't want to say bracket racing is gay, but I think it's gay.
My thing is, here's my deal. What I would rather do, okay, especially now that I've got this YouTube channel and we've got this fucking race that's pretty much going to happen every year. Even if it didn't, you can still do this. If somebody in this next year, I get this car going, calls me out and they got a car close to mine, okay, we race. Even if I lose, what am I going to do? I'm going to say next year it's going to be me and you again. And we're each going to try to make our cars faster, and you're going to get a rivalry going there. If shit like that would happen between YouTubers and other shit, that would bring back drag racing.
All right, let me
you would have the personalities, and you would have the cars people could relate to.
I'm going to say this one. I'm going to say this.
Daniel, you do yours.
I'm going to say this real quick, Talk. I mean, here's what I'm going to say to you. You're talking about one race, 1 year to have one car. Okay, you have a street car, not just a race car. Okay. If you want to participate all year round, bracket racing is the only way to go. Okay, because there isn't that many index classes for every single freaking second or this and that out there.
I understand.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Like, so if you're only racing one time a year and you got a heads up race, yeah, it's great. Because what you just said is true. If you have, it don't matter if you have somebody comparable to your car and you're racing straight up beside them, it's the funnest thing in the world. You look to your right or your left, and the car's right there. It is a blast.
Yeah.
But that doesn't.
Totally.
That's not in reality. If you want to race twice a month, you get your car out. It isn't going to be that way.
I would rather go to testing.
Let me put it. I'm going to put it this way. I'm going to brag maybe a little bit here. You got your Duster with your 360 in it, and I got my Duster with a 360. I'll tune what you got under the hood, and I'll tune what I got under my hood. I don't know who built yours, but I know who built mine. You want to race heads up? You want to race me heads up?
I understand.
Do you want to take that chance? Now, if we bracket, your skill is against my skill, not my ability against your ability.
Tall John, you do understand that Brian and I are going to. We kind of got almost a friendly grudge thing between the Barracuda and his Knuckle Duster. I have a blown 440 and an extremely gutted car, and he's got a 360 that we really know nothing about it. It's got a Mopar Performance cam in it, and his tunnel ram and his 660s. It's not about who's fastest, really. At least not how I view it. It's just a friendly rivalry between us, and we'll both push each other to make our cars better and better and better.
Well, that's what bracket racing is.
But
You
then
get
there's also-
what you got, and I got what I got.
Hey, just because you have a bracket card doesn't mean you can't make it better and better. You just change your dial in as you make it better and better.
A lot of people, you have to admit that there's a lot of people out there who don't try to get better and better. They'll get in a certain spot. And
They still have to compete against you with the light.
I will
They
disagree.
still have to
with
outdrive you.
the bracket race. Like, there's eventually a point that what you have is you're going to tune it completely out. Like, say, like, you get that's why you go test tune. But with your bracket race, you're going to tune your car to as fast as it'll go, and then that's where it is. Like, Jed's not going to go ahead and like that's where Jed's asked me this many times. When is fast enough for you, Daniel? And see, like, I was a bracket racer, but I still want to try to make, okay, if I can make a 10th faster, let's go. Now I got to second faster. Okay. Like, that's where it doesn't stop for me, but as a bracket racer, eventually what you got, Dust Devil, Brian, you got your kids there. Until you change it to a different stroker kit or better heads, you're going to plateau. But
yeah,
you can bracket race it at that max level. It's not because you plateau. It's not because you just stop losing inches. You couldn't afford to go anymore until next year. But you can still race your car at, let's just say it's an 1190s car. That's after you started out at a 1270, but you tuned it. Tall John helped you ignition. Somebody helped you with gear ratio, or somebody helped you install up your converter right. You get to 1190. That is your max in that car. Let's just say 1190. Until you have more money and time to make it faster, you still can go bracket race the thing and have a blast racing somebody that's a 9-second, a 14-second, an 8-second car. At the end of the finish line, you guys are both there. As long as you know how to cut a light in your car.
I can see the appeal.
Go ahead, Chris.
I can see the appeal, but for me, it just goes back to the whole aspect, the whole concept of racing, period. Is who's faster, period. That's it. If I'm fucking slower, I'm slower. That's all there is to it. I don't belong.
That means the rich guy wins.
No,
well, it's just a matter of who you're lining up against. If you're lining up against the rich guy, you're gonna lose.
No, because I can't tune $1 million engine for myself if I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah. No, you're right. I'm not saying that though. If you have a 900 cubic inch motor, even if it's not tuned right, you're still going to beat a 327 big block or small block Chevy. It just, even if it's not tuned right, you're still going to beat it because you have more money than they do. I'm not saying that, but there's a certain point in line in racing that you have money will outperform your budget. A heads up. In a bracket racing world, it doesn't matter how much money you have. It's the talent of the driver and stuff.
Okay.
That's
It has nothing to do with your abilities. It has nothing to do with your ability to tune or build.
No.
It has to do with your ability to drive.
But
And
you
there's a
can.
difference. There's a difference. I'm not a driver, and
Yeah,
I'm not. You know, I'm not, and I don't have a big head saying I'm a fucking car builder now. But what's more important to me is this: not getting behind the wheel. To me, if you want to be 100% honest, I could fucking build this car, park it outside, bring another one in, build another one, park it outside, and be just as happy without doing the racing part.
You say that. Now look at Jed.
Oh, I know that. I know how I am. I
Look
know
at Jed. Jed's been the same person too all this time. Then he drag raced for the first time, and now look where he bought right after he got done drag racing.
me. The whole
Well,
thing is
a lot of them.
thing. You can have fun drag racing your cars. To me, what I want people to know is, goddamn, look what he did with hardly nothing, and he beat me.
Well, you did.
And look at that, and it's going to be the car. It's not going to be my skill. I'm headed down the fucking hill right now. I'm going to be 50 fucking years old. I got maybe another 15 fucking years before I can just be like, fuck it.
All right. So you're,
20 years before I say
you're,
fuck
say, you're saying that I race with the guy that constantly wins. We call him old grumpy guy because he's an old motherfucking grumpy guy. But he's somewhere at 88 years old and he's still doing this shit.
You mean John Force?
No, I'm talking about his yes, John.
that I like building them. That's what I like doing.
But have you ever done
I will race them, and I'll have fun racing them. I'm not saying I won't have fun doing it. I'll have a blast. I'll get fucking addicted, but in my head, it'll be, I want this car to go fucking faster. Okay, I see that guy over there. I want to beat that guy. But it's not going to be a racing thing. It's going to be a better car.
So that's when you turn into Tall John in years because you're gonna have your car, and next thing you know, you're like, okay, I'm gonna try this, tune this, try this, try that,
Yes.
and that's where a drag strip is basically its own dyno.
And somebody else, I mean, you know what I would love? I would love to, when I get older, when I hit 60, 70 years old, to be, and it probably won't happen, to be building a car and letting my son fucking drive it. Or letting somebody else fucking drive it. Just be like, okay, yeah, here, we're going to build this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to tune it. You take it down the track. I'm fine.
Depends on which son you're talking about.
Yeah. You know,
So-
but,
so
you
that's
know,
the guy.
I'm competitive because I know what is more fun to me, and more fun to me is being competitive here and not sitting and being the driver. I could probably right now have somebody else drive the car and I just build them. I don't have the knowledge to do that yet, but I'm going to learn it.
The guy that got me. The guy got.
Tune my car. I'm not just going to sit back and watch Tall John tune my car.
So
What are you doing? Why are you doing this?
So the guy that got me into drag racing, Jed has met him. Anyways, he has about 9 cars. Okay, he enjoys building them now. He used to be a big adamant drag racer. Okay, bracket racer. He'll still do it. He maybe do it 3 times a year. He'd rather build a car each year and just let me go get in it and race it for him and stuff now. Because
I don't know why guys that are like that.
And he prefers the build now than the race. Okay. So I get exactly what you're saying.
And if bracket racing's your thing, okay,
No.
yeah, you know.
It's not like
Damn, that grass is cold.
bracket racing is not my thing anymore. I'm being real. Like my car's getting for street racing. Heads up.
I fell down.
But what I'm saying is like, but what I'm saying is bracket racing bracket racing is what got me into racing.
I can see that.
So that's what I'm saying is like bracket racing. We gotta say like to the person that gets the bug. If you have a 16-second car and somebody has an 8-second car, it's like, well, this ain't no fun. Bracket racing made it fun, and that's what I'm trying to say to you. Is like just because like sometimes like I could have been stuck at a 12-second car the rest of my life, and I still could have fun. And now I'm going for 7s. Okay?
And maybe if I would have got into it earlier in life, I probably would be right there with you. Bracket racing is fucking
No,
cool, you know,
I'm telling you, Brian. I'm telling you right now. You get out there, you get yourself deep in the field, with a 14-second car with everybody around you running 13s and 10s and a couple of 15s behind you, and you're going to be so damn happy you can't even see straight, and you can't wait to try to beat that light the next time you show up.
It's not, see, you're a spectator, Brian. You're not been a part of the race. Like once you're part of the race, it's completely different. Spectating, let's be realistic. Drag racing is the most boring sport to watch unless it's heads up. Okay, and they're close cars. Dirt track's different. Round and round different. You got more than 13 seconds to make up. You can make up time around a lap. You can do. You're talking to Tall John that used to run circle track that I believe is way more fun than what we do. But the adrenaline rush you get out of bracket racing or heads up, if you have the fact of the matter is when you leave together, it's the funnest thing in the world. And you stay together. But if you're at the finish line, that's all that matters.
Now, I think it is boring. It would be boring to see like a 10-second car go up against, say, a 12-second car. And this guy just whoops the fuck out of it over and over again. That would be boring.
I'm going to say this, Brian. I've made this point to you when we were at Mopar Blast. Drag racing is kind of boring to watch, especially when all the cars just plant, go straight, boom, done, whatever. Okay, whatever. You know, the whole thing with anybody wants to go super fast today, LS, twin turbos, whatever. Nobody cares about the engine anymore, it seems like. The car doesn't matter either. So everything just plants, goes A to B. It's the same formula. It's just like roll cages. There's one way to build a roll cage today. People look at the roll cage in my Barracuda and they're scared to death of it. They think it's going to kill me. What the fuck ever. That cage was good enough for the guy in the previous deal to go as fast as he did. But, you know, remember the Mopar Blast, the car that got us all excited, got us all fucking rock hard, was the fucking car that popped a massive fucking wheelie, rode it out, and continued down the track because he was a fucking hero. No, we don't remember any other really car that ran at Mopar Blast other than that car that popped a massive wheel stand. And that's the shit that gets me excited in drag racing. I don't give a fuck about the car that just dead hooks, goes A to B. You know, the car can run a 3-second quarter mile time, but if it does it in a boring way, no. Yeah, I like the idea of going out there and putting on a show.
That is what I'm talking about.
Put on a show, make it memorable for the crowd. Bring them
spectating. So that's where the no prep thing gets fun. Okay.
No,
that's what I'm talking about me racing. Like I got to the point. No, I'm running. That's my 8-second car was the same as my 12-second car. I mean, besides the acceleration, once you get out of the 60 foot, it feels the same. Click, shifter, whatever. Okay. The no prep when you're driving that sucker, like you're swerving this way, you're swerving this way. Like you see, it looks like you see people on movies. Their hands are turning left and right, left and right, left and right. I'm not joking. That's what I look like when I'm on that no prep thing. Like I was going left and I was going right. I was going left, I was going right. Then I was holding it to the left because it's starting to pull all to the left. And that's what made it fun. Like as a spectator,
fun for you. But the thing, like when I watch no prep race, it don't work for me because my anxiety, it heightens up my anxiety, and I don't like that.
Well, you're saying
I watched the deal where fucking Big Chief was going down the track, looked like he was about to wreck, and there was about 5 serious wrecks at this race.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched that, and I can't watch anymore because all I'm sitting there thinking about is, fuck, I don't want to race now because
you know what show used to get me like that? Where I just couldn't fucking watch it, but it was popular as fuck. You ever watch that Ice Road Truckers?
Oh, yep. God.
Oh, God. It's like, no, I'm not watching that shit. No, I don't care. No.
Well, all right. So you're talking about, Jed, basically what you just said, though, about somebody doing a wheelie and landing it, and that's what all I think about. Then I'm tell you something. That's pretty boring, too, when you're actually. If everyone were just riding a wheelie and dropping down, it would be boring to you because everyone's doing it. The reason
I'm not in the wheel stands, the wheel standards are neat, but they're purpose built to do that. But when I see a car that just pulls the wheels, naturally aspirated, all earth shaking horsepower, that's what I like to see.
You know what, Jed? Almost any car with a 4-link or ladder bar can do that. It's how
I'm talking about cars that are also set up with their. I don't care about 4-link ladder bar crap. I like leaf spring cars.
Well, what I'm trying to say though, it's not just if the way you put your rear end, your suspension, your shocks, you can if people that want to go fast are trying not to do that. Anyone can honestly do that. I could ride a wheelie on back tires, if I just change my suspension, that because the way the tires bite, you can ride a wheelie and stuff. And just wheelies are slow, but they are more fun. Like that picture of my car, it gets more views of doing a wheelie than it would not doing a wheelie. Am I right?
All right, just to prove what, let me prove what Daniel's saying
He's
here.
so fucking popular. He does a huge, nasty fucking burnout. He doesn't need to do that, but he does.
Let me prove. I'm going to prove what Daniel just said. I posted a picture of my buddy's 67 Chevelle pulling a wheelie. He dragged the bumper. We were working on getting the car hooked up. We got it hooked up. Well, once we got everything figured out, we made a chassis adjustment. When he pulled the bumper off the ground, he run like a 670 something. So he changed the way he got out of the hole and got it to a 655. We made a chassis adjustment so he could hammer the car out of the hole, and he run a 633. He picked up over 0.2 of a second in the 8th mile, making a chassis adjustment, and the car can't get that front tire off the ground but maybe 8-9 inches. It's not about the wheelie thing. It's not about the
No, it's not.
That looks good. That looks great. But all the drivers, everybody does that wheelie thing. Every one of them thinks that's great, but every one of them wants that car to get down the track quicker.
Anyone that's doing a wheelie does not have the right chassis for the horsepower. That's all it is. Okay, so that's all it is.
I know a guy down here that he races down a Bonterre drag strip. He's got an old, I think it's a 70 Chevy truck, long bed Chevy truck.
Is that like a C3 or C4 Corvette?
It's called a Missouri farm truck. And when he leaves, that fucking whole truck is twisted up and fucking taken off. And people fucking love that truck. He fucking takes people for rides in that truck. And people fucking love it. He knows, I've talked to him. He knows he can go faster. But the whole thing isn't about, it's not really all that about going faster. He's putting on a show for people, and he loves doing that.
Exactly.
That's the opposite of what you were talking about. People just giving up and just going what they can do.
Yeah, see, that is giving up. Like you're talking about, like somebody. You have just to say,
he still wants to go faster, but he still wants to do wheelies. It's I want to go fast in this car, but I still want the action jacket.
That's like Brian. That's like somebody that wants to go fast, but they can't get the car hooked, but they can do burnouts all the way down the track. Okay, that's the same thing. Okay, so if you like to do burnouts all the way down the track, then okay, if you like to do wheelies, you do this. If you want to go fast, that's where the tuning part of Tall John and I we want to learn how to kind of make this car go a tenth faster, 100,000 faster by just turn my 4-link bar one flat on the thing. Where does it? That's where it's what you want to do. Like Australia, I love Australia. Those motherfuckers don't give a flying fuck about traction. They just want to do a burnout from here to there and how long they can. Those guys got more balls than any of us. Let's be honest. Like what made drag racing famous in the funny cars. Watch old videos. Those dragsters did not get a bit of traction. They're smoking all the way down to like the 330, 660 foot, and they finally start going. Okay, like that is fun to watch to me. But when you're in the car, it's more fun to see how fast you can go, and as the tuner part. But like what I learned is like now I'm trying to figure out how my snow prep thing is. How can I keep my car going faster?
And that's understand. There's different.
It's all preference. It's all preference. That's all I'm trying to say. It's all preference. No, but in the drag racing world, when you say bracket racing, that's all I was trying to say is like I don't think you've done the bracket racing. You've spectated it, but you've not done it. That's all I was getting at. You're completely right about saying as a spectator, it doesn't. But until you, that's one of those things. Don't judge until you do. Type of things. That's all I was getting at and stuff. Like
I
when you
understand all that, and yes, there is a point to bracket racing, and I see it all. But there's a part of me that doesn't really care that much about winning.
No, it's not winning. It's not the winning. It's just the natural person as you are as a competitor, as a man. You're a competitive person no matter anything you do. You're a competitor, like it, know it or not. Until you do it, you'll find yourself, oh, I'm more competitive than I thought, and
Oh,
stuff
I'm
like
not
that.
saying I'm not competitive.
Well,
But
if you are
Hey,
competitive,
I'm the sorest fucking loser you ever met.
if you're
But
competitive,
also,
Can't fucking stand losing. That's why I drive fucking Mopars. I can't fucking stand losing. Fuck
if you're
losing.
if you're
Losing
competitive,
can take
Brian,
a backseat to
you're
a
gonna love
fucking
bracket
career
racing.
any day.
That's
You're
why I
gonna
love street racing though, because street racing, I just remember you'd have the fast guys and everybody would try to beat them, or you would see guys run and you'd go, "Fuck, I can beat that guy." It's not that I hate bracket racing. I understand the purpose and it is fun. But I don't know. There was something about watching
Exactly.
other cars run and going, "Oh fuck, I can beat him," or walking around seeing who's got what and going, "Oh fuck, I'm going to call this guy out because I think
Well,
I can."
to me,
What-
you sound like American Graffiti, and I'm
Mhm.
with you all the way. I grew up in that era. I grew up in that cruising era where there's the guy showed up with this GTO, and everybody's like, "Holy shit, that guy's fast!"
Yeah, I
You
like
heard about him smoking the other guy that thought was fast. Falfa or whatever the dude's name was in the movie. That part was great. That part was great. But when we decided to finally let's see what we can do,
Yeah.
and I had $2 in my pocket, god damn it sucked to race a guy that had 100.
Yeah.
So
No,
what-
I totally understand that.
So
Yeah.
What Chris just said is completely correct. Like, here's the thing: is a guy on the street. Okay, you put your car in the street, and he'll be in that street car. Normally, will beat this fast guy. You go to the track when he actually has traction. That fast car is going to be. That's where I'm at with this street race thing. I'm at is I'm way quicker on the track. Okay, but
Yeah.
somebody that has my buddy that beat me. He has a 451 Demon like mine, but it's 451 stroker, big block with nitrous. He beat me. Okay, he's never I beat him by 2 car lengths on the track, but his less horsepower wasn't spinning, and he could beat me. Okay, and this that. So that's where so just because you're faster here doesn't mean you're not faster there. So
Sure.
that's where I'm at the point of I'm trying to I'm actually I could put a bigger boost thing on my car that I'm doing this winter, and I get way quicker on the track. I mean, I could be 430s, but you set your car up for what you're racing.
Yeah.
And stuff. So me, I'm going street racing now, no preference. I can't keep up with the guys, but on a small tire on a street, you're only at the max. You're going to put 1,400 horsepower to the ground at the max on a good street. I can get to 1,400. I can't afford $3,400 on the track and stuff. And
but so here's the whole thing. Here's another aspect of it that I like, and I'd like to see, and I'd like to participate in. Okay, I know you watch Street Racing Channel. You have to.
well, I watch YouTube stuff. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, though. You know who Billy is, right? With that S10.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What would this would be cool as hell to me is to be like, okay, you got your channel, you're building up your channel. You know Billy's going to be in a certain place, and you say, hey, I want to race fucking Billy. Then you guys get a little back and forth going on. You don't have to hate each other, but get a little back and forth going on, and then you guys go and you do this race, and if you beat him, you're the fucking hero.
hey, if I show up with a 360 Duster and you beat me, I hate you.
I mean, we can be honest though. Like just making a pass at the track is fucking fun as shit. I mean, what man has not gotten onto an on ramp on a highway and fucking not smiled when he fucking just hit the gas and just pretended he was?
Oh, yeah.
No,
You know what I mean?
I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna tell you guys something about the gayest moment.
Chris, that is fucking a killer comment.
I'm gonna
right
tell you
there.
about one of the gayest moments of my life, and it wasn't gay because I actually really, really enjoyed the car. My first car at high school, I
When
got a
somebody
job.
else was counting the change.
Yeah, exactly. About the same thing. I had a 1998 GT Mustang. Okay, I bought.
That was pretty gay.
Okay,
Yeah,
I said it, but you know what? I could do burnouts. I could drift that thing. I had more fun. I thought, and I was passing people. I had more fun than it was 5-speed. I went to the track. It's like a 15-second car, 14-second car. Okay, and then you get in a car that's meant for drag racing, that was a light body, and it goes 11 seconds and throws you in your ass. It's like, holy shit! You don't realize how slow it is, but on the street, It's a blast. You go to the track.
What year
it's not
fucking
the
Mustang did you own that you liked?
Hey, it's car I bought because you could have
Just
find
tell us the year. Just
It was a '98. I paid $4,500 for it. You know what? And it got me through college, and actually it's still better than driving, a Toyota or something. But it's still like I bet it made 185 horsepower. But you know what that car did? It actually did teach me how to actually drift and some stuff, and learn how to run a clutch and a foot pedal, doing power burnouts and stuff, and instead of having automatic. So I don't regret owning it. I don't. Because it
Man,
actually
you
taught
could have taken some tips from a couple of YouTube guys.
I'm gonna say something.
that was 15 years ago.
The fastest car I've ever owned, the fastest car I ever owned and drove, and I have no idea what time it ran, but I know I raced some people and I beat some people and I got beat and I had fun with this car. And I'm gonna this is gonna be my challenge to Tall John is make me have more fun with this car than I have with that other car. I had a fucking 78 El Camino with a 400 small block in it. And that car was fun as fuck. I could do burnouts for fucking ever. I raced some people. I had fun with it. And that was the fastest thing I've ever owned.
So the fastest thing I ever owned, I'm back my wife.
You gotta make this fast. You gotta help me make this faster than that fucking El Camino.
Jed, did I tell you I hit a deer in my wife's Charger?
Yeah, you did.
So yeah, they totaled it out, by the way.
No.
Do you accept that challenge, Tall John?
And
Yes, I do.
hey, so you want to hear something stupid? Okay, my brother bought this car brand new. I have now. The fastest I've ever been is 172 miles an hour on 69 highway on in a stock 392 Super B Charger, 2014. Okay. And it felt like, you know what it felt like I was doing? It felt like I was going maybe 120 miles an hour. Okay. These new cars take the reality of how fast you actually can go, and they turn it into something like you're not going that fast.
Yes.
That car, I just hit a deer in it, and it barely did any damage, but they're totaling it out. And like that was only to anyone out there like Tall John or anyone that looked for a daily driver. 2014 was the year before the Hellcat came out. Okay. They built that car like it was meant for a Hellcat engine. It has 206,000 miles on it, and it doesn't miss a lick. And it's a 2014 Charger. Like they overbuilt those cars. So if anyone ever wants, I'm just being honest, anyone ever wants a really good car, those are the cars to buy.
Now, you know what else is fun, though? Is buying a fucking Ford Probe for $400, rigging it up to get it running, and then going 104 miles an hour on a fucking back road and only stopping because something fell off and you don't know what it was. That's fun, too.
Holy fuck, guys. It's 2:30 in the morning. I got to wake up literally about this year. I got to wake up about 5 hours.
I'm
And that's
supposed to go
sleeping.
do a Christmas parade tomorrow.
And I'm supposed to be moving, so I got people going to help me move, so I better get off here and stuff.
Daniel's good seeing you, man.
As I see you guys too, you know what? Here, I'll give you guys a little wet dream here real quick before you guys go.
When I get up to Jed's so we can put a 340 together, I got to meet you.
Yeah, hell yeah. So this is the newest addition to my car, just so you know.
Uh-oh.
Phone froze.
Yep, something went wrong. Chris
has got to go into his fucking studio with his light.
Fuck. I ain't got a service here. Anyways,
Cold
all
in
you
the
guys
garage.
see is there. I got my Longhorns on top of the hood now, like Boss Hog kind of thing, because I'm a Texas Longhorn fan. So you can't. I lose service when I go to my garage. Actually, Jed, you're a smart guy. Will an internet booster thing work for that type of stuff and Wi-Fi?
Should. It should. It helped.
Hey, that look. I bet you smell that hat. It still smells like weed from 2012.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking when he had it on the video the other day. He goes, He goes, "Don't badmouth me about my freaking beanie."
It looks better than my hair under it.
I'm gonna punch you so hard, you're non-existent asshole.
What are you talking about? Me?
Yeah.
Well, I got like 3 assholes. Just pick one.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, all right. So, when are you coming down, Tall John? Like, you guys got a day in mind yet, Jed? Or
We're gonna pick a date soon as the race schedule comes out.
the race schedule?
Yeah, as soon as the Straight Axle Mafia posts their race schedule. After that, I'll know when I can make a weekend or a week or whatever. I'm not planning on just a weekend. I'm planning on whatever it takes.
Well, fuck yeah. So, let me know and stuff. We'll come down there, and I do what I can. But
Are you further away or closer now?
I'm closer now. But
Okay.
what the plan will be is I work even closer to Jed. I'll just get off work at 8 a.m. and I'll just head that direction.
All right,
type
cool.
thing. So, like, more likely I'll probably try to show up one day, hang out for a little while, then come home, go to bed. And like when I get off work on Friday 8 a.m., I'll probably just go down there and just hang out for the whole day if you're going to be there, type of thing.
Yeah.
Because I don't work the next day. So,
all right.
All right. Hey, if any of you guys know of anyone that wants to buy an RV, I'm gonna put my RV up for sale. If you guys know of anyone, so let me know. Because it's a great thing. It's just my wife and I are trying to cut back on a few bills. So, oh yeah, it's an A3 Cummins with a 6-speed Allison. It's got 42,000 miles on it.
If you'd get going on your YouTube channel so you can make money, I'd lend you a bus.
Well, I appreciate that, but I'm not Jed. I don't have that. No, it's not even Jed. I don't have Jed's dad to get me there. Jed's dad makes the YouTube channel. It's not Jed. That's why Scott's be shot, not Jed Scott.
That laugh right now Daniel's got sounds like that. What's that dude on that one old school TV channel? Did I say that?
just like no, it was my cancer that got me these views.
Oh man.
I'm sorry, Jed. I apologize. It's that hat you wear that got you the views.
I'm gonna whoop your fucking ass.
Don't get short with me, Jed.
As soon as you said it still smells like weed, the first thing I thought is he's got it packed underneath that thing. He's drying it out. What?
That's some funny shit right there.
That is funny.
You know what's good about Jed? He can take a joke sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Jed's like, yeah, you're not coming to my house when Tall John's here.
Nope, I'm gonna give you the wrong fucking day. Oh, he was here last week.
Oh, I'm gonna get there early and take my engine stand. Actually,
your engine stand's only been here for like 3 years.
Hey, you're welcome. How many engines have it held?
2.
Yeah, see, and probably your most important ones.
Dad's tractor engine and now my 340.
Yeah, see,
That's pretty good.
Yeah. And know what? Hey, Brian, I forgot you're on here. If I don't decide to keep
he looks like a cabinet in the background.
If I decide not to keep my lathe, I'm moving it tomorrow and stuff. I'm gonna try to give you first dibs at it if you're interested.
It all depends on money.
Yeah, I know. Money sucks. But if you're
especially this time of year.
Let's put it this way. If you can go to Indy, you can buy it.
A lathe, you said?
Yeah, I got a little lathe.
A little lathe.
Yeah, little one. It runs on 110. It's a really handy thing. Yeah.
How big is the table?
Jen and I are looking at. He told me where to measure. There's no way it's that small. I was looking at it today. I'm like, that thing's a lot big. It's about Jen. It's as long as yours, and I can't imagine it being that
I
small.
imagine yours is probably a 10-inch swing like mine.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but I don't know if I'm gonna bring it here, see if I can fit it somewhere. Because I downgraded on shops. I went to a smaller garage. So.
Well,
Yes.
I'm getting ready to upgrade because I'm getting ready to, after the first of the year, move into the shop next door. So I'm going to have this one and the one next door. But the problem is my dad's looking for a place to put all his woodworking equipment. So there's going to be woodworking equipment and car tools and everything over there. And over here is just going to be cars.
So see
And
that's
the lathe.
Well, no,
So
that Adelaide, that would be over there.
well. See the lathe I have. It's great little. It's really. In my opinion, it's desired because it runs on 110. It's small. It's just something. And honestly, I don't want to get ripped. I've used it multiple times just to build like a spacer for like a little, like a converter spacer. Like next time I need a little, some cut a little bit or bolt shortened. That's what it's good for. It's not like it's for what you work with. You at work. It's not something it's not that type of quality and stuff. It's not.
Have you
It's
seen
not-
how much shit I've made?
Shit I work with at work.
Coming from a one-handed guy counting his change.
I've
But
made all sorts of shit on my lathe.
I love the lathe. I've used it, but when you come from a machine shop that has nice tools, and then you go to that, it's like, man, this is.
I had one bad day at work, and I misplaced a decimal point, and it cost the company $75,000.
Yeah, that's.
He gave me 3 days off, but
So- Mine never cost that much. We had tolerance of 0.3 of a thousand on the over. I built a whole bunch of rollers, and we had to. So what I had to do is to make it that close was I had to get a chrome polished shaft that with the bearings we were in Chinese bearings, and with the bearings it could only be 0.3 of a thousandths over 48 inches all the way across out.
oh, we had some parts at the place I worked in Kansas where we had like that, like 0.3 tolerance.
Yeah. So we had,
The thing was, you take the part off the fucking lathe, and the heat from your hand walking it up would expand at that, and it would be out. It would be out of tolerance.
so that's what we had. So I had to end up buying this. So we had they bought cheap ass Chinese bearings. Okay, so what I ended up having to do is get the shaft that was fit in there, and I would put the bearings on already. Like so, I'd heat. I made it so tight for the bearings fit. I'd freeze the bearings and heat the thing up so the bearings fit in, and then I would do my final pass with the shaft and the bearings together all the way across. Like so, the bearing would spin. So I made this jig that held it in place, so I could put it in the lathe to go all the way across and stuff. So with the bearing inside it, that's where we tested with a cheap ass Chinese bearing, and that's how I had to do it. With three, and know what it was for? It was for a fucking roller printing press that didn't need anything nearly that tolerance. It could be 2,000s out and it'd been just fine, but they had a rule of 0.3 of a thousandths and the 48 inch. It was the stupidest fucking thing.
That's the thing, though, and that's why it's like when I do something like that and get something in that when nobody else can do it, like the 0.3, and nobody else can do it. That makes me just as happy as building this car. Now it's short-lived happiness, but it's like gives me a really good feeling that I do shit.
So what I enjoyed about it was coming up with a solution to fix the problem so it would pass the tolerance. But after sitting there for hours and hours and building the same fucking thing repetitively, that's what got annoying.
Yeah, well, yeah, that.
Because once they see you're good at something, they don't let you continue to learn something different. So like I worked in a machine shop for 5 years, and I maybe spent 6 months on a Bridgeport. The rest of it was on the lathe. So
Yeah, I got lucky at certain places, and I kind of pushed the issue of I want to learn this. Put me over
Well,
here. I want to learn this.
I wanted that too, but you can do more on a Bridgeport than you can do on the lathe. Yeah,
Yeah,
for
really bad.
a car parts like me. So like I rather had more experience on a Bridgeport than the lathe. That's all I'm saying. So
Yeah, but if you have both, you can make just about fucking anything.
yeah, let's see. I agree. Well, guys, you have a great night. Tall John's nice talking to you, Chris, Jed.
Yeah, later, buddy.
Daniel, good to see you, man.
I see you guys too. Jed, help me build my dad a channel real quick so I can post a video. For some reason, I mean, I don't know why, but if you say something to him, maybe he'll get in gear about it. I really think the hardest part for him is actually just getting on the site and saying, yes, I give you permission to look at my face.
I'm still holding against you all those jokes you made earlier.
Oh, you can get over it.
Just watching you, buddy.
Watch me, baby.
Make it weird. Okay, I'll send you the pictures later.
What time is it, Jed?
2:37.
It's weird hour, Jed.
2:37.
I gotta go to fucking bed.
I didn't really give a shit about time. I was talking about it being weird hour. I was just acting the part.
It is kind of mandatory.
All right, guys. You have a great night. Nice seeing you all. Talk to you later.
Good seeing you, Daniel.
Put this down. Thanks for everybody sticking around. How many people we got left?
Terribly.
You are the 7 diehard want to see us talk about the stupid shit people. I love you people.
You guys are amazing.
My wife is asleep. Hey, honey,
Hmm.
we're shutting it down.
Okay.
That doesn't mean we're going and we're going home. But we're shutting it down.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, I've got a
See
fucked
y'all
up
later.
bag.
Thanks everybody for showing up. Thanks you guys for coming on. This was
Yep.
one of the best lives in a long time. I had a blast.
Good stuff.
All right. We'll see you guys later.
Yep.
Later, guys.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.